This story tells us about a young man named Vincent, who is a level 0 and is a rather weak fighter in this cruel world. This young man is so weak that he cannot handle the demon beast alone and survives by collecting the trash that the monsters leave behind. People like him, who only have a 0 level, are considered a burden in society and are easily abandoned to their fate. Such people are considered absolutely useless. And to sacrifice such a pawn is, if not noble, then at least not a reprehensible act. Vincent has felt all his life like a pathetic nobody, whom everyone treats with at least contempt or outright hatred. However, despite such hardships of existence, today becomes a significant and turning point in the life of this brave young man. You can say that he lives like trash, but this does not mean that he is not a worthy person capable of feats. Sometimes pride clouds our vision and prevents us from appreciating people who have amazing qualities despite their low status. Vincent is one of those people who promises himself never to die like trash and to break through to the stars and greatness at all costs. However, to understand how everything came to this dramatic scene, we need to move back some time and find ourselves in the city of G. This terrifying foray begins near a Class C gate, which is a portal to a dangerous area called the Abyss, where terrifying monsters live. The gate begins to flicker, and a man gradually emerges from it, desperately trying to escape, as someone is chasing him. This young man turns out to be Vincent, already familiar to us, who works as the senior garbage collector of the Abyss. Another hero comes to his aid and attacks the giant creature, while saying that Vincent is too slow. Our hero's job is to collect and sort the trash left over from fighting monsters every day, which may still be of some value. Vincent understands that the management does not want this resource to leak to ordinary people, since each such crystal costs about 50,000 yen. A few moments later, his partner accidentally steps on the box and calls Vincent a pathetic rat, after which he decides to talk to him. He states that they must split the reward into pieces, and if Vincent steals even one piece, not only will he not get the money, but he will also go to jail. The work of a scavenger in the Abyss is performed by those who are at level 0. If the combat team does not deal with all the monsters, the sortie becomes more dangerous. For returning from the dungeon, each garbage collector receives 1,000th share of the collected garbage, of which 30% goes to the management. Vincent has a huge debt, and so he takes any job that can be offered to him, even if it is extremely dangerous. One of his comrades says he's found a job that will pay a whopping 3,000 yuan, and Vincent immediately agrees, saying he's in. Without thinking twice, he boards a special bus to go to his new place of work, listening to the conversations of his comrades along the way. They say that they are heading to a shopping mall where a Class A Abyss gate has opened, which poses a huge danger and serious risks. Other garbage collectors point out that the damned capitalists treat people like pigs and do not value human life. They also wonder who gave these people permission to monetize the Abyss and profit off the suffering of others. 10 years ago, the gates of the Abyss rose from the underworld and amazed humanity with their unprecedented power. But they were immediately followed by horror. Humanity came face to face with incredible and terrible creatures that lived in this very abyss and tried to break out. The gigantic number of these creatures and their incredible diversity and their disgust plunged humanity into real horror. Only a special class of people were able to destroy these creatures, and it was these people who instantly became a very privileged part of society. When the first monster was defeated, people discovered not only magical crystals, but also mysterious weapons that could be created. Having explored all the continents, people began to actively explore the Abyss in order to obtain as many interesting artifacts as possible. The economy changed direction, traditional businesses closed down, and all funds were directed to supporting the industry of the Abyss. Vincent at that time gets into serious trouble, as he needs to get money for the treatment of his dear sister named Valerie. He gets into a huge amount of debt in order to at least somehow help his sister get out of this horror. He suffered a lot of job rejections and disdain because of his 0 level. The thing is, for those with such a low level, the employment situation is incredibly bleak and drives people to despair. At one point, he comes across a stranger who offers him to take out a loan to get a lot of money for his sister. The borrower asks the protagonist if he needs money to help his loved ones, which immediately attracts his attention. The cunning man says that all he needs to do is leave his organs as collateral, so that if anything happens, he can pay with his life. Vincent realizes that at that moment he is making a real deal with the devil, but he has no choice because he needs to save his sister. Meanwhile, his colleagues continue the discussion and say that they heard that Vincent took out a loan of 1 million and lost it all on the stock market. They also mention that he is paying for his little sister's treatment, and the medical bills have only been getting more expensive lately. His comrades unanimously come to the conclusion that Vincent would rather die than collect the required amount, and he will have to work as a garbage man until his death. As soon as they arrive at the place, they are met by a group of heroes who accuse them of not being in a hurry, and if they die, it will only be their problem. Vincent steps off the bus and looks at the giant portal, which glows a terrifying and mysterious purple hue. As he walks forward, Vincent reflects that he will try to earn money and return alive, no matter what. He realizes that he needs to focus on generating more profit in order to pay off his debts as quickly as possible. After some time, he goes through the portal and realizes that this abyss is actually on level B, but it still remains a serious threat. Besides, this is his first trip to such a high-level location, which is full of unknown dangers. The fighters who are here immediately detect a strange noise, which signals that disgusting monsters are already rushing here. These monsters turn out to be the spirits of wolves, who in rage attack every creature that disturbs their peace and enters the territory. One of the fighters turns to a mage named Larry, saying that they encountered monsters as soon as they arrived here. But Larry says he knows it all too well. He comes forward and says it's just a bunch of wolf spirits and isn't much of a problem. Letting them get closer, he decides to use his powers to destroy several creatures at once with one blow. By concentrating all his magical power, he creates a giant fireball that sweeps away everything in its path. Wolves that don't have much armor take massive damage from this fireball, and several of them die instantly. The survivors quickly flee into the darkness in order to lick their wounds and strike from the darkness at another, more opportune moment. The vanguard warns his comrades that they must remain vigilant, as the demons could attack at any moment. His partner asks where their destination is, where they are supposed to arrive. The group commander says that they need to go to the 5th floor, but another fighter reports that the floor has become several times wider and higher. One of the fighters claims that everything seems quite normal from the outside, but here the laws of time and space change. After this, he wonders where the traces of the previous group are, and gives the scavengers the order to find the bodies, warning them of the danger. Larry sits down to tie his shoelaces, while the other members of the group say that they don't care about the garbage men, because they are both. Meanwhile, Vincent hears strange sounds and, out of fear, does not notice that he is walking straight towards a member of the hunting group. After a few steps, he hits his foot on Larry, who had been trying to tie his shoelaces the whole time. Unable to keep his balance, Vincent falls onto the cold stone floor, and Larry immediately falls too, losing his temper and telling him that he should watch where he's going. Vincent apologizes to his partner, but he decides to deal with the careless boy who allowed himself too much. He holds it up and says that it really irritates him when someone steps on the damn garbage. The group's leader asks Larry not to get distracted, as they have enough to do, and there are much more important tasks than trying to assert themselves at the expense of the garbage men. Larry gives the protagonist a dirty look, showing extreme disdain and irritation. After this, he throws him on the ground and says that if Vincent knows that he is trash, then he should not go near him. Vincent tries to tip his cap, thinking that Larry is just another arrogant jerk who is too stuck up. Larry, meanwhile, looks at the other garbage men and says that they are simply a dream team, after which he decides to turn towards his comrades. Vincent understands that people like him are called a burden or just trash by society just because they are at level 0. The class stratification of society becomes all too visible when it comes to power levels, and it is a very grim situation. However, all this time Vincent kept a secret that would soon make everyone change their minds about him, if not die of horror. The thing is that he only has one experience point left to move to the next level, and finally significantly strengthen himself. After a while, a wolf spirit suddenly appears behind them, and the other scavengers run away as they don't have any special skills to fight. Vincent looks at this wolf spirit in surprise, and realizes that no one from the battle group began to fight this creature. The system notifies him that this creature has extremely low health, and can die from just a few hits. Vincent quickly looks around to find some kind of weapon that will allow him to fight this creature. Luckily, he quickly finds some level 1 wooden items lying around, as well as a small wooden stick that might come in handy. Despite all the horror that this giant creature instills in him, he understands that it has a critical level of health, and decides to cast aside all doubts. Immediately after this, he rushes forward to take this equipment and hope for victory, since this is his only chance. He assumes a fighting stance in preparation for combat with the creature, hoping to find the right moment to strike. The monsters from the abyss do not have high intelligence, and therefore, for them, he is just another prey that is walking into their mouths. However, this wolf is a very dangerous opponent for a person who does not have serious combat experience and good equipment. Vincent rushes forward and manages to land a powerful attack on the monster's head. Overjoyed at his success, he jumps to the ground, but the system notifies him that he dealt 0 damage due to his weak equipment. The other scavengers looking at him wonder if he is really that stupid and doesn't understand that only a combat team can kill a monster. Vincent decides not to respond to this mockery, mentally realizing that he knew all this anyway, but he has no other choice. Unfortunately, His skills are at an extremely low level due to the fact that he has not been able to improve his stats until now. Vincent ponders that with such weak equipment, he won't be able to penetrate the defense of even the weakest monsters, and therefore, he needs to act smarter. Despite his weaknesses, he understands that he has some advantages that he must take advantage of to win. He is well aware of his situation, so he decides to rely on agility in order to gain the upper hand over this wolf. Vincent flies into the air, simultaneously dodging the wolf's deadly attack and forcing it to ease into the tree's hard roots. This time he gains a lot of altitude to inflict at least some damage on the monster, and hope that everything goes smoothly. Meanwhile, Larry laughs and notes that as soon as the Zeros see the monster, they immediately run, flashing their heels, because they can't do anything. The party leader says that if the monster is weak, you can earn some luck, but this does not work if the monster is a demon beast. He also states that they will keep the most expensive items for themselves, and everything else will go to the garbage collectors. One of the fighters informs the boss that apparently one monster survived, and points his finger in the direction of the shopping mall escalators. After listening closely, the combat team notes that loud screams are indeed coming from there. A demon beast is at work there. Larry lazily heads in that direction, saying that all the purple gear will be his and no one else should take it. Meanwhile, a brutal battle to the death continues in this place, as Vincent's plan does not work out the way he wanted. The huge wolf demon dodged the attack and immediately attacked him, biting into his shoulder to immobilize him. Vincent feels the incredible damage his body is receiving, but at the same time he experiences a sudden surge of determination. Grabbing a sharpened piece of stick, he shouts that he will never leave this world miserable and prepares to strike. The giant monster doesn't have time to react, and Vincent accurately thrusts a sharpened stick right into his eye. The system immediately notifies him that he was able to deal a fatal blow to the wolf spirit, thereby finishing off the creature. Vincent watches the giant wolf corpse fall at his feet and stands frozen for a moment, unable to believe that he has succeeded. However, after a little while, he decides to catch his breath to regain his strength, and joy gradually flows into his body. A wicked smile spreads across his face, mixing with the blood coming from his lip, which was split during the fight. Convinced that he was indeed able to win this fight, he begins to scream loudly, uttering a victorious cry. At this time, Larry, who was sent to search for the remaining scavenger who could collect supplies, begins to approach him. He arrogantly remarks that apparently a lone horse was able to defeat a low-level wolf after all. After this, he grabs him by the clothes and asks if he really considers himself a hero, accusing him of attempting suicide. He also adds that they didn't come here to drag out his body, but Vincent only smiles. He reminds that once a person reaches the first level, he can join a combat group and even get a specialty that will change his life. However, to do this, you need to think about how to gain experience points, since 0 players cannot kill demon beasts. However, the hero finds a way to achieve this, risking his life for so many years to find someone wounded and finish them off. He waits day after day and gradually kills monsters, slowly but surely accumulating experience points to level up. Over the course of his time as a scavenger, he accumulates a solid amount of experience points, and this brings him to the current point. Once he kills the demon beast, he gains the final experience point needed to level up. Now he finally reaches 100% experience to level up and change his destiny. Vincent states with satisfaction that this was the only way to gain experience points, and he did not deviate from it one step. After this he smiles and says that finally his ideal conditions, which he had been waiting for so long, have been fulfilled. Larry looks at Vincent in shock, calls him a little shit, and asks if he was actually able to level up. Vincent feels an unprecedented surge of strength, and the system congratulates him on finally reaching level 1. However, this incredible triumph quickly disappears, as it turns out that he reaches the maximum level of the scavenger profession. Larry watches what is happening with undisguised surprise, as he did not expect such an unimpressive result. After a few moments, he finds it hard to hold back his laughter, and begins to choke right in front of Vincent. A moment later, he starts laughing openly, and says that he can't believe that even after reaching level 1, Vincent is still a garbage man. He apologizes, explaining that he simply can't help but laugh, noting that such a chance only comes once in a lifetime. But Vincent still remains a nobody. After this, he sternly states that his friends have long since left, so he will have to clean up everything here. Immediately after this, he turns to his comrades and says that his friends will not believe what he just saw. Vincent is left alone with his thoughts and looks at his hand, wondering if it's really worth it to remain a garbage man this late. He understands that if level 1 is the maximum, then he cannot use it to raise his equipment points. He also wonders what is special about this class, and finds that he perceives the world a little differently. Looking at the corpse of the demonic wolf, he notices that its remains are now starting to glow with a strange light. The system tells him that recyclable waste has been found, and asks if the body should be sent for recycling. Vincent immediately agrees, waiting with interest to see what happens next. A few moments later, a portal appears behind him, from which numerous hands immediately burst out, reaching for the remains of the wolf. Vincent looks around in shock, trying to figure out what it is, noting that he has never seen a garbage man with such abilities. Meanwhile, the hands grab the remains of the monster and slowly pull them towards themselves, while Vincent guesses that this is the peculiarity of the scavengers. Just a few seconds later, these hands drag the prey into the abyss, and Vincent notices that it looks quite creepy. A few moments later, he receives a notification that increased production is being processed. Vincent patiently waits for the processing to finish, after which he receives new notifications about the obtained loot. Mysterious hands belonging to an unknown deity hand him the skill of the Phantom Dash, as well as 3 points of equipment. Vincent is surprised that you can level up with such things and opens the system summary of his characteristics. Upon closer inspection of this ability, he discovers that he needs to have 3 points of dexterity to use it. Making a quick decision, he decides to convert equipment points into dexterity points to learn this skill. The system informs him that all the conditions for using the Phantom Dash have been met, and then asks if he wishes to learn this skill. Vincent quickly gives his consent, and a greenish flash of energy appears next to him, quickly enveloping his body. Vincent feels the energy filling him, simultaneously changing his consciousness and some physical parameters. However, the feeling of change quickly passes, and he opens his eyes, realizing that he has remained approximately the same as before. Vincent looks down at his arms and legs, wondering if that's all. Noting that nothing has changed outwardly, Larry yells loudly at the protagonist to get his ass over here, and Vincent replies that he's already on his way. With these words, he decides to try the Phantom Dash in action and takes off, leaving behind only wind and raised dust. His speed increases significantly, causing him to even scream in fear, not understanding how to react to approaching objects. Of course, having accelerated to such speeds for the first time, he does not notice a snag in the way and immediately crashes into it, losing his balance. The dull sound of a human body hitting a stone floor echoes through the air, and Vincent begins to groan from the minor but annoying injuries he has received. He wonders if there has never been a person before who could have this skill, and could do it the first time. The system immediately tells him that the Ghost Rush skill is now charging, and Vincent says that this doesn't surprise him. After this, he finally gets to his feet and decides to dust himself off so that his clothes look at least remotely acceptable. He also decides to look around to understand what kind of work he has to do at the moment. However, upon closer inspection, he immediately freezes in surprise, because now he has discovered something that he could not see before. The main character is immediately attracted by the huge number of killed wolves, which can be processed to obtain a considerable amount of loot. Vincent calls his mysterious companions and tells them that the scavengers are an incredibly cool class. Vincent begins recycling his loot, earning an incredible amount of gear points that can be spent on enhancing his body. After a while, the amount of gear points received for recycling decreases. Vincent also notes that he has not received any abilities. He wonders if he should recycle another monster to gain a new ability, and the mysterious hands gesture to him that he is right. Looking at his stats, he finds that he was able to earn 111 points, which can be distributed across all of his main skills. Vincent wonders which skill he should prioritize since he still doesn't know when he'll be able to score points again. He spends a few minutes analyzing what is happening, after which he realizes that in this situation, he has only one way out. He decides to distribute all the points he receives equally in order to be a jack of all trades. This puts all of his stats at level 20, which is quite impressive for a level 1 character. Meanwhile, the combat team continues to clear the floors, eliminating the werewolves one by one with their skills. However, these monsters are quite low level and do not pose a high threat, so they are destroyed quite quickly. The group leader approaches Larry with the conclusion that he did not know that a garbage man could level up and acquire such a profession. One of his partners says that 3 hidden professions are added every year, but the ranking of the most valuable vacancies never changes. Larry says that Vincent is level 1, and that is the maximum value, which means that almost nothing has changed. The leader of the group says that they don't have time to deal with this and need to move on. Looking around along the way, his comrades say they agree with him as they watch the hole in the ceiling gradually begin to narrow. Suddenly they hear a loud crash, and a huge number of roots suddenly burst out from under the concrete. The group's leader looks at this in surprise, noting that he did not expect something like this, and tries to understand what kind of strange monster this is. After a few moments, this terrible manifestation completes its appearance, and before them appear mutilated corpses that belong to people. The team leader says that the mission's target has been located, but the other soldiers are afraid, and wonder how something so big could fit in here. One of the fighters says that not even 2 days have passed since the transformation of the abyss, but everything looks as if they are already 10 years old. Another fighter says that they only encountered weak demon beasts, and this group was much stronger, but still failed. The group leader feels a strange touch, looks around, and everyone freezes, realizing that everything is not so simple here. Looking at the huge number of tree zombies arriving, he says that there are not only demon beasts living here, but also something more terrible. Meanwhile, the news reports that a void transformation has occurred in a shopping mall in one of the cities, and 27 people have gone missing. The group leader orders his comrades to get ready, as this fight will be much more difficult than the previous ones. The fighters begin to realize that they have been ambushed and are now surrounded, which means they will have to break through by force. Larry uses his fire powers to say that as soon as he wondered where the bodies were, they immediately came across them. He claims that the low-ranking demons lived here only to serve as bait for the real hell. A giant root located near them suddenly begins to move, causing a small earthquake. The group's leader turns around and says that they are now facing the final boss of this abyss, who is very dangerous. The system notifies them that they have encountered a poisonous abyssal plant, which is an A-class monster. Larry shouts to his comrades to keep their eyes peeled for any dangers that this monster may pose. He draws the attention of his comrades to the fact that the entire hunting party they just found has turned into very dangerous and active zombies. Vincent, meanwhile, goes about his usual work, working overtime and earning small bonuses for working overtime. The system informs him that he has earned an achievement for recycling 50 corpses, and he is very happy about it. A vortex from the abyss also appears next to him, preparing a reward for him. Vincent approaches it in anticipation. A few moments pass and he receives a regular heart-shaped necklace, as well as a regular dagger for fighting monsters. Vincent even tries to hide his disappointment and says that even the rewards for the garbage man are complete junk. However, he has no time to mourn the cruel irony of fate, as he hears a very loud roar. He turns around to see what the strange sounds were, and suddenly hears someone approaching him very quickly. He understands that either very advanced players or very dangerous monsters are moving at such speed. Vincent's instincts do not deceive him, because one of the missing hunters, who has now turned into a zombie, is indeed running towards him. Vincent feels horrified by what is happening, as he has never encountered a monster that looks so much like a human. However, his reflexes do not fail him, and he jumps to the side, avoiding a fatal blow that would otherwise have smashed him into the wall. The system notifies him that a dexterity skill called Great Dodge is being activated, causing him to do a few backflips. Vincent admits that this appearance scared him very much, and he already thought that he was finished. After this, he looks at his body and notes that, apparently, he has become much more agile due to the fact that he has pumped up his agility skills. Clenching his fist tightly, he realizes that, judging by everything, he really has become much faster and more agile. At that very moment, the zombie again rushes into attack to destroy the main character, but he manages to notice his movement. Within moments, the claws are millimeters from his face, and he makes the timely decision to dodge. If he had delayed even a split second, he would have definitely died. But at the moment, he still had a chance to get out of here. Vincent breaks the distance between himself and the evil zombie, looking closely at his opponent. He also realizes that he has not only become much more agile, but also feels much stronger than before. At the same moment, he activates the Ghost Dash skill to gain as much speed as possible and increase his strength. Taking aim, he says it's time to attack. The proud protagonist announces that this time the damage from him will be much greater, and sends the zombie flying with just one blow to the face. The system notifies him that he has used a strength skill, which has broken the enemy's defense and allowed him to deal full damage. Vincent wipes his face contentedly and says that by moving to the next level, he has become an incomparably stronger version of himself. The system also tells him that his intelligence skill allows him to find the enemy's weaknesses, no matter where they are. Looking at this zombie, he finds that it has a high level and its weak point is the neck. He also realizes that the creature is highly vulnerable to fire, while it begins to make strange sounds reminiscent of human speech. Moments later, the monster and Vincent rush towards each other to finally destroy each other once and for all. Vincent once again relies on his agility and manages to dodge the attack with deadly claws that can cut through flesh like a knife through butter. By making a well-timed tackle, he also saves himself from being tackled, which would have neutralized his ability to move quickly. Vincent continues to circle around his opponent, waiting for the right moment to strike at a vulnerable point. He realizes that this point is the enemy's weak point, and decides to summon his weapon to have a better chance of an instant kill. The zombie is still somewhat confused, causing Vincent to decide to use a simple dagger card, summoning it to his hand. He rushes forward and delivers a quick attack to his opponent's neck, causing the system to report that the opponent is bleeding. Vincent watches his opponent's behavior closely in order to deliver a few more blows if necessary. Fortunately, his blow is fatal enough to sever the root leading to the victim's brain, which is now completely immobilized. Vincent receives a system notification that he has killed the tree zombie, which falls to the ground and its true host finally rests in peace. Vincent feels the poison in the tree zombie's body hit his skin and replace his blood. However, this poison is rendered useless by the body's skills, which allow it to resist such substances. Vincent looks at his weapon with joy and says that he was finally able to deal with the enemy for the first time with unprecedented ease. The system asks him if he wants to send the zombie body for recycling, and Vincent almost immediately responds with a confident yes. The zombie's body is successfully processed, and Vincent receives a skill that grants him resistance to poisons and converts the poisoning effect into a positive one. Vincent wonders if this now means he can drink poisonous substances like water. Without thinking twice, he decides to use this card, which gives him 5 more equipment points that can be distributed among skills. Immediately after this, he takes out an item tainted with poison, which is extremely toxic and not recommended for consumption. Vincent decides to take advantage of his skill's effect, and then slowly uncorks a flask containing an extremely poisonous substance. He says he is extremely interested to see what will come of it, and cautiously takes a sip of the deadly poison. The system notifies him that, thanks to the poison resistance effect, the toxic effect has been converted into a healing one. His wounds are immediately healed. Vincent remembers that the better the intelligence is pumped up, the more weaknesses in the enemy he will be able to find, and decides to invest points in this characteristic. Thus, all the characteristics of the main character are at the 40 mark, in contrast to intelligence, which is pumped up to 50. However, his triumph is short-lived, as another small batch of tree zombies immediately appears behind him. Vincent turns slowly, wondering if he missed another monster during his sweep. However, what he saw made him immediately pull himself together and understand that now he needs to change his battle tactics. The reason is that he has now been discovered by a whole group of monsters that can destroy him in a matter of seconds. Vincent suggests that perhaps he should get away from here, but he is stopped by the words that hurt him earlier. He realizes that everyone treated him like he was a pathetic nobody and a completely useless piece of trash, but that's no longer the case. Vincent decides not to run away from these problems and grips his sword tighter, saying that he will show everyone who he really is. Calling upon his deity for help, he rushes forward, declaring that he will no longer allow anyone to look down on him. Meanwhile, the battle group continues to fight with other fighters who turned into zombies and fell in this battle. Zombies that were obtained from other fighters fight much more seriously than ordinary citizens who accidentally wandered here. The group's leader says that despite the fact that they are just corpses, they fight incredibly fiercely and strongly. He also understands that the carnivorous plant is still there and will have to be dealt with, but he still doesn't understand what to do with it. Realizing that they are outnumbered, he tells his team that they need to retreat immediately to regroup. Unfortunately, when retreating, they instantly lose one of their group members due to one of the fighters piercing him with his dagger. Another fighter also dies in battle with these monsters, and is immediately recycled into another brainless soldier. The group's leader tries to retreat with the surviving Larry, saying that these monsters are right on their heels. At a certain point, they reach the escalators, where the group captain pauses briefly to hold back the onslaught of these opponents. Larry continues to run away, thinking that he only came here for money and equipment, and it would be very stupid to die here. Looking at his captain, an eternal idea comes to his mind and he immediately casts a paralyzing spell in his direction. The captain turns to Larry and asks him what the hell he's doing, reminding him that they are on the same team. Larry claims that his actions are nothing personal and that his captain must sacrifice his life to stop these monsters. Immediately after this, he continues to run away, saying that he will pay for his funeral after he gets out of here. The captain tries to call out his offender who betrayed him, but he is immediately dealt several fatal blows. Larry reflects that he has nothing to lose by escaping, as he has collected a few items and will come up with an excuse for why the team died. However, after a while he bumps into Vincent and bounces to the side, losing his balance and quickly falling to the ground. Vincent looks at the man who spoke disparagingly of him, and realizes what he just did to save his pathetic life. Larry also looks up in surprise and doesn't believe what's happening, trying to understand how this man is still alive. Vincent asks him if he really just betrayed his captain just to escape without even trying to save him. Larry looks down slightly and discovers a huge number of monsters that are gradually being processed behind Vincent. He asks him if he really did all this, not believing his eyes and trying to understand how such a pathetic guy could kill so many zombies. However, a new plan is brewing in his cunning head, as he realizes that he cannot leave things as they are, because Vincent will give him away. After this, he takes a good swing and kicks Vincent, telling him that he should feed himself to these creatures to become stronger. However, due to the fact that Vincent has significantly upgraded his skills, this weak blow is blocked, and the move itself ends up in the direction of the attacker. Larry feels incredible pain and falls to the ground, after which he asks his opponent what he did, calling him a piece of trash on legs. Vincent calls Larry a scumbag, and adds that being a traitor is even worse than being a pathetic piece of trash. Immediately after this, he makes a hand gesture for his deity to point his hands towards Larry. Larry tries to escape but is quickly grabbed by the legs and dragged into the abyss to be processed. The system informs him that the recycling process has been started, but Larry's body is still not sucked into the abyss. After a few moments, the deity's hands make a negative gesture, and the system notifies him that this garbage cannot be recycled. Vincent kneels down wearily and says that sometimes you just have to get rid of trash because you can't even recycle it properly. The system informs the protagonist about the improvement of the garbage processing skill and offers him a card of 3-minute experience of the Spellmaster. Vincent says that this gift came at a very opportune time for him, and agrees to rework these skills and obtain them. Immediately after this, he uses the card and his body is filled with new energy as he gains the skills that Larry had. The system tells him that he has all the stats needed to cast spells while the monsters continue to arrive. Vincent watches the approaching armada of tree zombies, preparing to put his new skills to the test. Vincent tries to recreate the technique of using the fireball from memory, after which he folds his fingers in a special way. A few moments later, huge streams of energy burst from his hand, which are transformed into a powerful explosion. This explosion is so powerful that it shatters the glass on the entire floor and causes a small earthquake. Once the aftermath of the explosion clears, Vincent sees a huge pile of ash left behind by the enemies who rushed towards him. He screams desperately that he wanted to recycle his opponents, but now all that remains of them is a pile of ashes. Meanwhile, one of the surviving undead, armed with twin daggers, appears behind him and prepares to deliver the fatal blow. However, Vincent realizes the impending danger in time and prepares to dodge. At the last moment, he makes a quick jump to prevent serious damage and turns around in midair. The monster is also preparing to attack again and not give its opponent a single chance of survival. Vincent reacts to his opponent's behavior much more calmly, since he has already become accustomed to fighting them. Dodging the deadly attacks of this assassin, he summons his simple dagger to be able to kill his opponent. They attack each other simultaneously and block them by crossing their swords at the right moment. Vincent realizes that he can't continue like this for long, as his close combat skills are poor. He quickly looks back at the dead group captain and realizes that he will have to use the remains of this fighter to gain skills. He says that it would be terrible if this thing were to rise again, so it needs to be recycled as quickly as possible. Quite quickly, the deity gives him a golden shield, thanks to which he can defend himself from attacks from a certain side. Vincent immediately decides to gain an advantage in a fight with an opponent who does not have much protection. Immediately after this, he decides to rush forward to block his opponent's counterattack and simultaneously respond with a sword strike. Using a clever tactical move, he manages to emerge from this situation unharmed, cutting off his opponent's head in the process. Vincent freezes in place, watching as the zombie's head falls to the ground and his body collapses, losing all signs of life. Vincent apologizes to the unfortunate hunter who fell victim to this terrible monster and says that he will have to be recycled as well. Immediately after his deity puts another zombie to rest, he receives a dagger mastery card that greatly improves his skills. Vincent can now wield a dagger as if he were an assassin, and also gains immunity to piercing attacks. Out of nowhere, a huge number of tree zombies appear again, rushing forward in the hopes of tearing Vincent apart. However, our brave hero rushes forward, thinking that being a garbage man is not so bad, because you can constantly get unique skills. Determination fills his body completely, and he prepares to fight an enemy that outnumbers him, just to get out of here alive. He also recalls the mission, which stated that if they did not deliver the bodies of the dead group, the mission would be considered a failure. Nevertheless, he decides to continue the battle, defeating one opponent after another and gaining more and more new skills. After some time, an unknown person contacts one of the organizations and says that he does not fully understand the rules of this game. He is asked if they found the bodies of the Falcon Squad or not, to which he replies that he found them. However, the bodies had already been processed. They ask him what this word means, to which he explains that there was a young man there, judging by his amazing abilities. According to this unknown person, this man has abilities that allowed him to drag the bodies of the entire group into the abyss to devour them. This man turns out to be Larry, who decides to contact a special agency to come up with his own version of what happened. The chief goes into the interrogation room on his own to clear himself and provide himself with a stable alibi. The staff inform him that he is the only survivor, and that the person he is talking about does not exist. They also add that when they found him, his level was down to level 1, and Larry states that the same person reworked his abilities. Larry tries to explain himself by claiming that the man was the trash man, but immediately realizes how stupid that sounds. He is told that he has a high level of abyssal energy contamination, and that is why he may have hallucinations. Vincent, meanwhile, after what happened, decides to sell all the magic crystals on the black market, but receives only a third of the price. Despite such a high tax on the black market, he barely has enough money to pay off the debts he has. Vincent also realizes that he needs to keep a low profile, as he has awakened to a hidden profession and will now be studied if caught. Vincent decides to make as much money as he can while he is still free, no matter the cost. Thus, he finds himself in another battle group, which announces that they are going to go to a new abyssal portal that has just appeared. The distributor says he needs the bravest and strongest people, and Vincent steps forward, claiming he might be suitable for the role. He is asked what level he is, and he reluctantly admits that he is a level 1 scavenger, surprising everyone around him. The distributor starts laughing sincerely, saying that such a loser can only have courage, after which he recommends that he go away. Vincent muses that this is precisely his plan, because by sneaking in somewhere as a sidekick, he can discreetly process the corpses. However, suddenly an unknown girl intervenes in the matter, who in a commanding voice demands that the distributor release Vincent. Everyone instantly recognizes this girl, as she is the daughter of a famous family and has just awakened to her God-chosen profession. This girl's name is Emily. Despite the distributor's warning, she says she needs more people for the numbers. The distributor's face immediately changes, informing them that they are only here to protect her and will follow her orders. Vincent is glad that everything worked out, and understands that this is not the first time he has had to play the role of a complete non-entity. However, looking at Emily, he feels like he has seen her somewhere before, and wonders when they might have met in the past. After some time, his memory prompts him with an answer, and he is transported to events that took place about 2 years ago. This girl fought alongside him and was defeated in a battle with a monster that she almost finished off. Vincent came to her aid and dealt the monster a fatal blow, gaining another point of incredibly valuable experience. Even though this monster was terrifying and scary, Vincent still risks his life to save his ally and improve himself. Emily asks him if he really is a scavenger, wondering how he was able to kill such a serious monster. In response to this, Vincent proudly shouts that this is his first time he was able to kill such a monster and get another experience point. After that, he asks her if she is okay, to which the girl replies that she has heard about the possibility of raising the level in this way, but has not met a single daredevil who would decide to do it. She asks if he is really trying to gain experience points this way, and also asks why he is doing it. Vincent does not hide his motives and immediately tells her that he is doing this solely for the money, which he really needs. Emily honestly admits that she doesn't believe a single word of it, as she considers it too risky a way to earn experience points. Vincent reminds his interlocutor that she is lucky with her profession, and says that she cannot even imagine how others have to survive. He also reveals that she has no team, and when she encounters demons, she simply charges at them, acting completely recklessly. He asks her what she wants to achieve, and Emily states that she wants to become stronger and be the first to conquer this dangerous place. Right after this, Emily asks him why he really wants to change his profession and why he is taking so many risks for this. Vincent decides to tell her that he is actually doing this for the sake of his family, since his primary goals are to protect his relatives. Emily is very inspired to hear such a noble goal and asks her interlocutor what his name is. Vincent, after thinking for a bit, tells her his real name, also seeing in his interlocutor a very worthy person to whom he is not ashamed to open up. Emily also introduces herself and expresses her confidence that Vincent will one day be able to change his profession, and once that happens, he can join her. With these words, she extends her hand to him so that they can seal their promise with the traditional handshake. Vincent, hearing this proposal, realizes that they need to try as hard as possible, and Emily states that she already has 30 monsters on her account, so Vincent must catch up. After some time, her guards make their way into these dungeons, who immediately call out to her and try to drive Vincent away. Taking him by the arms, they talk about how their boss became furious and almost broke their necks when he saw that his precious daughter had run away into the depths of the abyss. Emily got her bearings at the last moment and threw a small stone to the protagonist, telling him to catch it. Vincent easily catches the abyssal crystal and looks at it carefully, realizing that it is quite a valuable thing. Emily smiles at him sincerely and tells him that this is his first reward for showing incredible bravery and finishing off the giant monster. Vincent turns to the side and walks towards the exit of the dungeon, waving his hand at her as a sign that he is very grateful and appreciative of her. His dreamy thoughts are interrupted by one of the group members, who taps him on the back of the head and tells him that he should not stand rooted to the spot. Vincent smiles and says he'll try his best not to drag the others down, while Emily calmly looks around. It is quite obvious that over such long periods of separation, the girl has forgotten about him and does not recognize him the first time, which is why she reacts so distantly. After a while, she orders the others to move forward to head out and conquer this dungeon. Vincent also follows his partners, thinking that this time he also plans to earn some money and return from the dangerous place alive. The last time he came out of the abyss, he had mastered the golden shield skill as well as the dagger skill, but that was the only thing he got as a bonus. Among other things, he has the ability of Berserk, which is very useful for a person who often travels through the abyss. In addition, he managed to defeat the boss of the abyss and take the reward, which is no less valuable a gift. By destroying a giant dam and one plant, he gains the ability to supergenerate, which allows him to instantly restore his health. Thanks to his fantastic versatility, Vincent can now choose any profession. He will have absolutely no disadvantages. Vincent evenly distributes all the extra points, of which there are quite a lot, because he completely recycled everything that was suitable for this last time. On the sides, it allows you to use the all-seeing window skill to gain additional perception parameters. Assessing his allies, he discovers that the warrior has only 12 strength points, while Vincent's is already over 100. Meanwhile, he follows his comrades, not wanting to show off his incredible skills unless absolutely necessary. After a while, the ground begins to shake, and Vincent, realizing that most likely something terrible lives in these walls, becomes wary. The comrades turn around, wondering what that was, trying to figure out if another monster is trying to get behind them. Vincent quickly puts the brick back in and says that this underground structure is somehow unstable, after which he chuckles. Suddenly, one of the fighters tells his comrades that he found a chest, which is quite a rarity. He quickly discovers that the chest is high level, meaning they won't be able to open it without a dagger master. Vincent takes a few steps forward and says that he can try to open this chest, since he has certain skills. His fellow housemates decide not to interfere with him and let him go ahead, after which he quickly begins to pick the lock. It only takes a few seconds and he successfully opens the chest, thinking about how incredibly easy it was to break into this structure. His comrade says that only a dagger master above level 4 can pick locks, to which he replies that scavengers are also capable of doing that. One of the fighters says that they will share the contents of this chest after the mission, after which the squad heads forward. A few moments later, he stops one of his partners, saying that there appears to be something dangerous ahead. Taking a few steps forward, he throws a pebble forward, which bounces off the walls several times. Within seconds, the walls begin to move, revealing razor-sharp spikes before rapidly collapsing. The partner asks the main character if he is really a newbie, to which he replies that he is an experienced garbage man and has often come across such traps. Emily continues to watch him but still doesn't say a word, and from the outside it may seem that she is deeply immersed in her thoughts. The rest of the group are very impressed by Vincent's skills, while he muses that he saw through the traps due to his heightened intelligence. One of the players hands him a reward, which is a broken head that can only be used in the first level. Vincent thinks about how his allies still think he's pretty useless, then continues on his journey, and they find themselves in a large room. The system tells them that they have entered a reward room, which contains no monsters, only great rewards for overcoming the traps. Emily says that it is too early to rejoice, since it could be a trap, while the warrior states that of all the rewards here, the only one he sees is a stone slab. Without thinking twice, he takes the slab out of the bowl in which it was steaming and says that they can turn around and go home. After a few moments, a fountain of blood begins to gush out from this cup, and the system notifies everyone that the blood test is about to begin. Emily calls her ally an idiot, saying that this is not a room number, but a regular trap designed for fools. Quite quickly, the bloody nightmare emerges from the dense fog, which is a terrible creature with incredible strength. Emily opens her inventory and takes out her weapon, advising the others to prepare for a withdrawal to destroy this monster. Within moments, they find themselves surrounded by various monsters that are the minions of the bloody nightmare. Vincent muses that he only needs to fight at 25% of his strength to avoid revealing his secret. To do this, he uses a ring he recently found, which allows the wearer to choose how much their stats will be reduced. Of course, the reduction in characteristics is only temporary, so there is no need to worry about our hero. As the monsters begin to approach the group, Vincent decides to use the scavenger spirit skill to raise his stats. The rest of the team joins the fight as best they can, and fight back against the creatures of the nightmare. Emily also easily deals with her opponents, after which she turns towards Vincent and is surprised by his incredible success. The thing is, he managed to destroy the nightmare spawn in just one hit, even with reduced stats. Emily watches Vincent closely as one of the monsters decides to attack her, taking advantage of her agility. However, the monster has no idea how serious the opponent is that has come here, as Emily's reaction is at its highest level. Without moving from her spot, she makes a swift and deadly swing with her sword to cut down her opponent. Berserker wonders what is happening to these monsters, noting that they are blown to pieces with just one hit. He says that all of this seems incredibly suspicious to him, while the other monsters continue their onslaught. After a few moments, the nightmare creatures begin to take on human form in order to mimic the abilities of their opponents. Each death of such a creature actually feeds it with experience, thanks to which they only become stronger. The girl with magical powers praises the berserker, saying that he fights very well. However, after a few moments, their joy turns to surprise and fear as another nightmare creature appears out of nowhere. The berserker wonders what the hell is going on when suddenly the nightmare spawn strikes quickly and cuts off his arm. A moment later, a shrill scream pierces the air from the berserker, who is trying to cope with the incredible pain that is piercing his body. Some of the heroes lose hope as even beheading it does no good, and the thing turns out to be indestructible. The monster is about to finish off the berserker with one clear blow that should cut in half anyone who stands in its way. The warrior is already preparing to meet his fate and accept his death, but suddenly the blow of this monster stops. Emily jumps on the beast and quickly freezes it, commenting on how some allies are incredibly helpless. She prepares to destroy the Blood Nightmare's creation, and says that this enemy does not pose a threat. She will scold her allies, saying that they are too pathetic, and it is a shame that she went into the dungeon next to such worthless people. Oh, having destroyed the spawn of Nightmare, she calls her allies pathetic trash. Yet, despite her self-importance, the Blood Nightmares continue to respawn as if nothing had happened to them. The sorceress says that these creatures are too fast, and she does not have time to cast a spell to destroy them all. Vincent states that if the sword is useless against them, then it is better to finish them off on the spot with another spell, and rushes forward. After preparing himself properly, he decides to use the Big Bang skill to conquer a huge area at once. The sorceress says that the Big Bang is a spell that is cast at a higher level, and is difficult to cast so quickly. She also asks herself how a first-level player is able to achieve such outstanding results. Meanwhile, the Bloody Nightmare still remains undefeated, and continues to rise again to destroy the trespassers. Several of the creature's minions rush forward to sink their razor-sharp teeth into Vincent's body. Vincent lets them get closer, then lets out a battle cry that instantly stops them, albeit for a very short time. The Blood Nightmare's creatures are shocked and remain frozen in place for a time, stunned. Vincent, meanwhile, rushes forward, entering a berserker state that doubles his speed and strength. Using punches, he crushes yet another handful of opponents with incredible ease and grace. Despite this, he finds that the pieces of his opponents that were left behind by his blow are beginning to come back together. He turns back and realizes that this time the creature has decided to transform into something more expressive. In a few seconds, a huge block, several tens of meters high, appears in front of him. The sorceress looks at this monster in surprise, wondering what is wrong with this monster and why it has become so big. Vincent suggests that these monsters have gathered into one large creature to deal with them all at once. The sorceress states that this monster is too strong for this location, as the creature is now a royal-level creature. Vincent talks about how Bloody Nightmare can imitate its opponent and wonders who the king-rank monster is imitating. Meanwhile, the blood giant stretches out his hand forward to grab the annoying opponent and crush him. The force of this blow is simply incredible and causes a small earthquake. However, the main character somehow miraculously manages to dodge this attack and jump back to a safe distance. Vincent assumes that, apparently, this monster decided to imitate him, which means that dealing with it will be extremely problematic. Emily shows her confidence and rushes forward, recommending that the others step aside. She claims that she will deal with this monster without any problems and destroy it in just a few minutes. Bloody Nightmare turns his attention to Emily and prepares to attack again, but the girl decides to take the initiative. Emily runs forward quickly, dodging her opponent's attacks and jumping onto his body as quickly as possible. It doesn't take more than a few moments before she jumps into the air to get the perfect angle for her attack. Bloody Nightmare looks at his opponent and realizes that he won't have time to make any additional efforts to knock her down. All he can do is try to defend himself, and that's what keeps her from hitting him right in the head. Vincent continues to watch his ally with surprise and admiration, noting that she was able to freeze his claw with incredible ease. However, this is clearly not enough to send a monster like the Bloody Nightmare to the next world. Readying itself for another decisive attack, the monster lunges forward to grab Emily and neutralize her. Emily looks at her opponent in surprise, realizing that she did not expect such incredible durability, cunning, and dexterity from the Bloody Nightmare. She tries to block the direction of the blow with her weapon, causing her sword to bounce to the side, and she herself only miraculously manages to catch it. However, her balance is strong enough to keep it and land softly on her feet. She continues to carefully analyze her opponent and understands that this will not work, and she urgently needs to change tactics. She recalls that not long ago the guards told her that they had detected the energy of this mud, which was extremely unstable. They asked her if she was sure she wanted to go there alone, adding that it would be much easier with allies. Emily said at that moment that her goal was to conquer the place that was the highest level of the Abyss Tower. However, she reflected that her progress was still not high enough, and she was hopelessly behind her older siblings. The girl prepares to repel another attack from her enemy, and understands that there is one simple truth. From her point of view, if he has difficulty in cleaning up without this, she is not worthy of her great family name, which bears incredible pride. The monster tries to make another devastating attack to crush its opponent in the blink of an eye. However, none of this works for him, as Emily creates a special frost shield that has incredible strength. Vincent continues to watch what is happening without interfering, as per Emily's request. At this moment, the Ice Swordswoman herself calls upon a special power that helps her strengthen her abilities and increase her performance. Moments later, she drops the frost flag to the ground to increase her speed, including that of her allies, by 50%. The ground that touches the wooden flagpole immediately begins to freeze and spread in different directions, thus demonstrating incredible strength. A little later, a huge ice wave appears from Emily's side, which immediately absorbs the Bloody Nightmare, who did not have time to dodge it. The huge monster turns into an ice statue in the blink of an eye. But Emily realizes that the battle is not over yet, and now she needs to deliver the final blow. Rushing forward, she realizes that if the ice doesn't kill the monster, it will at least hold it off long enough for her to launch a series of attacks. Without a second thought, she rushes forward to perform a comet strike and deal a crushing defeat to this giant. Vincent continues to watch what is happening and says that he did not expect to see the power of God's chosen profession. He also wonders who will be stronger after all, while Emily realizes that her incredibly strong attack still has no effect. Emily's self-confidence and arrogance are indeed at a high level, which cannot be said about her fighting skills. Despite her best efforts, she was unable to cause any serious damage to the Blood Nightmare, leaving the monster still in full combat readiness. The giant monster attacks again, seeking revenge for the obvious insult it has just suffered. Emily continues to dodge the swift attacks and ponders how her strength still cannot compare to that of her siblings, and she begins to insult herself, realizing that she is the owner of a great family name, but still feels like an outcast and the weakest link. Words flash through the warrior's mind that she is a disgrace to the family, and should not leave the house because it is too dangerous without her. Emily realizes that to stop this from happening, she must become stronger, even if she has to start from an easier place. She confidently declares that she must deal with this monster herself, no matter what, to prove to herself that she is worthy. Thus, she manages to overcome her opponent's resistance and deliver a powerful blow to her enemy. However, her sword breaks. Vincent is surprised by such a sharp change in the balance of power and understands that now his ally will have a hard time. Emily herself understands that she has driven herself into a very uncomfortable position, because of which she can now not dodge the attack. Bloody Nightmare immediately decides to take advantage of this and delivers a powerful attack on the girl who came too close. Emily feels incredible pain that permeates her entire body, and hopes that someone will come to her aid in this difficult moment. The sorceress assumes that the Bloody Nightmare has just killed Emily, and suggests running to save her life. Meanwhile, Nightmare prepares to deal with her opponent and takes out her other hand to deliver a crushing blow. Vincent, realizing that he needs to prevent the irreparable and disrupt his rival's plans, acts decisively. He lunges forward, extending his arms to cast fire magic and interrupt the enemy's attack. The sorceresses and other members of the battle group look in surprise at the giant piece of the monster that falls towards them. It's only by a miracle that they manage to run to the side and discover that the Bloody Nightmare has lost his arm, as if it had been cut off. Emily quickly comes to her senses and gets to her feet to look around and figure out what she needs to do. However, her attention is immediately drawn to Vincent, as he was able to impress this queen with his powers. Meanwhile, the main character himself rushes forward to continue distracting the monsters and give his allies time to regroup. He also uses the skills from the Seeing Eye to find weak points in his opponent's body and take advantage of them. Vincent muses that if this monster reaches the royal level, it will be able to survive under any circumstances and lose all meaning. At this point, he lights a ring that lowers his stats, realizing that there is no point in holding back since their lives depend on it. With his full strength restored, he uses another fireball skill to deal massive damage to his enemy. The Bloody Nightmare rushes towards its opponent to seize them with its jaws. Vincent continues to maneuver, dodging one after another to delay his opponent and wear him down. The sorceress says that Vincent is incredibly fast and acts as if he is not a garbage man, but some kind of extra-class player. Vincent, meanwhile, continues to masterfully dodge every attack his opponent throws at him. With incredible grace, he lands on his feet, then takes an extra sideways jump to avoid area damage. He realizes that once he can find the Blood Nightmare's weak spot, they will all be saved. At this point, he sends several fire blasts into his opponent's body at once to find the weak spot. Vincent reflects with disappointment that no matter what part he blows up, it still grows back, and he still hasn't noticed any weak spots on his body. After a few moments, the idea occurs to him that perhaps this creature is being controlled remotely, and he turns to his comrades. He asks them to kick him a stone tablet that was in the blood bowl and contained some data. Taking proper aim, the warrior kicks the tablet towards him so that it reaches its target accurately. The system notifies Vincent that he has passed the intelligence test and says that by deciphering the ancient spell, he will be able to lift the curse. Vincent only has time to read this much before the Bloody Nightmare suddenly decides to intervene and reaches out with his hand to grab the stone slab. Without thinking twice, he immediately sends this slab into his mouth, and it immediately disappears into his jaws. An eerie glow begins to emanate from his body, and the system reports that the Bloody Nightmare has entered invincible mode. Emily wonders what happened and why the monster froze, to which Vincent replies that they are in big trouble. The protagonist states that now this monster has entered an invincible mode, which means that its skills have been significantly enhanced. Emily finally decides to approach him and says he looks familiar, asking if they could have met somewhere before. Vincent looks at her in surprise and says that they met 2 years ago in business, and back then he was a garbage man who earned experience points. He also states that Emily witnessed him gain his first experience point in his life, and Emily remembers everything. She says that she has now remembered everything and tries to guess the name of the main character, calling him William, after which he corrects her. She kindly says that she had no idea that he would already be able to replace the profession. Vincent smiles and says that he is now a level 1 scavenger thanks to being able to accumulate the required amount of experience. Emily looks closely at her comrade and realizes that he has risked his life and accumulated points time and time again. She also notes that this is why he became so strong, and if you think about it, he even surpasses her in strength. Emily smiles and then says that even after all that effort, his profession doesn't sound very scary or cool. Afterwards, she recovers her sword, saying that the tablet will circulate inside Bloody Nightmare's body and she can freeze him. She also suggests a plan where she freezes the body while Vincent tries to find the tablet to retrieve it. Vincent says that one head is good, then holds out his fist to her, saying that they can defeat this monster together. Emily looks at the lucid Vincent and realizes that he has a fighting spirit that she can respect. After this, she extends her fist to him with a smile, saying that everything will work out if he doesn't get in her way with his feet. Other members of the battle group say that they may not be as strong, but they are still ready to fight to the end. Vincent praises his allies for their enthusiasm and says that they should go together, and that way they will definitely get out alive. Meanwhile, Nightmare is almost done with his transformation procedure and is preparing for battle to destroy his enemies. Vincent analyzes his opponent and says they have 5 seconds before he goes into invincible mode, otherwise it will be a real massacre. After this, he states that these 30 seconds are their last hope, and they must return alive, no matter what. Berserker, watching what is happening, slowly repeats the last words he heard from the lips of the protagonist. Immediately after this, he raises the morale of himself and his allies, saying that they will definitely return alive. Emily also receives this major boost, feeling her weakness completely disappear and her regeneration rate increase by 15%. She turns away as Vincent continues to celebrate with his comrades, recharging himself with the incredible atmosphere of camaraderie. Emily smiles, realizing that even garbage men, who at first glance are just pathetic bugs, should not be underestimated. After this, she reunites with her squad and orders the soldier to monitor the monster's fury and keep it on him. The warrior immediately attracts the giant Bloody Nightmare's attention by giving it the middle finger to further insult it. This action is quite bold, especially considering the incredible size of the Bloody Nightmare that has been growing all this time. Compared to this monster, even a 2-meter berserker seems like just a bug, capable of nothing but being crushed. Emily, however, does not lose hope and asks the sorceress to target the enemy's regrown claws and cover Vincent. The girl decides to use a special spell to restore her mana and increase its potential. Immediately after this, she concentrates properly and releases several energy beams towards the enemy. The Bloody Nightmare feels the numerous damages that its body receives and begins to gradually dissolve. Vincent says that the stone tablet will help end the trial, but if it is destroyed by the fireball, the trial will never end. Emily takes this information into account and asks him what they should do in this case. Vincent realizes that it is time to act with maximum determination and says that he can take out this monster with one hand. Emily guesses what he's getting at, realizing that this is pure madness, laced with incredible risk. She asks him if he really wants to go back into that monster's stomach and get that tablet himself. Vincent is preparing for this incredible challenge and says it is exactly what he wanted to do. Emily tries to figure out how desperate this man is that he decided that jumping into the mouth of a giant monster was a good idea. However, she realizes that they have no other choice and turns to the shooter, ordering him to aim at the roof above the monster's head. She also says that they need to make a ladder so they can get out, and the archer immediately accepts this command. Without thinking twice, he fires a quick shot that is destructive enough to cause a collapse. The bloody nightmare tries to return after this attack, but did not realize that he was not the target of this shot. Emily rushes forward, saying that she will freeze the lower half of this enemy's torso to help her team. Vincent says that he agrees with this course of action, after which he asks to leave everything else to him personally. How they both rush forward, simultaneously twisting and rushing towards the attacks of the bloody nightmare. The monster senses that the heroes have united against him and tries to make one last attempt to deal with them. In a desperate attempt to destroy Vincent, he launches several tentacles forward at once, each blow of which proves meaningless. After recovering from all the attacks, Vincent reflects that his regenerative abilities are quite useful. Thanks to it, he can patch up minor wounds, which means that minor injuries are not at all scary to him. Emily, meanwhile, takes a vantage point near the giant creature's feet and creates another frost flag. A moment later, she releases an icy wave to freeze the lower torso of this giant monster. Vincent blurs the air and Emily yells at him that he should aim for the chest, as it will be much easier to hit the bullseye. Vincent understands that he will not be able to carry out his plans, since he is still not fast and agile enough. To overcome these barriers, he comes out of his berserk state, thereby increasing his speed by 20. He also instantly uses the poison resistance skill and drinks a slow potion. Thanks to the power of his skills, these effects are instantly reversed, causing the slow potion to speed up our hero. After this, he rushes forward at incredible speed, saying that now is his finest hour. The bloody nightmare is only trying to close itself off from this attack in the hopes of escaping the cunning plan that will guarantee its destruction. Vincent continues to approach his opponent, but at the last moment he makes a surprise attack with his tentacles. Vincent only has time to swear loudly before blocking the attack with his hands, only partially reducing the damage to himself. Emily looks at her ally in surprise, realizing that their grand plan was just destroyed in the blink of an eye. Vincent flies to the side and hopes that he can somehow soften his fall. He is tired and says that despite the fact that this was his finest hour, he failed miserably, despite the effort he put in. He also states that more could not be expected from a garbage man who thought that everything could work out. However, he continues to smile and says that it is not over yet, and he has every chance to win. As he falls down, he calls upon his deity, saying that he needs to activate his recycling ability. He also states that he is offering something completely new as a subject for recycling, something that has never existed before. Rushing downwards, he declares that he himself will now become an object of processing, sacrificing himself to his deity. A huge number of hands immediately appear from under the ground, preparing to lift their prey and drag it into the abyss. The bloody nightmare watches what is happening in surprise, realizing that he has never seen such a terrible deity from the depths of the abyss. Emily and the other comrades wonder what the hell this is and where these hands suddenly came from. The system informs the protagonist that it is impossible to recycle a living organism and cancels the operation. Vincent says that if it can't be recycled, then it should be thrown into the trash with all the force you have. In doing so, he gives a command to the hands of the abyss that hold him, so that they throw him in the indicated direction, giving a second chance. After some time, the deity launches the protagonist with incredible force towards the bloody nightmare, giving him a chance to make his way. Using his incredible speed, as well as the unimaginable amount of momentum he has built up, he punches right through the monster. Along with this, he takes the stone manuscript, which contains the necessary texts to interrupt this test. He lands on the ground, while the body of the bloody nightmare is temporarily paralyzed and shatters into several pieces. Without thinking twice, he begins to decipher these texts, pronouncing strange words that are incomprehensible to any person with an intelligence below 50. The system notifies him that he has finally passed the blood test, after which the body of the bloody nightmare begins to catch fire and dissolve into thin air. Other members of the group say that what happened really surprised them and they still can't believe that they were able to do it. Emily looks around, constantly wondering if they really won this hard-fought battle. Their level instantly increases, and the sorceress and the other warrior joyfully shout that they have finally reached the top. Their skills also increase significantly, and they have time to enjoy themselves a little. Emily also gains enough experience to level up, become even stronger, and thus take a step towards greatness. Vincent remains at the same level he was at, receiving a notification that he has already reached the maximum level and cannot upgrade. In the place where the huge bloody nightmare just lay, a huge chest appears, which glows with a legendary glow. When they get closer, the heroes open the chest, and several extremely high-ranking reward cards fly out of it. Vincent catches one of these cards in his hand, after which he decides to carefully examine what he earned for defeating this monster. He sees that he is now offered a sword that has very impressive damage stats, but requires level 10 to wield. Vincent angrily states that his level cannot exceed 1, so he cannot use this weapon. Looking at all his rewards, he realizes that they are extremely valuable artifacts, but he cannot use them due to the level restriction. Emily says that since Vincent was the man who defeated the bloody nightmare, it is up to him to decide how they distribute the reward. Vincent takes his ally aside for a moment and tells her that he has something very important to tell her. After some time, a huge number of special agents appear near the portal, looking closely at the shimmering energy. One of them demands to contact headquarters and prepare to send a rescue team to evacuate the priority target. After a few moments, the gate begins to waver, and the staff hear Emily's voice saying that there is no need for this squad. A few seconds later, she herself emerges from this portal, leading the rest of the squad members, who proudly walk behind her. One of the guards looks happily at his mistress, saying that they were already worried, waiting for the moment when she would return. Correspondents say that nothing else was expected from Emily's family, since she was already able to clean up without difficulty, despite the serious rank of danger. Emily pushes her security guard away and begins posing for the cameras, saying that there is nothing she can't handle. After that, he smiles and says that in the end, she is a C-class hunter who is capable of defeating even greater monsters. For a few moments, we are transported back in time to the moment of that very conversation between Emily and Vincent. Vincent offered to sell her all these cards, saying that he would give her a discount out of friendship, and everything would come to 500 magic crystals. Emily agreed to this with surprise, to which he added that he also asked her to pretend that he had never been there and that she had done this cleanup herself. Emily was very surprised by such a demand from this man, but she quickly agreed, realizing that there was nothing wrong with it. Vincent also advised them to leave first, saying that he would catch up with them later since he still had things to do. Emily went about her business, thinking that Vincent seemed to want her to remain in his debt in some way. However, she decides that there is nothing wrong with repaying the person who helped her complete this test for his service. Vincent, meanwhile, is left alone with this strange stone slab and tries to figure out what can be done with it. Studying it carefully, he extends his hand towards it to summon the being that is inside this tablet. After a few moments, a small clot of energy appears from the cracks that are inside this stone slab. Vincent smiles, realizing that in front of him is none other than a surviving part of a bloody nightmare that miraculously managed to escape. He says that even such a pathetic creature as a nightmare would not want to be like trash and allows others to step on him. With these words, he extends his hand and offers the bloody nightmare to become his strength. The creature agrees and finds itself lifted into the air. The system tells him that the bloody nightmare has been successfully processed, after which the hands of the abyssal scavenger stretch forward. Moments later, Vincent is rewarded with an ability called Nightmare Body, which allows him to summon a clone of his host. Vincent understands that thanks to this ability, he will be able to create his own doubles at times when the situation requires it. He smiles and says that he can't wait to use this ability, and then rushes towards the exit of the dungeon. After a while, he finds himself in a fairly well-lit building, and can rest a little, and even order some food for himself. While the rest of the villagers are enjoying their sunny day, Vincent is busy with important calculations, thinking about how he should behave. He carefully checks his inventory to see which items might be of value to him, and which ones are best thrown away. He also reflects on the fact that he gave Emily all the equipment that required a high level, and now he will definitely not attract attention. After thinking for a while, he realizes that the scavengers are so inconspicuous that no one would notice if he started selling these items secretly. However, he comes to the comforting conclusion that no one would buy the garbage man's goods anyway. One way or another, he decides to process all the goods he has in his inventory to get something worthwhile. The system informs him that the equipment has been reworked, and he now has one standard point. Vincent tries to understand what just happened, and looks closely at the tutorial prompts that appeared in front of him. The system tells him that he has access to the recycling skill, and the standard point can be used to upgrade and create items. Vincent wonders if he should follow these hints, while the system recommends that he upgrade a regular dagger for 5 points. Vincent goes into painstaking calculations to figure out exactly what he needs to rework in order to get the required number of points. Once he has processed the required amount of junk, he puts 5 universal points into his dagger, thus fully repairing and upgrading it. Vincent smiles and realizes that this way he has gained access to the ability to infinitely upgrade his weak weapon. The system congratulates him on completing the training and recommends choosing either a magic potion that restores mana or a stat boost. Vincent reflects on the fact that he doesn't need to level up his attributes right now, but he might have problems with mana. He understands that many unprepared guys often run out of mana and have to go back before they find the boss's lair. Vincent immediately selects the potion. The system congratulates him and informs him that he has learned to restore items. The system also says that to restore greenery, he needs 6 points in any capacity. Vincent ponders the fact that glasses are needed to prepare greens, but he still can't figure out what the container is for. Without thinking twice, he turns to the cook and asks him for a few empty glasses for his own use. A few minutes later, he sits down at the table, holding 3 empty liquid containers in front of him. After quickly processing the trash, he realizes that the next step is now regeneration, and a strange icon appears above his head. Vincent looks closely at these icons, wondering if this is a mini-game that he must win. Some time passes, which Vincent spends trying to get the best possible results in this mini-game. As a result of the mini-game, he filled several containers at once with a large amount of mana potion. Vincent takes one of the containers and says that it looks strange, but is quite usable. Quite quickly, he decides to drink one of them to test its effect directly on his body. Unfortunately, the taste of this magical potion turns out to be quite disgusting, and Vincent realizes that it is similar to rotten eggs. However, the system immediately notifies him about the increase in strength and endurance indicators by a large number of %. Vincent happily leaves the establishment, thinking that today he will clear out another abyss for maximum effect. At the exit, he is immediately met by several thugs who ask if he is that Vincent. Vincent recovers and looks closely at those who decided to surround him, realizing that perhaps these are more debt collectors. One of the thugs says that only a few days have passed, but his behavior has already noticeably changed. One of them comes closer to him and puts his hand on his shoulder, saying that he was already thinking of reporting him missing, since he had been looking for him for a long time. Vincent steps aside and says that he has already paid off all his debts, so he has no dealings with the other bandits. The most brazen bandit says that paying the debt does not free him, since his contract is still in force. He also states that Vincent will be a garbage man for the rest of his life, before asking who he is trying to fool by acting tough. Without thinking twice, he punches Vincent in the arm, causing him to drop his glass of mana potion. Immediately after this, he starts laughing at him and asks what he feels so sorry that he can't even hold the glass. The other bandits begin to flex their fists and say that he was always disgusting to look at. Vincent remembers that according to the rules, using skills outside the abyss is prohibited unless you are a law enforcement officer. One of the bandits offers him a deal, saying that if he eats all the felt pearls one by one right off the floor, he will let him go. The criminal adds that he will even help him collect all the pearls, since in the end it is necessary to help the smaller brothers. Vincent turns around and says he'll agree as long as he kisses his ass first. The bandit immediately loses his temper and prepares to strike Vincent in the face and inevitably face consequences that he does not yet suspect. However, he suddenly stops, feeling his boss approaching, and asks him in surprise what he is doing here. Apparently, the boss is a man named Rodrigo Caesar, who belongs to the C-class hunting group. He approaches his subordinate and roughly grabs him by the tie, asking if they have gathered enough people. He replies that they need one more person. Caesar asks him where this last man is, who should already have been hired into the squad. Vincent tries to leave the place, but Rodrigo stops him immediately, turning to him. Before he can do anything, Caesar informs him that he has just hired him to join his hunting party. The bandit is surprised and says that this young man is just a garbage man, but Caesar remains adamant. He states that when entering the abyss under the red moon, all the monsters will be extremely ferocious, so he needs cannon fodder. Vincent understands that if we are talking about the red moon, then he will have to go through difficult times, because this is a very unusual and dangerous phenomenon. During the red moon, monsters go berserk, and rare creatures can also appear there. The rewards for killing these monsters will be doubled, and the quality of the magic crystals dropped will increase. Vincent smiles and says that he agrees to this proposal, asking to be included in the list of participants. Caesar praises the intelligence of his interlocutor, and says that he is glad to meet such people who are burning with enthusiasm. Without thinking twice, he turns to the other person he called to join the team and asks him to come closer. Vincent hears a strange scream and turns around to find out what happened. Finding himself in the middle of trouble, he sees that the person who also decided to join the team is Larry. Larry points at Vincent in fear, easily recognizing him as the one who ruined his future life. Vincent, realizing that something urgently needs to be done to stop these streams of accusations that could follow in the next second, begins to act. He begins to fight Larry, beating him and ordering him to shut his mouth immediately if he wants to keep any of his teeth. Larry tries to escape, but Vincent prevents this and catches up with him literally around the next corner. Vincent reminds him that if he hadn't used each of their powers then, they would have died there, and in fact, he saved his life. Rodrigo asks Vincent if they know each other, to which he replies that this is of course not true, and Larry was mistaken. Rodrigo turns and leaves, saying that a man who killed all of his group members cannot have friends. Vincent asks Larry how he was able to get out of there, realizing that he was supposed to be dragged behind bars. Larry says he was initially sentenced to 15 years in prison, but he dropped all charges and paid the fine, becoming bankrupt. Larry immediately demands that he be compensated for all the damage he has suffered, but Vincent declares that one more word, and he will indeed recycle him as trash. Larry decides to shut up, and the group heads to the Sea City subway, where a new portal is currently being prepared to open. This portal looks incredibly threatening, but this does not stop our heroes from conquering this abyss. Vincent, Larry, and Rodrigo approach the portal so that they can each meet their new squad. Among the other members of the cannon fodder squad, he meets a bard named Chester, who is level 3. Vincent greets them and says that he is a level 1 garbage man, after which Larry does the same. Chester tries to cheer up the protagonist by saying that there is nothing surprising in exchanging your life for money, and they all understand him. After this, he says that their team needs a leader, and so, as a bard, he puts forward his candidacy to give commands. This team also includes a healer and a warrior, who do not make any expressions due to their lower level. Rodrigo approaches his team and says that in addition to the 6 main oath participants, this time they will be joined by 5 temporary ones. He also states that the temporary members are cannon fodder to reduce their losses and will be used as reconnaissance. Rodrigo also says that he doesn't have any hopes for them in combat missions, and if they encounter monsters, they should flee immediately. He also states that if they want to get the money, at least one of them must remain alive, in which case, all the money will go to the survivors. The cannon fodder squad's healer suddenly begins coughing grimly, and the warrior asks him if he is all right. The healer says that he cannot back out because he has 4 daughters, and he must feed them somehow. The warrior exhales tensely and says that he has a sick wife who is about to die, and he needs to risk everything to earn money for her treatment. Chester remains in the most optimistic mood, and joyfully chants victory cries to keep his men moving forward. The warrior says that there is a new face in their squad, to which Chester states that someone always dies in their squad. The warriors say they are more concerned that the face looks too relaxed for a man going to his death. After some time, their team goes into the mysterious catacombs, and continues to explore them for some time. Chester turns to Larry, and tells him that he is surprised that they haven't encountered any monsters yet, but Larry asks him not to croak. The healer says that it has become very cold here, to which the warrior replies that the temperature has indeed dropped significantly. Chester begins to complain that he knew he needed to dress warmer and decides to move on. After a while, he steps on a strange pressure panel, which instantly activates a mechanism created for only one deadly purpose. Vincent only has time to look up and discovers that a huge blade appears next to the bard, which is about to cut him into pieces. Using his incredible speed, he quickly pushes him aside to save the fool's life. Chester looks back at the man who just saved him and finds a huge blade lying next to him. He wonders what just happened, and Vincent wonders in his mind how this man survived until today. Chester says he's too lucky, but he needs to be much more careful in the future. However, his carelessness instantly gets the better of him, and he suggests moving on, stepping on another bait trap. This time, several cocoons fall from the ceiling, the total number of which reaches about 10. Chester runs away, assuming that there might be something dangerous in these cocoons, deciding to watch them from afar. The healer wonders what is in these cocoons, making a bold guess that they most likely contain living beings. In response to his bold suggestion, these cocoons begin to collapse violently, and giant claws emerge from them. Moments later, the cocoons are completely destroyed, and the Suicide Squad is attacked by a massive force of level 5 demon spiders. Chester screams loudly about how much he hates spiders, realizing that these elite-level creatures can also spit venom. Larry tries to deal with these opponents by using fire skills, which in theory should destroy these insects. Several arrows fly from his hands at once, hitting the heads of these giant creatures, but having no effect. Other fighters say that these are elite monsters, so defeating them requires a much more organized approach. The warrior rushes forward to focus the monster's aggression on himself, thereby giving the team time to deal damage. Vincent, meanwhile, continues to keep a close eye on these creatures, one of which chooses him as the target for its main attack. The spider lunges forward to bite his leg, but the damage this creature deals to the protagonist is 0. Vincent, looking bored, smashes the spider across the floor with one deft kick, instantly destroying it. Larry looks at Vincent and wonders why he is so arrogant if he is just a garbage man. Meanwhile, the system asks the protagonist if he is ready to begin processing the destroyed spider. Vincent immediately replies that he is ready, and the system destroys the monster's corpse, rewarding him with new items. In addition to the standard skill points, he receives a special arcana that allows him to treat his weapon with poison, increasing its damage. Vincent realizes that now, by recycling corpses, he can get not only skill cards, but also arcana, which can be used to profitably enhance his weapons. The warrior interrupts Vincent's thoughts and says that he should not be in the clouds, and if he cannot help, then he should retreat. Vincent calmly takes out his dagger and decides to use the lasso to enhance his regular blade. Immediately after this, his blade takes on a different appearance and begins to resemble a spider's sting. Chester continues to run away, thinking that even though he is the highest level, he still has a hard time fighting. He dodges another blow and tries to understand what to do in this situation, which does not bode well. He admits to himself that his profession does not require combat skills, and all he can do is strengthen others. However, he becomes more determined, understands that the situation is too dangerous, but knows what to do. Filled with incredible determination, he performs one of the popular songs to raise the morale of his comrades. Vincent is surprised by such a bad performance and wonders what is going on with this bard and why he is doing such nonsense. Hearing these amazing tunes, the spider becomes enthusiastic, and the system notifies everyone that these monsters have become stronger. Chester storms off, wondering what just happened, realizing that he must have played the wrong song. Without thinking twice, he turns around and finds one of the spiders rushing at him, ready to instantly tear him into small pieces. Luckily, an unfortunate fate befalls this monster, as Vincent comes to the rescue. Armed with his upgraded weapon, he cuts the huge insect into small pieces in a matter of moments. Meanwhile, the other members of the squad sense the additional strength of the monsters and realize that they need to retreat. The warrior understands that he urgently needs to come up with something that can save them from the clutches of these monsters. Otherwise, they will not be able to escape. Larry also doesn't have much success in fighting these monsters, as his skills are too weakened. Vincent rushes forward to save his careless comrades with his best weapon. Blow after blow, he destroys every monster that manages to stand in his way. Larry can't believe that he's suddenly been saved by the pathetic worm he's always hated. More and more monsters fall to the ground, cut into small pieces. Before his allies could even comprehend anything, he was already behind them, still holding his trusty blade. The healers and warrior turn to Chester, assuming that this guy did all this, and ask him to ignore the garbage man who did all the work. Vincent muses that the demon spiders are resistant to poison, which explains why his weapon wasn't as effective against them. Chester can't believe he's made any significant progress, saying he only wanted to strengthen other allies. Vincent muses that the monsters in this forest are not intelligent and will attack targets they cannot see. He also understands that in this case, the monsters will simply turn around and run away to regroup. The few spiders that are still alive begin to tremble, watching the main character. Immediately after this, they turn around and walk into the darkness, after which Vincent says that this is all too predictable. Larry watches what's happening and says that this is only the first location, and it's already so scary. Vincent reports that he has already processed a sufficient number of arcana and plans to leave only one, and exchange the rest for skill points. The exchange procedure is coming to an end, and because of this, he gains 54 attribute points that can be spent profitably on himself. Larry lights a torch and the group decides to move on now that they have some time to rest. He also says that their mission is to advance as far as possible, and now they must be much more careful. He also states that they don't need to fall into traps, and Vincent just chuckles, realizing that he's only talking about himself. Looking around, he suddenly discovers a strange mirror, which is somewhat similar to a portal. The system gives him information that it has discovered a secret berserker zone that contains wonderful treasures. He notes that such zones are caused by the red moon, and wonders if he should explore one. In order to avoid suspicion, he turns to a bloody nightmare to create his own double. After a few seconds, a silhouette that vaguely resembles Vincent forms from the bloody something. Vincent tells his double that he should hang around with them for a while, adding that he will then take him back to his place. Chester turns around after a while and finds Vincent running towards him, asking him where he has been. Vincent doesn't answer him, and Chester tells him that he shouldn't get up because otherwise he might die. Meanwhile, the real Vincent goes ahead to explore this secret area that engulfs him in its radiance. After some time, he finds himself in a strange place, which often resembles a large sandy cave. This cave turns out to be quite shallow, and Vincent quickly finds a way out of it, finding himself in a giant arena. This arena may initially appear empty, but Vincent begins to hear a strange chirping sound above him, indicating that someone is there. He manages to raise his head and discovers a giant spider, which is lurking in ambush and is already preparing to fall on him with its body. He manages to jump back at the last second and save his life from certain death, since this monster is too strong. Vincent understands that he now faces a serious battle against a rather formidable opponent. This enemy is none other than the Spider Queen, who sits in this place and devours everyone who enters here. Vincent shows off his agility as he continues to dodge these attacks and draws his dagger to destroy the boss. To begin with, he decides to weaken his limbs so that the rest of his attacks will be much less risky. However, once the smoke from these strikes clears, it becomes obvious that these strikes have not produced any visible results. Vincent wonders what the hell is going on here, and why there isn't a single scratch on the creature's paws. Meanwhile, the queen rushes into another attack to smear the main character against the wall. Vincent manages to block this attack, partially reducing the damage, but the inertia he received sends him flying several tens of meters. Accelerating to unprecedented speeds, he crashes his back into the rocky ground, leaving behind a rather large crater. However, this damage is not enough to break him, and he decides to use the all-seeing eye skill. The system tells him that there is a level 20 elite monster in front of him, which poses a great threat. Vincent nearly made the impossible kill, figuring that if he processed the creature, it would drop elite abilities. Meanwhile, the monster opens its mouth to shoot a web, thereby disarming and immobilizing the enemy. The shot of a sticky and extremely dangerous liquid turns out to be ineffective, as Vincent manages to dodge at the very last moment. At that very moment, he is about to rush into the air to take the most suitable position for an attack. He takes good aim and then decides to use the Big Bang skill to deal fire damage to the spider. Before the spider can react, he is hit in the head with a huge blast of magmatic energy, stunning him. However, these injuries also turn out to be not significant enough to break the will of this creature. In response, he releases another web, but this attack also fails. The spider decides not to give up and continues to shoot a huge amount of web towards Vincent, who, using running bed, turns away from it. Vincent realizes that this spider is fireproof, meaning it is not afraid of flame, and he needs to come up with something more suitable. Without thinking twice, he decides to close the distance with his opponent, realizing that in this case he will have to rely on brute force. Vincent says he will kill the spider the classic way and prepares to strike with his blade. The giant spider realizes that he has made a mistake, but it is too late to get out of this situation. Vincent delivers a powerful blow, and the system notifies him that he has dealt critical damage to the enemy's weak point. By scratching the eyes of the giant spider, he makes it let out a loud scream that would be heard throughout the entire dungeon if the spider were not king here. Vincent says that the bites of level 5 demon spiders are poisonous, but larger spiders are not resistant to poisons. He also understands that this is most likely due to changes in their defenses and ability to reproduce, since they no longer have to hunt alone. The giant spider realizes that he must urgently respond to such an attack with something unexpected. Vincent is actually caught off guard by the main attack and webbing, and realizes that he won't be able to dodge it anymore. The spider creates a giant web and spins it around itself to knock down the opponent. Thus, the main character finds himself covered in webs and loses the ability to move at the same speed. Sensing the scent of easy prey, the giant spider moves closer and closer to the main character to deal with him. Vincent relishes the fact that his plan is going exactly as he wanted, and activates a berserker state to quickly get out of the web. Within moments, he breaks all the bonds that restrict his movements, preparing to break forward. Without giving the spider a chance to react, he rushes forward, preparing to deliver a monstrous attack. This blow is so powerful that several eyes fly out of the sockets of this giant creature. Among other things, this attack rips off the giant insect's head, sending it to the next world forever. The system offers him an upgrade to the RK version of the cards, which can either increase the duration of the rage or enhance the display. Vincent carefully analyzes these options, realizing that with one of them he will lose health until he dies. He also notes that choosing more reliable options would be logical, but this spider is an unusual monster. He understands that if he chooses the first boost, he will undoubtedly upgrade himself, but this drain of health is too much weather effects. However, he still decides to go with this option, since the strength of the regenerative ability of this side effect will be less noticeable. Vincent also understands that choosing this buff will allow him to deal damage to those with high resistance to physical damage. Meanwhile, the giant monster crosses several very interesting cards that can be recycled or sold. Carefully choosing each of them, Vincent stops his choice on one of the cards that he finds most attractive. He understands that he has chosen equipment that he can officially take from the abyss, and it will bring him a good income. Immediately after this, he summons his deity to recycle all the remaining monster remains and rewards that dropped from him. Vincent watches as a huge number of hands gradually pull the giant island of this spider into the abyss. He also wonders what kind of reward he will receive for refining such a gigantic, high-ranking creature. The system rewards him with the ability to summon up to 4 newborn spiders that will fight alongside him and evolve according to their combat experience. Vincent finds this reward extremely significant, since now he can not only summon them, but also upgrade them. Meanwhile, the cannon fodder group continues their exploration, and discovers a very interesting place. Chester says he didn't think they would stumble upon a mine in the abyss that was particularly valuable. The healer says that he had no idea that there could be so many magical crystals here, suggesting that the red moon is to blame for everything. Immediately after this, the healer decides to use a special skill that marks all objects within a 60-meter radius for allies. Now, every member of this group, including Rodrigo's squad, can see the deposits of valuable materials that are located here. Larry asks the healer if he is mentally retarded, saying that they could take the treasure for themselves. The healer says that this is all a stupid idea, since they would not have survived if Rodrigo's squad had found this place without their instructions. Larry realizes that his life really is worth nothing to those above him, and they really could be killed and written off as an accident. He recalls moments when he betrayed his people, considering them trash that he wouldn't mind throwing away. Incredible arrogance takes over for a while, but it is immediately followed by the incredible horror that he recently experienced. The oppressive feeling of the abyss into which he was almost dragged by the deity that Vincent possesses continues to haunt him day after day. This feeling created such a serious trauma in his psyche that he will not be able to get rid of it for the rest of his miserable life. After recovering from post-traumatic stress, he realizes that the damned bastard who walks around him and collects crystals is to blame for everything. He reflects on the fact that his level is low again, but it doesn't matter because he needs to raise some money. He takes a few crystals and muses that if he can get some good gear, he might be able to join the main force of the scavenging group. So he decides to steal some crystals to keep them for himself and get rich. The system suddenly notifies other players that they are trapped while in that location. A blast of laser energy passes Larry and the warrior, which is incredibly deadly. This shot hits the healer's forehead, who had been standing there unsuspecting the entire time, killing him instantly. The warrior looks in horror at his comrade, who was instantly killed, and wonders what the hell is going on here. Meanwhile, Vincent decides to stay a little longer in the berserker's room, which he cleared with such difficulty. He decides to summon a single tarantula to test how much of a threat it can pose to opponents at this level. The young man comes to the conclusion that at the initial stage, these creatures look absolutely defenseless and rather plush. The system tells him that this creature can grow into a spider from a demon at level 5 if he increases his stats. Vincent realizes that if he wants the creature to be effective, he needs to level it up to at least level 5, and tries to pass it a few points. The cutest creature opens its eyes even wider, then opens its mouth to receive the large number of points it needs. The transfer of points is completed. The system states that the level of this spider has been increased, and a special skill for interacting with the web has been obtained. Meanwhile, the cannon fodder squad continues to try to figure out how to get out of this deadly trap that took the life of one of their comrades. Larry says that all this is an accident, but the warrior understands that he was involved in this. He grabs him and calls him a scumbag, then accuses him of being the one who killed the healer, who did nothing to deserve such a sad fate. He also states that the healer did this for the sake of the family and wanted to feed his children, and now he died because of his idiotic mistake. Larry indignantly declares that he also needs money. If he had not fallen back to the first level, he would already be living well and not dealing with idiots. The warrior prepares to engage Larry in battle, calling him a pathetic traitor, to which Larry states that in this world, only money decides everything. He also says that this warrior would do the same if he was paid enough, when suddenly a dark figure appears behind him. Caesar claps his hands and says that those words are incredibly accurate, adding that he likes his priorities. He then asks Larry if he would like to join his squad, noting that they can find room for one more person. Warrior and Larry look in surprise at Caesar approaching from the darkness, trying to understand why he came here so quickly. One of the participants looks at the dead healer and says that his body is still warm, which means he was clearly killed recently. Rodrigo says that death is a common occurrence here, and is ready to risk even his life for the chance to earn money. Rodrigo says that these crystals, which only appear during the red moon, can be used to buy entire cities, and one piece is enough to stop working for the rest of your days. After this, he says that he forgot to tell you something else very important, saying that there is a price for appropriating one such crystal. Looking at Larry, Rodrigo says that the price for taking one such crystal is exactly one life. Meanwhile, a giant fighter armed with a two-handed sword approaches the Spring Meat Squad to control their movement. They point their guns in their direction to hint that they will now command them. One of the fighters says that they should all take a crystal and put it in a bucket, adding that if they try to escape, an unenviable fate awaits them. The warrior states that any of these crystals could kill them, wondering if they really want to get rid of them in such a secure manner. Rodrigo asks the warrior if he was the one who said that he needed to pay for the treatment of his dear wife. Coming closer to him, he asks him if he really lied when he said that he was ready to do anything just to save her. He also reminds him that the desire to earn as much money as possible is not something shameful or condemned in their society. The warrior understands that he is backed against the wall and glances anxiously at the pile of crystals, expressing the hope that he will not be finished off by the first trap. After a while, he comes closer and prepares to take one of the crystals, while Caesar watches him closely. His hand reaches out to these crystals, but the closer it gets to this dangerous mineral, the more it begins to tremble. After a few moments, the warrior falls to his knees and says that he cannot carry out this command because it is too dangerous. He starts crying and says that he actually lost all his money and came here to pay off his debts, but he doesn't want to die. Rodrigo looks at this spectacle and says that he has not met a more pitiful person than this warrior for a long time. Larry looks at Rodrigo and realizes that he is much tougher than him, and he couldn't compete with him even on his best days. After this, he approaches him, saying that he is just a fire mage, but would like to join their party, asking if they can accept him. Caesar asks his comrade if he said anything like that, to which he replies that he did indeed say those words. Rodrigo turns towards Larry and asks him to come closer, after which Larry immediately falls to his knees in front of him. He declares that he is ready to give his life for him, when suddenly his face is met with a powerful kick from Rodrigo. He asks him if Larry really thought there would be a place for him, since he would never take trash like him into the ranks. Caesar states that Larry is a pathetic traitor. He is going to die anyway, and he will simply give his death at least some value. Caesar continues to beat Larry and says that he won't leave here alive anyway, and he will just turn him into a living dead man for the sake of these crystals. Chester realizes they're in for a serious adventure. While Vincent quietly returns and switches places with his double, the young bard begins to get nervous and tries to understand what to do in such a situation, going over a variety of options in his head. Vincent notices the hesitation in the bard's heart and places his hand on his shoulder, advising him not to do anything stupid. Immediately after this, he asks him to leave all this to him, and wait here without making any sudden movements that could lead to unforeseen events. Immediately after this, he wonders how dangerous collecting these crystals could be. The irritated wizard, together with his friend, asks him what kind of clown has just appeared to ask stupid questions. Vincent decides to ignore his interlocutors, and silently heads towards the pile of crystals to take one of them. Meanwhile, the other participants quickly retreat to avoid being caught in the trap. Hiding away, they call him a bastard and say he should warn them before taking the crystals. Nothing happens, and the members of the battle group wonder if this young man was able to outwit even death itself, or if the trap simply broke. Vincent muses that even if this is a death trap, they will be lucky, and if he fulfills all the requirements, then it will only be earlier, or nothing will happen at all. He continues to collect a large amount of crystals, ignoring the fearful hunters from the battle group watching him. Rodrigo notes that the trap was not activated despite multiple attempts to take the crystals, and suggests that the man's luck is above 60. The wizard says he doesn't know of anyone who can have such a high luck score at level 1. Another group member approaches the crystals and says that there is only one reasonable explanation, which is that the trap has broken. He takes the crystals and turns to his comrade, saying that nothing really happened, not noticing the flash in the darkness. This flash results in a bolt of energy that instantly pierces the head of this fighter who acted too carelessly. His lifeless body with a broken head immediately falls to the ground, instilling horror in all the other people who were watching him. Rodrigo, meanwhile, indifferently says that the high luck is probably somehow connected with Vincent's profession, which was changed in the abyss. He also wonders if anyone would waste their attribute points on something as useless as luck. He also remembers that his original plan was to turn everyone into corpses that he could use later. But now everything has changed. He states that he only needs Vincent, and the rest of the cannon fodder squad can simply be finished off. The warrior steps back and says that their chances are 0, since their opponents are the Blood Oath squad. Larry, who has already suffered a fair amount of damage, cowardly thinks that he has no choice. He grabs the crystal and runs away, hoping that he will be able to get out of this abyss and sell the crystal for a lot of money. Vincent turns to the side and wonders why Larry is running away, adding that they will take these opponents with their numbers. The warrior states that they are now outnumbered, but Vincent is not discouraged and says that they have enough people to defeat them. Suddenly, one of the fighters in the combat group hears a strange chirping sound and asks his comrade if he hears this strange noise. The warrior waves his sword and says that he doesn't understand anything, after which the wizard looks up. Quite quickly, he discovers strange humanoid spiders that are rapidly approaching the battlefield. These monsters assume a threatening pose and prepare to attack the members of the battle group under Vincent's orders. Chester says that they are now caught between a rock and a hard place. Vincent reassures him that he picked up the monsters along the way. Immediately after, he activates his enhanced perceptive vision skills to assess his opponents. One of the biggest threats is the enemy necromancer, who is level 20 and has serious skills. The next most powerful enemy is the enemy berserker, who is level 17 and wields a two-handed sword. Among other things, there are 2 enemy hunters here who are level 18 and can shoot a bow. Additionally, there is an enemy paladin here who can provide the rest of the team with protection and some damage. Vincent reflects that his gut tells him that he won't have any particular problems fighting these opponents. But there is one catch. Looking at Rodrigo, he gets a notification that his skills cannot be determined because this enemy is close to him in strength. Vincent realizes that, apparently, the level of this man is not much lower than his, and maybe even higher. Caesar states that if the level of these subordinate monsters is below 10, then it is even possible to resort to their help, since they are useless. Vincent says that now the plans have changed, and if they want to survive, they must follow Larry's example. The warrior understands that he is being led by a complete idiot who decided to sacrifice himself to stop these opponents. But he really has no choice. Having thought it all over carefully, he sets out on the run to save his miserable life and try to get rich again another time. Vincent also turns to Chester and says that he probably had his own motives for going into this abyss. But if he wants to live, he must escape from here. Chester looks at the protagonist with a very anxious look and promises him that he will never forget him. After this, he also follows the advice of his comrade and runs away into the darkness so that these vile hunters will never find him again. However, his skill and extremely low luck do not allow him to calmly leave this room, which is why he steps on another trap. The pressure plate that Chester steps on at full speed causes a powerful collapse that blocks the exit for him and the warrior who was with him. The warrior asks him what the hell happened and what he stepped on this time, calling him a stupid idiot along the way. Chester apologizes, saying that ever since they entered the abyss, nothing but bad luck has been fallen upon them, and he still doesn't know why. Meanwhile, the paladin rushes forward to smash his opponent with a powerful blow of his hammer. However, the improved version of the spider is preparing to fight this enemy and withstand all the tests. The paladin's strike hits its target and knocks the spider aside, as it has too much momentum. The arrogant warrior claims that he will be able to knock out these opponents with just a few blows of his renowned hammer. However, this judgment turns out to be premature, as the spiders have some tricks up their sleeves that they decide to use. One of the spiders immediately shoots a web straight into the face of the presumptuous paladin to briefly immobilize him. The enemy paladin tries to remove the web from his face in order to at least somehow continue the fight. However, in his attempts he misses one very important detail, and when he finally notices it, it is already too late. The thing is, Vincent decides not to hesitate and immediately takes advantage of the opportunity to knock out one of the opponents. Luckily for the paladin, he manages to block the attack and states that Vincent's damage is too low to deal to him. A moment later, he ducks to protect his face from a razor-sharp dagger. With a sweeping motion of his shield, he asks Vincent how he likes the protection of a true paladin. Vincent reflects on the fact that his spiders are at level 10, enough to even the odds, but not enough to win. He understands that the Blood Oath group are quite serious opponents who cannot be defeated so easily. However, he manages to land a few hits on the paladin's legs to weaken him. He decides to rush forward again to take advantage of the opportunity that has arisen. The paladin falls to the ground, but is immediately covered by 2 archers preparing to eliminate Vincent. The protagonist notices their intentions and dodges 2 arrows in time that would otherwise have finished him off. The hunters look at Vincent in surprise and wonder if he was really able to dodge such a swift attack. Unable to believe that anyone could dodge their shots, they decide to try again, assuming that they simply missed. One of the archers shoots towards Vincent, but he prepares to block the arrow with his hand. Waiting for the right moment, he delivers a powerful blow with his dagger and cuts the arrow in half. The archers watch in amazement, trying to understand how some boy could cut an arrow with a dagger. Vincent decides to immediately respond to the offenders by using the Big Bang skill. Before the archers can even comprehend what has happened, the ground beneath their feet begins to rapidly heat up and shake. The next second, a powerful explosion is heard, causing tectonic cracks and a strong shockwave. Looking at Vincent, the rest of the squad realizes that he is a tough nut to crack and will take some work. Meanwhile, the enemy berserker engages one of the spiders and wins a decisive victory thanks to his advantage. Swinging his sword, he cuts through everything that gets in his way, mercilessly destroying the unfortunate spiders. Having dealt with the first obstacle, he realizes that he only has a little time left before he can destroy Chester and the other warrior. Gripping his sword tightly in his hands, he rushes forward, preparing to cut down his targets with one blow. Chester tries to stop him, saying that they can come to an agreement and do without unnecessary bloodshed, while the warrior believes that words will be unnecessary. At the last moment, he knocks Chester down, takes his place and puts up a shield to block the attack. Immediately after this, he claims that they were unable to escape precisely because of Chester, after which he calls him an idiot. He also adds that if Chester wants to live, he must be able to fight, because in this cruel world there is no other way. The enemy berserker continues to try to destroy his opponents, and the warrior realizes that he needs to act faster. He manages to put his shield forward again, but this time the blow has much more inertia and immediately crumples it significantly. The force of the blow is so great that the warrior is thrown aside, and his shield turns into a useless trinket. The warrior feels the serious damage his body has received and tries to cough. The sword he was clutching in his hands falls to the ground and impales itself on the rocky ground next to Chester. The berserker takes a few steps forward, preparing to finish off an opponent who is in a vulnerable position. Nevertheless, the warrior rises to his feet, preparing to fight for his life to the last. He chuckles and states that he shouldn't have looked into the abyss, because his end was inevitable. Realizing that he won't succeed against such a strong opponent, he asks to finish him off quickly and painlessly. The berserker smiles, realizing that he would gladly fulfill such a wish, and prepares for execution. He rushes forward, swinging his giant sword, while the warrior does not even try to block the attack, realizing its futility. At the last moment, the berserker's body suddenly begins to be shackled by strange magic, preventing him from moving. Barely looking around, he guesses that, apparently, the damned bard standing behind is to blame for everything. Chester, meanwhile, frantically goes through all the spells he has, trying to find the right one. He reports that thanks to his skills he delayed the berserker, but the warrior claims that this spell acts on an area, and he also fell under the effect. Vincent turns to look at the strange sight, and wonders what his friend is doing instead of running away. Meanwhile, the necromancer standing behind him says that if Vincent has some hidden ability, then its powers will end sooner or later. Vincent notes that summoning magic does use up a lot of energy, and since he summoned a clone earlier, it's almost all used up. To cope with this situation, he turns to his inventory for suitable means. The proud necromancer watches his opponent closely, and notices that for some reason he is busy drinking from some glass. At first he tries to find out what Vincent is doing, but then states that he doesn't care, because it won't restore mana anyway. After this, he states that his profession is one of the strongest, as the corpses he resurrects will fight forever. Vincent continues to drink the mana recovery item, and is surprised by such impressive skills that his opponent has. Moments later, he reports that his mother has been fully restored, and is preparing to continue fighting. As soon as the dead approach him, he calls upon his deity, saying that all the dead should rest in peace. The deity of recycling immediately rushes forward, capturing the reanimated corpses and absorbing them into its abyss. The necromancer wonders what the hell is going on here, and where his corpses that were just here went. Vincent doesn't answer this question, rushing forward to deal with this enemy as well. The necromancer doesn't have time to react to such an attack and gets punched right in the face, causing him to lose consciousness. Thus, Vincent gets rid of a huge amount of headache, and all that remains is to finish off the berserker and Rodrigo. Caesar says that his opponent has very interesting abilities, and now he understands what attracted him to him at the drink stand. Vincent says it would be great if they could make a little money or go home. But the fact that they're recruiting people as cannon fodder changes everything. He states that such a practice is too immoral, and he cannot let them go after what they have done. Caesar asks him if he really thought that, having potential, he had the right to contradict him, adding that they are all his property. He says that right now he will remind him how this cruel world works, after which he hears Chester's screams. Chester takes out his sword and approaches the paralyzed berserker, saying that he is just a handyman and would not like to participate in this bloodshed. Caesar, with a smile on his face, says that apparently cannon fodder will not come out of here under any circumstances. The warrior turns to his comrade and tells him that he should not listen to him, but simply raise his sword and finish off his opponent. Chester starts to get cowardly, saying that he can only strengthen others, but he himself is not capable of killing a monster, much less a person. Caesar uses this situation as an example and says that one side will always be destroyed by the other. Vincent chuckles and says that he doesn't understand a single word of this stupid bravado, adding that he has a different point of view. He states that everyone has the right to enter the abyss and come out alive, no matter what level of power they possess. Caesar laughs and calls such naivety too unforgivable to survive in this cruel world. Immediately after this, he rushes forward while Vincent blocks his attack. However, this is the wrong tactic. Caesar's strength is at an extremely high level, causing any blow he makes to have incredible momentum, capable of crushing mountains. Vincent nevertheless survives this attack calmly, but he understands that he is dealing with a person with incredible strength. Caesar continues to develop his offensive, and the protagonist is surprised by the incredible speed that his opponent has developed in a matter of seconds. Rodrigo rushes forward to deny his opponent the opportunity to recover from the damage he has received. Vincent, however, manages to dodge this attack thanks to his unrivaled agility, which he has developed. Caesar smugly declares that his fist is invincible, meaning he can deal with absolutely any opponent. At this time, the warrior asks Chester what he is waiting for, still hoping that his ally will find the courage to finish off the berserker. The control effect wears off and the berserker turns around, rewarding the cowardly bard with a powerful blow to the face for his indecision. Chester falls to the ground, unable to stay on his feet from such a serious blow. He tries to get up, feeling blood running down his face from the serious injuries. The berserker prepares to cut down his opponent with a powerful blow of his sword, and punish him for his slowness and indecision. The warrior once again comes to the rescue in this situation, grabbing the berserker by the body so that he stops his blow. He also shouts at his ally to do at least something to win this battle, realizing that he won't be able to hold off such a beast for long. The berserker throws the warrior away from himself with a sweeping sword strike that instantly reaches the target and deals devastating damage. In his death throes, he is surprised that Barto did nothing, despite the fact that he had many opportunities. Finally, he asks him why he volunteered to be the leader if he is so weak and unable to make any decision. Chester says in a plaintive voice that he volunteered to be the leader simply because he thought that if he did, he wouldn't have to fight. With these words, he falls to his knees and says that in fact he is not a strong opponent at all. After this, he tries to beg his teacher and says that he is a noob, so he asks for mercy. He recalls that other players told him that he was incapable of dealing damage, but that he could greatly buff others. Unfortunately, his absolute incompetence didn't help even with this, as he couldn't choose the right target to amplify it. It was because of this that he was driven away everywhere, called a pathetic nobody, and a newbie with whom there was no point in communicating. This situation drove him into the depths of despair, which is why he found himself in the position he is in now. Caesar found him, realizing that such people were ready to do anything, and asked if he had any work. Chester then admitted that he was a third-level bard, hoping that someone would not know about his past and take him with them. Caesar was the very man who invited him, offering him a job, hiding his true intentions. Vincent, meanwhile, continues to fight Caesar, who once again throws him onto the stone floor, causing him to leave a large furrow behind. Rodrigo wants to finish what he started, and rushes forward to finish off the protagonist with one powerful blow of his hand. He shouts that he is using a martial arts technique that causes continuous physical damage to the point of impact, and claims that if the opponent tries to use magic, they will die even faster. Caesar smugly states that this explosion is an indication of combat skills that would cripple even the most powerful mage. Vincent notes that his opponent is moving too fast, and realizes that he needs to make even faster decisions to survive. He attempts to evade, but Caesar mockingly asks if he really still has hope of getting out of here alive. Vincent wonders if the man loses any blood when he uses this skill and comes to the conclusion that he must have some kind of weakness. After a few moments, he freezes in place, realizing that this insight has given him one bright idea. Without thinking twice, he returns to the battle and turns to Chester, saying that he has one very important request. A moment later, he takes a serious blow from Rodrigo and is again thrown back several dozen meters. It turns out that he stops right next to a bewildered Chester, who still doesn't know what to do. Vincent tells him that it is useless to hope for mercy from others, just because he is a weakling. He also claims that he dreamed about this earlier because he was disappointed with his weakness, just like Chester. Remembering himself in the past, he states that he was very weak and capable of very little, but this did not break him. Vincent states that he does not give up because there is no need to be afraid of one's weakness, because there are things much more terrible. The protagonist tries to inspire the bard, inspiring him to a moral uplift after what he heard. To do this, he says that you need to be afraid of your own cowardice, and the biggest fear is the fear of losing heart and not coping. Vincent says that he will never be afraid to lose, because if he does, he will die anyway. However, he emphasizes that it was the mindset that giving up was not an option that helped him reach the heights he is at now. Time after time, he fought monsters that were an order of magnitude stronger than him. But thanks to his persistence and a little bit of luck, he was able to emerge victorious. Vincent says that when he gathered all his will into a fist and took the first step, he learned one very important thing. From his point of view, deep down he always knew that he should be on top of this world because he deserved it. He also adds that even when he was a weak garbage man, his ambition did not fade away, and he did everything possible to achieve results. Chester asks in surprise if he really wants to become the king of this world. He also realizes that if he doesn't get stronger, he will die, and understands that compared to ridicule, it was better to simply disguise himself and run away from fights. Determination begins to overwhelm him, and he says that he wants to become stronger and pump up his spirit so much that he will never give up again. He notes that his third level is no match for his opponent's stats, as he will not be able to defeat him under any circumstances. He also states that he is now very interested and will simply let the opponent make a few attacks. However, Chester suddenly throws away his sword. The berserker is surprised by such a strange maneuver, and continues to watch the weak bard, who still does not pose a threat. Chester, meanwhile, instead of grabbing his sword again, decides to resort to a more original way to deal with the enemy. Grabbing his microphone, he decides to use his poetic lyricism skill to further empower his allies. The berserker continues to watch what is happening, not realizing how serious a danger the bard can pose in such a situation. Rodrigo also underestimates his opponent, wondering what the hell is going on, and whether they seriously expect to win with the power of song. Chester confidently declares that he is the best amplifier in the world, after which Vincent feels a surge of energy. The system notifies him that while under the influence of inspiration, all damage he causes increases by 15%, and his defense and speed increase by the same amounts. At that moment, he decides to summon Blood Nightmare while the buff is still in effect, so that his plan is as effective as possible. A strange liquid pours out of his body, which immediately rushes to another place to carry out a surprise attack. Bloody Nightmare decides to materialize behind the berserker to surprise him and take him by surprise. Once the transformation is complete, it is too late for the berserker to dodge, as he is too clumsy. The Bloody Nightmare himself decides not to waste a single second and immediately entangles his opponent with tentacles. Chester watches in amazement as Bloody Nightmare dispatches his opponent, leaving him no chance. Immediately after this, he turns his gaze to the real Vincent to make sure that he is okay. Rodrigo attacks again, wanting to finish off his left opponent, but this time Vincent dodges again. The first attack is followed by a series of additional blows, but all of them miss their target. Vincent speculates that due to his powerful magic, he has very fast regeneration, which allows him to fight indefinitely. When he gets the right moment to attack, he rushes forward using a berserk skill called Blood Splash. He increases his damage to continue the fight, and they clash with their opponent again in a brutal battle. At one point, he even manages to find a window to make an attack and throw a dagger. Rodrigo takes some damage from this, and wonders what happened to his armor if some lowly scavenger could hurt him with a normal dagger. Vincent muses that Blood Splash ignores enemy armor, but Rodrigo's martial arts are still a factor. He understands that this fight needs to be ended as soon as possible, since he still lacks experience in close combat. Caesar says that he finds this fight incredibly interesting, and smiles, enjoying the fact that he has met a worthy opponent for the first time. At this time, he rushes forward in order to make a quick turn, thereby getting a window to strike the opponent's body with his fists. However, his plan fails, and Caesar wonders how he can lose to some garbage man after 20 years of practice. Several seconds pass before he finds the right moment to punch Vincent in the face, noting that the difference in strength is too great. He also states that those people who have developed martial arts can change their profession to the King of Destruction or Street Fighter. Vincent continues to fight despite the serious blows he receives, thanks to his high regeneration. During the next dash, they cross their fists, creating a powerful shockwave that scatters everyone around. Vincent feels his bones begin to rattle, but regeneration keeps them from crumbling to dust. Rodrigo loudly shouts how he hates weakness, stating that this is why he has focused all his attention on strength. Given a minute, he unleashes another lightning-fast, heaven-shattering strike to send the protagonist flying. When Vincent collides with a solid surface, he causes a powerful explosion that hides him from others for a period of time. However, it turns out that he was able to survive this catastrophic fall, but his clothes were seriously damaged. Caesar says that his opponent's suffering is very stupid, since by doing so he only prolongs his defeat. Vincent asks the system to add all unallocated points to his strength to match his opponent. The system reports that 176 points have just been added to his strength, and Vincent feels an instant boost to his body. Caesar looks at his opponent in surprise, and wonders where he got so many unallocated points from. Vincent, meanwhile, quickly analyzes his body and discovers that his muscle mass has increased significantly. Caesar doesn't pay much attention to this and rushes forward, saying that such a boost will not affect anything. Vincent, at this point, is thinking that he is still lagging behind in martial arts technique, but he believes that this should be enough to compensate for the gaps. Rushing forward, he realizes that at least he can now land a proper blow on his opponent. Caesar remains as nonchalant as possible and prepares to clash fists with his enemy again. A few seconds later, their blows touch again, creating a powerful shockwave. However, this time the advantage is clearly on Vincent's side due to brute force. This way, he gains much more momentum than his opponent and throws him aside, causing serious damage to his arm in the process. Rodrigo Caesar looks at his mangled arm and wonders how some young man could increase the damage of his blows so dramatically. Chester also watches his comrade, realizing that he has become incredibly strong in just a matter of seconds. Vincent decides not to give in to his opponent for a second and rushes forward again to finish him off. Caesar still hasn't had time to recover from what happened and receives another powerful blow right to the face. Vincent prepares to finish off his opponent and says he won't leave a single wet spot on him. This situation forces the antagonist to delve into the traumatic memories that made him the callous and secretive person he is now. He remembers the day he was designated as cannon fodder and was supposed to be expendable. During those times, he also had to clean the equipment of his superiors, who were members of the Lionheart Hunters Guild. The elders insisted that if someone wanted to join their ranks, he had to prove his ability. After some time, such an opportunity presented itself to Rodrigo, as a giant monster appeared in front of them. Caesar reasoned that if he could prove his worth, he could rise to a higher position in the hierarchy and gain access to benefits. His overconfidence played a cruel joke on him in some ways, but thanks to it, he was also able to inflict serious damage on the monster. However, after stunning the monster with his fists, he thought that it wasn't that difficult, which inevitably caused him to lose his guard. In a place like the Abyss, such actions are deadly and have already killed many fighters. The monster recovered faster than expected and dealt a devastating attack on Rodrigo. The young man was trampled into the rock and suffered such severe injuries that people usually die on the spot. His lower jaw was shattered, 8 ribs were broken, his heart was pierced through and his spleen and kidneys were damaged. Replacing all these organs required a huge amount of crystals. The scientists who saved him said that technology now makes it possible to extract valuable cells from the monsters of the Abyss and transplant them into the human body. One of the scientists told him that thanks to this, Rodrigo survived, but became half human, half monster, due to the similarity of DNA. However, by doing so, he proved that he was worthy of joining the Lionheart squad as a full member. However, not even a few days had passed before he found himself captured by a monster who offered to become his extra hand and watchdog. Rodrigo asked where the rest of his team had gone, happily accepting such gifts. The monster replied that these useless rats were not strong enough, and he dealt with them. That day, Caesar learned a very important lesson. This world is extremely cruel and can swallow a person whole. This instilled in him the idea that if he couldn't show his worth, then he was nothing more than trash that needed to be gotten rid of. After a few moments, the unbreakable effect is triggered, greatly increasing Rodrigo's defense and increasing his speed. Vincent is very surprised by such a sharp transformation of his opponent's body and tries to understand what is going on here. He also wonders how Rodrigo managed to recover so much strength, and because of this, he misses a blow. Caesar puts a tremendous amount of force into this punch, so he instantly knocks Vincent out of his way. Only by some miracle does the main character manage to maintain his balance and recover from this blow relatively quickly. Caesar states that the hallmark of magic crystals is a rich, seething magical force. He also says that during the blood moon, thanks to the transplanted organs of monsters, he can feed on the power of these magical crystals. Arrogance gets the better of him for a while, and he claims that he can become even stronger than the Abyss boss for a short time. Meanwhile, the system informs Vincent that Rodrigo Caesar has now been promoted to the rank of Abyss boss and must be defeated. Vincent is surprised by such a drastic change and wonders what happened to his opponent's body. Caesar offers Vincent to surrender, promising a quick and merciful death at his hand in that case. Vincent realizes that making a deal with the devil is a sure way to the grave, as they never keep their word. Caesar, meanwhile, advises him to let go of his human body and become unkillable. At the same moment, he throws several heavy stones at the main character, which he only miraculously dodges. Vincent turns as Caesar speaks of fully accepting the cost of this power. Vincent tries to keep an eye on his opponent so that at the decisive moment he does not become a victim of his sharp blow. Unfortunately, it is too late, and Caesar accelerates to incredible speeds that are impossible to dodge. Chester begins to literally tremble with fear, realizing that he is faced with a force the likes of which he has never seen. He reflects that they are undoubtedly no match for high-level players, and even Vincent, who turned out to be much stronger, cannot stand up to Rodrigo. He still has his unbreakable power, which lies in his monstrous essence. Caesar begins to prematurely celebrate his victory, saying that in order to win, he had to show his ugly side. After that, he calms down a little and turns his gaze to Chester, who certainly can't cause him any problems. He talks about how Chester failed the mission he was entrusted with, which means he will be the last piece of cannon fodder to see it. He immediately rushes forward and says that as a reward he will give him a heroic death. Chester stops his opponent and says that if he dies anyway, he wants to tell him something. Rodrigo comes closer and grabs Chester by the throat, telling him that he already talks too much. Lifting him off the ground, he asks him if he has any last wishes. Chester does not deny himself originality and says that he wants to leave this abyss alive and unharmed. He also says that Rodrigo's assumption is fundamentally wrong. Chester claims that he is not the last of the cannon fodder left alive. An unsuspecting Caesar turns around and sees a strange liquid gradually rising from the ground. Vincent, who was able to avoid fatal damage, says that thanks to this bard, he bought himself some time and drank a potion of mana restoration. Vincent also says that Rodrigo's weaknesses are not noticeable at first glance, so he relied on his comrade. Caesar wonders if he only killed Bloody Nightmare, trying to figure out when he managed to switch places with him. Vincent says that the Berserker's combat skills greatly increased his strength in a short period of time. But after that, there is a period of exhaustion. Vincent also talks about how even Caesar, who has a body that blurs the lines between man and monster, must pay a price for his power. Rodrigo doesn't understand this philosophical concept and asks him what the abyss has to do with this conflict. The explanation for the protagonist's words comes very quickly, and Caesar quickly begins to feel strange sensations. Looking at his hands, he discovers that they are very quickly beginning to mutate and take on unpleasant shapes. Chester decides not to waste a single second and immediately moves to a safer place. Rodrigo feels a surge of incredible anger, after which he turns an enraged gaze to Vincent. Anger continues to take over his body and mind, as all monsters are insane maniacs. In a thirst for blind revenge, for no apparent reason, he rushes forward to tear Vincent to pieces with his claws. Vincent continues to dominate his opponent with incredible agility and dodges all blows. Thanks to his skills, he seems to dance around his opponent, looking for his weak points along the way. After a quick analysis of his opponent's movements, he realizes that the changes in his body have significantly increased his speed. However, this speed is still not enough to match Vincent's performance. But the situation is becoming more dangerous. As he continues to dodge one blow after another, he hopes that he can reach some weapon that will help him in the fight. Chester decides to come to the rescue in this situation and calls out to the protagonist, hoping to attract his attention. Finding the right moment, he throws the dagger at him, trying to give it maximum speed. A split second later, the dagger stops a few centimeters from Vincent's face, who manages to intercept it with his hand. Vincent finally gets the advantage and the opportunity to break through his opponent's heavy defense. Rodrigo, meanwhile, continues to slowly mutate, turning into an increasingly ugly version of himself. Vincent makes another evasive maneuver, simultaneously delivering a powerful attack with his dagger to the opponent's back and neck. He lands on the ground quite gracefully, without any particular discomfort, while Rodrigo feels a lot of pain. Gritting his teeth, he wonders if every hit he takes suddenly becomes a critical hit. Vincent tries to irritate his opponent by saying that he is still too strong for him just because he added a few points of agility. Caesar immediately rushes forward, declaring that Vincent will be very sorry for angering him with his empty chatter. He also claims to be a superior being who looks down on the ants like him who try to oppose him. However, Vincent remains unimpressed by such statements and asks if Caesar really thinks he is someone special. Charging his fists with the power of fire, he says that in his eyes, Caesar is just another pathetic monster that needs to be destroyed. Rodrigo suffers serious injuries, which further fuels the rage raging in his mind. Following the endless rage, the mutation process accelerates and his face begins to transform again. A few more seconds pass, and he takes on a completely inhuman appearance, so that no one will be able to recognize the former Rodrigo in him. Vincent acknowledges this tragic fact, realizing that the monster has completely taken over his opponent, and now he cannot be saved. He asks Caesar if he can hear the call of the abyss, which is now calling him now that he has become a full-fledged monster. Rodrigo does not answer this question, and only shouts furiously that his opponent must die as quickly as possible. A moment later, he is overcome with madness and says that he has proven his worth and is not cannon fodder, and therefore does not have to die. Chester says that Caesar has simply gone crazy, which means this is their chance to win. Vincent looks closely at his opponent and realizes that he has a much more elegant solution. To understand why Vincent is reacting so strangely, you only need to go back a few minutes to when Rodrigo first changed his form. Vincent appeared behind Chester and warned him that his body was being absorbed by the Blood Nightmare in order to create a clone. At that moment, he received a special mission, according to which he must defeat Rodrigo without killing him, and receive a rare reward. Vincent thought that the madman would not leave here alive, and even his own team members would not let him go just like that. Disappearing into thin air, he told Chester to do whatever he could to distract the enemy for at least 5 seconds. Returning to the present, Vincent realizes that this enemy really does not need to be killed, and can be dealt with in a much more elegant way. Watching Caesar continue to mutate, he calmly turns back and says that monsters belong to the abyss and cannot leave it. Caesar goes into a bloody frenzy and loses all interest in his goals, while Vincent declares that the abyss welcomes such people with open arms. From his point of view, anyone who has given up their humanity ends up in the abyss, as those are the rules. He also says that he has heard more than once about monsters going berserk during the blood moon and losing the last drops of their sanity. Caesar, or rather what is left of him, rushes deep into the catacombs, where another traveler has stumbled upon a rare chest. Larry is delighted to have found a very rare room full of treasures that will provide him with a comfortable existence. He happily says that now he is rich, free, and that upgraded skills and a new life await him. Unaware of the giant creature approaching, he joyfully shouts that he can finally change his fate. Having allowed the tragic curtain to close on this bloody situation, let us move forward a few hours to an entertainment establishment. Chester sincerely thanks his comrade and asks him to become his boss, saying that from now on, he will always follow him. Vincent says he can't always be this cool, and Chester remembers his ambitious words he said recently. Vincent smiles and says that he was just pretending to be cool at that moment to impress his opponent. Chester replies that he doesn't believe it, because after listening to those words, he realized that not everything is lost in his life, and he has goals. Vincent asks Chester what his goals are, to which he states that he is the best support in the world. He also states that his goal now will be to truly take the title of Support King in order to be an indispensable member of the squad. Vincent analyzes his comrade and realizes that he has a dexterity of 2 and a luck of 1, which means that he survives on the battlefield only by a miracle. Chester says they can make a great team because he will always be empowering Vincent, but Vincent cuts him off. He says that what he would most like is for Chester to stop going into the abyss, which comes as a real shock to him. Vincent reflects that a support that cannot stand up for itself is very unreliable and will only lead to an empty life. Not knowing how to explain what was happening, he decides to make a generous gesture and passes on the offer to Chester. As a gesture of goodwill, he gives him 1,000 magic crystals, saying that this will last for a long time, so Chester should not go into the abyss anymore. Chester understands the sad reality and says he has no questions about why Vincent does what he does. After this, determination overwhelms him again, and he says that he still would not like to continue living like trash, and does not want to be looked down upon even after death. Vincent mentally praises Bard's determination and asks him how he can help others if he cannot protect himself. Chester says that the microphone can be held in one hand, after which Vincent summons the sword of the warrior who died because of Chester. At that moment, he plunges it into the table next to the Bard, to demonstrate the seriousness of his intentions. Rising to his feet, he says that from what he knows about bards, the profession is a balance between physical and magical strength. He also states that now is the time to learn how to handle a sword, and thus repay the man who saved him at the cost of his life. Chester also rises to his feet and grabs the hilt of his sword, saying that he doesn't need crystals as a reward for what he's done. Vincent commends his spirit and says that in that case they should give the crystals to the families of that healer and warrior to honor their memory. He also states that they will earn even more crystals in the future, which motivates Chester to achieve even greater success. Meanwhile, an unknown group of people continues to analyze the vibrations coming from the gates of the abyss. The unknown girl says that after the incident under the Red Moon, a small detachment was sent out and found the corpses of the Blood Oath team. She also reports that the leader Caesar was heavily infected and completely demonized, and that the bodies of several outsiders were found. The girl claims that Larry, who was recently declared the team's killer in another incident, the invasion of the Abyss, was found among the dead bodies. She adds that the body was wearing top-notch gear when it was discovered, meaning he fought the mutated Caesar and lost. One of the employees asks his partner if this man is the only survivor, to which the girl replies that there was no one else there. Another employee wonders if their plan has now failed completely, to which his comrade replies that Caesar is a useless dog. Meanwhile, the scene moves to a government hospital called Miracle Picnic. At first glance, this is an ordinary hospital where nothing suspicious happens, but very soon the situation changes. Doctors walk along the corridors with their patients, talking to each other about diagnoses and future treatment plans. Unfortunately, in the general carelessness, one of the patients was left unattended, who apologizes to his deceased relatives. Holding a strange key in his hands, he says that he has no choice left. After a few moments, the key rises into the air and begins to emit a strange, dark, and ominous energy. The energy quickly spreads throughout the hospital, creating a portal and summoning very dangerous creatures. Creatures filled with dark energy begin to attack passersby near the hospital, who immediately run away, wondering what is happening. The most knowledgeable residents understand that the situation is becoming critical, as a portal to the abyss has been opened. In a moment, almost the entire hospital disappears, and in its place there remains a huge funnel, radiating a mysterious tension. Somewhere nearby, a monster from the abyss begins to destroy the houses of peaceful residents, and several children try to get out of there. These children run away from the giant creature, only narrowly avoiding becoming victims of its giant jaws. It quickly becomes clear that these children are Vincent and his little sister, whom he tried his best to protect. Little Vincent falls to the ground, unable to withstand the powerful shockwave caused by the monster's strike. The last thing he sees is his little sister's body falling in front of the giant monster, begging for help. Luckily, it turns out to be just a bad dream, and the protagonist jumps up in his bed in fury, trying to look around. Cold sweat breaks out on his body, but he quickly realizes that all of this was just a dream. Lying on the bed, he realizes that it was just a dream. But the anxiety in his heart does not subside for a second. After a while, he grabs his phone and realizes that today is a special date, since he had agreed with his sister that he would visit her. To give his dear little sister a pleasant surprise, he decides to first stop by the store and buy her favorite flowers. After greeting the flower seller, he asks her to pick a beautiful bouquet for him, and the girl guesses that he is going to see his sister. Vincent says that he was late because he had to meet someone, after which the saleswoman is happy for Vincent's sister. After all, she has such a good brother. She also compliments his new hairstyle. He replies that he was just passing by and met a friend who works in a hairdresser's. As soon as the girl collects a beautiful bouquet, he says that he will gladly help her carry it out so that she does not have to carry heavy things. Immediately after this, he goes outside and sees a huge number of police special forces vehicles heading in a direction familiar to him. The girl wonders where all the patrol cars rushing to the hospital come from. Vincent feels incredibly anxious and understands that he must get there as soon as possible, since his sister is in this hospital. Without another word, he takes off with his incredible agility and increased strength. Having upgraded himself to this level, he no longer needs to move like normal people. He can now jump from building to building. Moments later, he finds himself at a giant portal and hears the voices of police officers trying to clear out the area. He wonders why the Abyss Gate appeared here, as it usually doesn't appear so chaotically. A few moments later, he jumps down and finds a policeman who has been trying to lead ordinary people away from the danger zone all this time. Looking at another civilian, the police officer says that civilians have been ordered to evacuate, and the passage is blocked. However, as soon as he meets the main character's eyes, it becomes clear that this man had better keep calm. He lets him pass. He only looks with some regret at Vincent, who continues to approach the dangerous portal. The policeman's partner asks him what the hell he's doing, because peaceful residents must not be allowed through under any circumstances. The police officer says that this guy could look like the other people who came in, with whom he does not match in any case. Vincent continues to say his sister's name, saying that this time he won't be late in helping. Once inside, he says that the gates created another space inside the hospital, much larger than the area of the entire building. Looking around, he realizes that it is quite empty here, which means that the squad of career changers was here even before his arrival. He also discovers an empty potion container and realizes that ordinary fighters cannot afford such expensive items. After a few moments, he decides to use the skill of creating a regeneration potion in order to place it in such a large, convenient bottle. He puts this potion into his inventory, realizing that this dungeon will not be easy, so any supplies will be very useful. After walking forward for several dozen meters, he finds himself at a fork in the road and tries to figure out which direction is best for him to move in. To ensure that his decision is not completely random, he decides to use his keen observation skills to track down some details. The system tells him that he will not be able to return once he has chosen a path, and he understands that he must approach this choice as carefully as possible. Vincent takes the torches, saying that without them he doesn't know how long it will take to get to the end. He also realizes that he doesn't have time to think about it, since ordinary people can't last long here, and he needs to act extremely quickly. Rushing forward, he comes across a red carpet on which there are no traces of other people, which means that Vincent got here first. Looking back, he realizes that the way back has been swallowed by darkness, and now he will not be able to return under any circumstances. After some time, he takes out a special object, saying that if he finds himself in a labyrinth, he will be able to mark places he has already been to, so as not to get lost. The system notifies him that he has used the Eye of Argos, and he commands the item to show him a map of the area. The system quickly disappoints the protagonist by telling him that it is impossible to display the map outside of this area. Vincent calmly says that it is now clear why people mark the road with sword scratches, because the device does not work in this area. A huge number of tentacles begin to appear behind him, and he realizes that he has entered a trapped room. However, after thinking a little, he realizes that he did not hear any sounds of extraneous mechanisms, which means that this room is something else. He also notes that it is eerily quiet here, while a strange spirit-like creature appears behind him. All this time, this spirit did not make a single sound, and only at the moment when he thought that he would be able to kill Vincent, he decided to swing his giant scythe. Luckily, Vincent manages to react to this treacherous blow in time, and jumps to the side, forcing the spirit to plunge its scythe into the stone floor. Jumping to the side, he realizes that he has a perfect window of opportunity to finish off his opponent, who must pull the weapon out of the ground. He makes a lightning-fast dash, simultaneously striking with his pumped-up dagger, cutting the spirit in half at once. Unfortunately, this blow has no effect, and the system notifies him that such blows will be ineffective. Vincent once again jumps away from his opponent to give himself room to maneuver and realizes that the spirit has physical immunity. Meanwhile, Revenant lets out a loud cry to inflict damage on his opponent. The system notifies the protagonist that he has been given the deafness status, and he really does stop hearing any sounds. Vincent realizes that he acted recklessly and did not sufficiently assess the danger of this place. After quickly analyzing his opponent, he realizes that he is facing exactly the monster that appears in the Abyss of Rules. He briefly dives into his memories and rolls back in time 3 years to when he first found himself in such an abyss. The sortie seemed suspiciously quiet to him, but he had the constant feeling that someone was watching him. Suddenly he discovers strange statues that look quite creepy, as they have dark smiles frozen on their faces. Vincent turns away from them and realizes that these are not some kind of monsters, but just a bunch of creepy statues that pose no threat. As he continues to collect crystals, he reflects on the fact that none of them should go to waste, because his future career depends on it. Hearing a strange sound, he turns around again to see if he imagined that someone ran among these statues. One can only imagine the surprise and horror of the protagonist when he discovers that these statues have become much closer to him, and their position has changed. Vincent jumps back and wonders what is happening, because just a few seconds ago these statues were just a pile of stones. At that time, a colleague comes to his aid, who advises not to turn around and says that these are demonic crying statues. He also states that one should not turn one's back to these creatures or blink when looking at them. He also claims that the demons of the abyss follow a certain logic in their actions, and the higher the level, the stricter it is. The scavenger states that these creatures are very dangerous opponents, but while they are being looked at, they are petrified. Vincent wonders what he should do, to which his comrade replies that he should slowly back away and not blink until they are out of the room. All this time, they look back and feel incredible tension, because they do not see what is behind them. Vincent also fails to notice a pebble lying right under his feet, causing him to slip, inevitably losing visual contact with his opponent. Not only does Vincent himself stop looking at these demonic creatures for a while, but his colleague also turns around to find out what happened. The demonic statues immediately take advantage of this and rush forward to devour their victims in the blink of an eye. Luckily, the scavenger doesn't get confused, and immediately rushes forward to pull the lever that will allow him to escape from these creatures. It's hard to imagine what would have happened if they had been trapped in this place without a way to escape quickly. The stone slab descends at great speed, thereby ensuring the safety of the protagonist and his comrade. Vincent realizes how lucky he is to be with such a comrade, because otherwise he would have died here. Exhausted, he falls to the ground, thanking his comrade, while the latter mentions that normal attacks do no damage to these statues at all. He also states that despite his inexperience as a fighter, he is very strong in terms of knowledge of monster behavior. Vincent returns to reality and realizes that he is no worse than some career changers, and must find a way to deal with the enemy. He also states that if this monster is immune to physical attacks, then magical attacks should have some effect. Finding himself in a more advantageous position, he decides to use the Big Bang skill to paralyze the enemy. However, as soon as he attempts to fire a magic shot, his hand suddenly begins to act strangely. Before Vincent can react to this incident in time, the magical energy in his hand explodes. Vincent realizes that he can no longer even rely on fire powers, despite the fact that this is the only type of magical damage he can inflict. For a moment he wonders what he should do in such a case, if he cannot fight the enemy in the usual way. Quite quickly he comes up with one ability he has left and realizes that it might be his chance to win. Once again, he dodges his opponent's attack and tries to think through his next move. He notes that time is short and the monster is physically invulnerable, but its attacks are mostly focused on one type of damage. While waiting for the moment when he can return to the fight, he realizes that the logic of this creature is very strange. Revenant makes an off-balance attack with his scythe, but it also misses thanks to Vincent's agility. Unfortunately, spirits do not know fatigue, so the opponent is preparing to attack him again with another barrage of attacks. Vincent takes out his dagger and blocks some of the scythe's attacks, still frantically trying to figure out what the creature's weak point is. To get a hint, he decides to use his Eye of Insight and find at least something. After a few more dodges, he realizes that the monster only materializes after it makes an attack. From his point of view, before the sickle swings, the creature loses its defense against physical attacks. Seizing the moment, he rushes forward, preparing to launch a series of quick and accurate attacks. His theory is indeed confirmed, and the ghost takes a fair amount of damage from Vincent's bloody attacks. Immediately after this, the spirit begins to make very strange sounds, signaling that the creature is dying. After a few moments, it dissolves into thin air, and Vincent assumes that he has managed to deal with the problem. However, the problem only begins to mount, because after a few seconds, a strange energy sphere appears in the air again, from which a silhouette is formed. Over time, this silhouette begins to take shape more and more, and Vincent realizes that he is now facing a new enemy. In fact, this enemy is the second form of the previous spirit, possessing a greater range of skills. A strange energy begins to emanate from this creature, which it uses to charge its attacks and body. Vincent realizes that he recently lost his hearing, and now he can't even see his enemy properly. At first, he considers turning to his clone, but abandons the idea because it would take too much energy. The monster quickly emerges from the shadows and launches a dual attack, which Vincent somehow manages to block. The protagonist realizes that it is too difficult for him to fight this enemy, and that he cannot cope with him, even with such a set of attributes. At the same time, he activates the super regeneration skill to recover and get additional chances. The system informs him that the deafness condition has been eliminated, and all lacerations have been instantly healed. A greenish glow begins to emanate from Vincent's body, and this stops the cruel ghost for a while. Vincent immediately notices this, and guesses that in the second phase, this creature is afraid of light, and even a weak light will not allow it to come closer. At that moment, he realizes how he should act, and sets his fists on fire to create more light. The ghost naively assumes that his opponent will try to throw a fireball at him, and begins to laugh prematurely. In fact, Vincent is well aware that his strength lies in not attacking his opponent with fire spells. Instead, he directs the fiery energy directly into himself, causing his body to become engulfed in flames. In a few moments, he himself turns into a massive source of light, ready to disperse all shadows. Ignoring the burning effect, he happily notes that he finally has the ability to see clearly in the dark. The frightened ghost immediately begins to run away from it, so as not to receive serious damage from light sources. Vincent claims that his opponent is afraid of flames because his life force is contained in darkness. He also understands that for an ordinary magician who does not know how to cast spells on his body, it would be quite difficult here. But Vincent should now be able to handle it without any problems. He lunges forward with Ghost Rush and grabs the ghost, saying that he himself will become the fire that destroys it. Grabbing his opponent as tightly as possible, he decides to use his Big Bang skills by directing himself. The ghost does not have time to return from such a spell and becomes a victim of the main character's ingenuity. Vincent jumps to the side, and his outer clothing is instantly wiped off, leaving him half naked. The system notifies him that the monster was defeated, but his health would have been critically reduced, and doctors would have been needed. The system also tells him that his hand was badly burned and he cannot hold a weapon, to which he replies that now he will have to wait for regeneration. The burning body of the ghost falls to the ground, and Vincent tries to put it out so that he will have materials to recycle. A moment later, he summons his deity, who pulls the island of ghosts into his vast abyss. As a reward, Vincent receives another pet, which is perfect for executing enemies and restoring health. The system also says that the artifact cannot be exchanged, since it is tied to the soul. Vincent, realizing that this is a very useful skill, especially if used in a battle with a large number of not very strong opponents. The distinctive feature of this skill is that if the target is not killed, the wearer will receive the same amount of damage. Vincent realizes that this skill must be used with extreme caution, and then uses the super regeneration skill. In addition to vitality, this skill restores the protagonist's outerwear, who is filled with determination, and sets off to save his sister. Meanwhile, somewhere in the depths of the dungeon, one of the monsters begins to crush captured people who were brutally killed. By cutting up the unfortunate captives, he separates the necessary body parts to feast on later. Luckily, Valerie survived and managed to avoid this fate, but she is now in a rather dangerous situation. In order to distract the giant enemy, who is a deadly orc, she throws the bottle away. The crack of the glass bottle causes the creature to turn back and go to investigate to check what happened. Valerie gets some time to get her bearings and decide where she needs to go. The huge problem for this girl is that she is paralyzed in the lower part of her body, so her legs cannot walk. Having climbed out of the pile of giant bags, the girl looks around, then rubs her bruised head. She continues to look around and discovers a small teddy bear lying on the cold floor and decides to take it. She crawls up to him pretty quickly, saying that she must definitely find her brother and never let anyone hurt him. Unfortunately, she doesn't have time to notice how the giant monster returns to its lair, stepping on this bear. He also detects Valerie, instantly making it impossible for her to escape from such a gigantic creature. Before dealing with its victim, this creature lets out a loud and unpleasant roar that echoes throughout the dungeon. Valerie immediately tries to figure out what to do in this situation. But in reality, she has almost no options to save herself. Valerie understands this perfectly well and turns her last prayers to her brother to come to her and save her from this terrible monster. The giant figure swings his cleaver, completely oblivious to the mysterious silhouette that suddenly appears behind him. Moments later, a giant sword cuts into his skin, cutting through it as if it were soft plasticine. The mysterious warrior easily slices the giant monster in half with his equally impressive sword. Valerie watches this gigantic machine with surprise and horror, trying to understand how a person can even hold this sword in his hands. Valerie's savior is a warrior with a two-handed sword whose name has been lost in time. So from now on, we will simply refer to him as the Nameless Warrior. Valerie immediately realizes that she is facing a hunter who specializes in killing monsters. The Nameless Warrior, however, reacts rather indifferently to the unfortunate girl and turns his back to her. Valerie quickly crawls up to him and grabs his leg, begging him to get her out of here, saying that she will pay him for it. The Nameless Warrior says that the monster was destroyed, so if she wants, she can get out of here. But if she goes with him, she will definitely die. Valerie, concentrating, realizes that she must get out for the sake of her dear brother, because she promised him. To understand what this promise is, we need to go back 7 years to when the doctor told Vincent that Valerie's spinal nerves were damaged. Vincent asked the doctor in fear if this meant that she would never be able to even stand on her feet again. The doctor said that such severe damage to the spinal nerve is incurable, but in theory there is one way to fix it. Young Vincent was very impressed by the even theoretical possibility of extracting his sister, and asked the doctor what he should do to achieve this. The doctor said that theoretically science was no longer useful here, but he knew of cases where blind people regained their sight while in the abyss. Vincent said that if there was medicine in the abyss, then he could cure his dear sister, and asked the doctor if he understood him correctly. The doctor warned the young boy that only those who change their profession can go into the abyss, and he will only meet inevitable death there. He also advised him to think of a more realistic option that he could afford, after which Vincent said that he would definitely find the money. Finally, the doctor told the main character that he would try his best to save his daughter. He just needed to pay for the procedures on time. The nurses also see the main character off and talk among themselves about whether this is really the boy everyone is talking about. They share difficult details and say that Vincent and Valerie's parents died that day. The woman does not sincerely empathize with him, realizing that this boy has been given a very heavy burden. Vincent, meanwhile, suppresses his incredible despair so as not to embarrass his sister, and decides to visit her. Valerie looked at him with concern and asked how he was feeling, trying to figure out what they should do next. Vincent happily landed on her bed, talking about how he went to the doctor today, and then declared that he was going to go to the abyss. Valerie looked at her brother in surprise and asked what this abyss was and if it was a safe place. Not wanting to upset his dearly beloved sister, Vincent immediately lied, saying that this was a fairly safe place. He also assured her that this place was very peaceful, and very soon he would find there a cure for her serious illness. Immediately after that, he jumped out of his chair and said that there was one more thing he forgot to tell her, and he thought for a long time, turns towards her and gives her a special teddy bear, saying that he won't be able to come to her often, so this teddy bear will protect her. Valerie sadly told him that he was the only family member left alive, and she didn't want him to be in danger. She asked him not to go where the monsters lived, to which he replied that he had found a job and would soon earn a lot of money and cure her. Valerie said that if he had to sacrifice himself for money, she would rather sit in a wheelchair for the rest of her life. She also asked him to promise her that he would never risk his life, and Vincent, without hesitation, swore this, knowing that he would break the promise. Valerie tells the Nameless Warrior that if she stays here, her brother will definitely follow her into the abyss, and she doesn't want him to take risks. The brave girl says that she will never allow her brother to be in danger, so she has to get out. The Nameless Warrior says indifferently that he is a little impressed by her incredible zest for life, even in this situation. With these words, he lifts the girl light as a feather, saying that if monsters attack, he will not protect her. Valerie thanks fate that the wheels of her wheelchair remained intact, and she can move without much difficulty. The Nameless Warrior says that she is not his client, so he would not care whether she is alive or dead, to which she replies that she will not cause any trouble. The Nameless Warrior says that he has not had a name for a long time, but he is a warrior with a two-handed sword. Vincent, meanwhile, continues to explore the abyss, reflecting on how, when he explored it, he saw a lot of greenery that could restore physical injuries. However, these injuries were received from the abyssal creatures, and that is why they were restored, since it does not contradict the logic of the abyss. Thus, if the burn was received before entering the abyss, then it cannot be cured under absolutely any circumstances. Vincent sadly says that otherwise he would have found a way to cure his dear sister long ago. After a while, he freezes in place and realizes that he has finally come across the group that was here before him. Unfortunately, all that was left of this group were lifeless bodies, and he realized that the level of these monsters was higher. Vincent immediately realizes that he needs to be more careful if he doesn't want to fall into another trap and die here. Looking around, he realizes that there are no living demons in sight yet, which means there are survivors here. After a while, his steely gaze comes across something very surprising. He approaches the giant corpse of the monster and is surprised that it was cut with a sword, but the Eye of Insight did not reveal anything useful. Looking around at the bodies of the other warriors, he realizes that most of them were not strong in agility or strategy and relied only on brute force. Vincent smiles and says that he is still much stronger than this bunch of newbies who are changing professions because he is simply unkillable. Meanwhile, Valerie continues to follow the nameless warrior, looking around carefully. Her caution knows no bounds, while the same cannot be said about this man, who walks through these corridors with absolute calm. The absolutely logical outcome of such an attitude towards his safety is that he steps into a trap. A few moments later, several energy outfits fly into his body, instantly piercing him through and through. Valerie screams loudly, realizing that the only protector who could somehow get her out of here has just been spoken. However, to her surprise, the nameless warrior continues to stand on his feet, after which he evens out and looks around. Valerie asks him if everything is okay, if he felt any pain from what just happened. The nameless warrior turns to the naive girl with a sad look and says that pain has not been a part of his life for a long time. To explain this, he tells her a story that happened 4 years ago in the Tomb of the Ancients, during the battle with the Corpse King. This boss was an incredibly dangerous opponent who destroyed one warrior after another. Right before the eyes of the nameless warrior, he tore off the head of one of his comrades with his bare hands, without putting in any special effort. The nameless warrior knew that this battle would be very dangerous, so he needed to focus on getting out of it alive. Their employer called them idiots, saying that he spent a lot of money to hire them, and it all came to nothing. The employer loudly shouted that he had paid double the price for their lives, which meant he could do with them as he wished. The nameless warrior was a criminal and had no legal status, meaning he could only join the ranks of the hunters as a mercenary. The employer shouted that if they killed this boss, they would get 100,000, and since he had come this far, he would not refuse the final treasure. The nameless warrior understood perfectly well that for money they were ready to solve any problems, despite the fact that they were just a bargaining chip. In the mind of this pragmatist, there were no doubts about how their employers saw them, but he understood that they had no other choice. With the promise of an extremely generous reward for killing this boss, the mercenaries rushed forward to crush this monster. None of them had any idea how serious this opponent could be, despite the fact that he had just torn off the head of one of their comrades. All these mercenaries were blinded by the thirst for an incredible reward, because after a short haggling, the price for killing this boss rose to 250,000. A cash reward of $250,000 is an incredible motivator for the most notorious scoundrels who don't care about their own lives. It is precisely such people who turn their gaze into the abyss, which receives them with open arms and inevitably swallows them up. The life of an ordinary mercenary looks pretty joyless and glorious, and absolutely also ends in these gloomy corridors. The nameless warrior never wanted anyone to honor him as a true hero, and deep down he simply sought an opportunity to die in battle. The Corpse King in this situation is merely a tool and is of no importance to the nameless warrior. All this warrior dreams of is a wallet full of money, or death, because in that case, he won't care anymore. Despite the fact that all his comrades were killed quite quickly, he himself remained standing on his feet, becoming a rather strong young man. The employer shouted loudly that they had to protect him, since they could only get the money if he stayed alive. He reminds them that he paid for their lives, and the nameless warrior tries to figure out how to defeat this enemy. The Corpse King turned his attention to the greedy rich man, realizing that the man he had just dealt with was no longer a threat. The nameless warrior exceeded all his expectations, and was able to quickly recover even after such a crushing blow. At the right moment, he rushed forward to deliver a devastating attack with his giant ball on the body of this monster. Even though this man's emotions had long since been dulled by a hard life, for a moment he felt the joy of victory. As a reward, he received a mysterious amulet, as well as a giant chest that materialized literally out of nowhere. Their employer immediately pushed the unsuspecting fighter away and loudly declared that he would open the chest himself. The nameless warrior tried to remind his employer that he had actually promised a generous reward for killing this boss. However, the rich man smirked slyly, saying that his subordinates were all dead, so he didn't need money, because he would die pretty quickly. Continuing to laugh, he opened the chest, saying that now he would become rich, and the information he had bought about this in the dungeon had paid for itself many times over. To his horror and surprise, the chest was empty, and when opened, only strange screams came from it. The rich man tried to understand what the hell was going on here, and did not notice several strange beams of energy that were directed somewhere upward. He continued to rummage through the chest in the hope of finding at least some trinket, but all his efforts were in vain. A moment later, he was overcome with rage and said that he had put so much effort into such a pathetic chest. His rage is instantly interrupted by screams of agony, and his body suddenly begins to inflate to a frightening size. The nameless warrior watches as he, the cancelled employer, begins to tear himself apart, all his internal organs and blood turning into sand. The warrior guesses that the reason for this is a special sand curse, which instantly kills everyone who dares to touch it. After a few moments, he feels that this curse has fallen on him as well, as sand begins to pour out of his eyes. Feeling a dull despair, he wonders if he should pick up the sphere that fell from the corpse king. Without thinking twice, he grabs it and reads the description, according to which this artifact turns the owners into undead, making them susceptible to normal damage. The nameless warrior accepted this transformation of loss, forever losing the sense of pain and emotion, and also gaining a mortal weakness. He became a man who could not die, but any healing would cause him fatal damage. Valerie asked him if he was really cursed after crossing the blood that turned into sand. The nameless warrior looks sadly at the young state and understands that it is no longer worth dedicating additional details to her. Without another word, he rushes forward, and Valerie asks him why he is ignoring her. Meanwhile, Vincent continues to explore the dungeon, encountering a large number of opponents that must be destroyed. His enemies are a whole squad of orcs, which are fairly trained and well-armed fighters. Vincent remains cool as he soberly assesses his strengths and the incredible power he now possesses. He reflects that he was in a hurry before, and was unable to distribute the points properly, so now they are evenly distributed across all stats. He remembers that now each of his parameters is at the level of 200, which is simply a fantastic number. Despite such significant indicators, he still cannot learn information about the monsters in the next room until he enters it. Vincent clearly understands that the monsters in the abyss are strengthened, but they are not able to withstand the physical stress of constant battles. Vincent continues to destroy one opponent after another with his lightning-fast attacks, emerging victorious from each fight. After a few minutes, only a few dozen people remain from the giant detachment of orcs, who are losing their combat capability. Rushing forward, he decides to use the skill of the fast-flashing daggers, and finds that his little one has dropped below 5%. He pauses for a moment, and wonders if he can no longer use skills before deciding to take advantage of one of the orcs. He rushes forward, armed with a shield, but Vincent, realizing that he does not need a weapon to kill the enemy, instead of attacking with a sharp dagger, he concentrates all his incredible power into his fists, which deal incredible damage. Rushing forward, he delivers a quick attack that instantly knocks out the opponent and slams them face first into the ground. Looking up, he realizes that the number of monsters is not decreasing, but rather is increasing, making the battle more and more grueling. He reflects on how after 4 battles he is completely exhausted, and now his mana is almost at 0. He understands perfectly well that only large bottles of mana potion remain, which are better saved for a critical moment. That's why he decides to switch to fighting with his fists for a while, destroying each opponent with just one blow. His physical strength is so extreme that any blow to the opponent's face knocks his eyes out of their sockets. Even though orcs are very dangerous opponents in battle, they don't stand a chance against such an incredible creature. No matter how well armed they are, every one of them ends up defeated. Jumping onto the body of another orc chieftain, Vincent easily rips off his head thanks to his enhanced stats. Landing on his feet, he finds himself once again surrounded by opponents who, however, are not all that strong. A very creative idea comes to his mind to restore his strength and mana, and he takes out a card with a Soul Reaper. Using this skill, he immediately materializes a giant ghost in the air, armed with a sharpened scythe. Vincent is well aware that this sickle is not the best weapon due to its side effects, but perhaps he will be able to recover. The mysterious creature immediately rushes forward, striking and decapitating all enemies in its path. The number of victims of this spirit instantly becomes close to 10, which significantly increases the skills of its owner. Vincent receives a notification that the artifact's special effect, the Soul Priest's Sickle, has been activated, restoring his health and mana. It only takes a few moments for him to fully recover his strength, which suggests that he saved a lot on potions this way. The system also informs him that the duration of such skills will increase as they accumulate. Vincent continues his journey when he suddenly steps on a pair of glass glasses, which make a characteristic cracking sound. Vincent looks around. Questions remain about where these glasses could have come from, when suddenly there is movement not far from him. A few moments later, the barrel turns over on its side, and a human hand appears from there, asking to save him. A scientist emerges from the barrel and asks if he has by any chance seen the glasses that he had saved here. Vincent hands the scientist his glasses, to which he says that he is a research doctor and his name is Henry. He confidently states that he has no idea what happened, but suddenly the monsters that Vincent had just killed appeared in his room. Henry also says that he was so scared that he hid in a completely unfamiliar room and hid in a barrel to stay alive. Vincent asks him if he saw any other survivors who might still be nearby. Henry says that it is a poor place, huge, and very few people can survive here, not to mention the disabled and crippled people from the hospital. Vincent asks him how he dares to talk about patients like that, without worrying, being a doctor, to which he replies that in times of danger you need to think about yourself. Henry says that if he was serious in the fight, then he wouldn't have hidden in the barrel, and then suggests that Vincent came here to save him. Henry's tone immediately becomes stern, and he says that if Vincent was sent to save him, then he should stop talking nonsense. He also adds that the Lionheart squad must have promised an amazing reward for his life, and Vincent immediately understands that he is talking about Caesar. For a moment he remembers that when he defeated him, he received 150 stat points, as well as a mysterious medal. Chester said that he had seen this emblem before and it belonged to the Lionheart squad. Vincent looks closely at this emblem and says that this emblem belongs to the clan of the strongest hunters. He laughs and says that the bar for these powerful hunting groups is becoming too high to meet. Returning to the present, he immediately turns around and walks away, causing confusion in Henry. Vincent asks him if he came here from the ward, to which Henry responds with a counter-question, and then why he needs to save other patients. He adds that all these patients are poor and will hardly be able to pay him well, to which Vincent replies that he must save his sister. Henry is very surprised to learn this information and guesses that his interlocutor did not come here to hunt monsters. Vincent states that he also recycles trash he finds along the way in order to become stronger. With these words, he turns to Henry and says that he does not need to accumulate ballast, so he gets rid of it at the first opportunity. Immediately after this, he discovers another portal that should take him to another place, and this is the Abyss, and rushes there. Henry warns him that the place is a labyrinth in which it is very easy to get lost. He offers to help him, saying that they will definitely find his sister and then get out of here. Without waiting for an answer, he says that silence is a sign of consent, after which he rushes into the portal first, saying that he came from there. Vincent pauses for a moment, trying to understand why this scientist is acting so actively. After a few moments, he decides to follow this eccentric guy, and moves in an unknown direction. Henry asks him which hunting guild he belongs to, in order to at least find out something about his interlocutor. Vincent says in a tired voice that he is not a member of the guild, and does not plan to join one. Henry asks him fearfully how he plans to deal with the creatures in this abyss alone. He also says that anyone with even a little bit of power will be lured into hunting parties that band together to fight solid monsters. Vincent says his sister's name is Valerie, and if he wants to get out of there alive, he should just shut up and move forward. Henry repeats Valerie's name in fear, and is transported back in time for a few moments, realizing that he knows this patient well. A few hours before the incident, one of the employees asks him how their experimental couple is doing. Henry claims that the pair are two underage girls, but his ally replies that their families don't care about them. This disgusting man says that one of them only has a brother who went into garbage collection, and the second girl's entire family went bankrupt. Henry asks his ally how he convinced these girls to agree to participate in this experimental program. His interlocutor says that usually families are happy to be freed from the burden that is gnawing at them, a situation where there is no work, and paying for treatment is expensive. Turning his attention to the second girl, he says that recently her father has begun to visit her less and less often. Immediately after this, he turns his gaze to Valerie's medical record, saying that everything was much simpler there. The man says her brother risks his life every day to pay for his daily treatments, and it would be great if she could ease his burden. Valerie listened attentively to this man, unaware of his true and evil intentions. The nasty man says they have a new treatment that will help them stop being apart from their families and start a new life. Both girls agreed to this, realizing that it would be great if their families felt relieved and they stopped being a problem. The man praised the girls for their enthusiasm, saying that they could sign the contract at the following locations. After a while, the experiment began, and Henry's partner said that it was easy to deceive these naive girls. Henry states that these girls would be no good without this experiment, praising his ally for a job well done. Henry claims that each cell can be sold for hundreds of millions of dollars, and this could be the fastest way to become rich. A few moments later, one of his assistants said that it was time to begin testing subject number 1 and stuck a syringe into a bag of blood. A few moments later, this deadly solution was already in the cell where Valerie, her roommate, was located. Quite quickly, the experiment began to get out of control, and the body of the unfortunate girl began to disintegrate. Henry wondered what was going on, realizing that something needed to be done immediately. His assistant said that the body was to blame. The cells, No energy fluctuations were detected. Moments later, he declared that the cells had given up without him, while the unfortunate girl had died a painful death. Henry urged his subordinates not to panic. As this was just an experimental body, they had another one. His assistant interrupted his thoughts again, saying that someone had decided to start a fight outside. Henry wondered who it was when he suddenly saw the girl's father, who had decided to visit her on that particular day. Henry realized that he needed to somehow explain himself to the father of the deceased test subject and ordered that this father be brought here. The man approached his partners and said that it was not allowed to beat patients in the hospital, adding that the gentleman had asked to take the man to him. A few moments later, the man was pulled to his feet and asked to follow him. Henry told the unfortunate father that he was a doctor at this hospital and that his daughter was right there. The father asked him where his dear daughter was, after which Henry pointed to the capsule with the mutilated corpse, saying that she was right there. He also said that they were acting under an agreement and something went wrong during the test, so they will compensate the costs according to the agreement. Henry also said that they still have to remove the body and study it thoroughly for interesting tests. In response to this, to everyone's surprise, the girl's father delivered a powerful blow right across Henry's face, saying that they were conducting their terrible experiments on ordinary people. Henry stated that instead of living his meaningless life, it is better to sacrifice his body and contribute to society. The girl's father says his daughter was still a minor, and he does not need any of the money that is due as compensation. Henry angrily asks the guards to take this rude man away, not understanding why this ungrateful scoundrel is yelling at him. The angry father calls all these people scum and promises to send every single one of them to hell. Henry decided not to focus on the negative aspects of his job and turned to his interlocutor, asking how Valerie was doing. The man answered him that there were no energy fluctuations. Apparently, he would have to wait a little longer. He also asked the doctor if he would make a similar scene with this girl when he saw her mutilated, molecule-split body. Henry naively said that there was nothing to worry about, since the man was probably a level 0 and was just a garbage collector. Vincent, meanwhile, asks the doctor why he reacted that way when he heard that name, assuming that he knew the girl. Henry immediately moves away from him, saying that this is the first time he has heard the name of such a patient, and assumes that she is from another department. Henry wonders in his mind why he got such wrong information about Valerie's brother. He realizes that if this guy is really that serious, he's done for, because he left this thing alone with a bunch of monsters and ran away. Even after this, he continues his wanderings from side to side, hoping not to run into another trap. Vincent continues to closely monitor Henry's behavior and asks why he reacted that way when he heard Valerie's name. Vincent says that he is hearing this name for the first time and is simply afraid that something might happen to this girl, since many monsters have appeared in the ward. Quite quickly, he comes up with a cunning plan in his head in case this girl ends up dead, because it is not his fault that he could not protect her from the monsters. Vincent continues his journey, after which he hears a strange rustling sound and realizes that they are trapped. In the blink of an eye, his reaction tells him that he needs to get out as quickly as possible. Vincent takes a quick step back and grabs Henry's clothes with force, trying to move him as quickly as possible. A split second later, a giant sword used by monster hunters flies past them. Vincent unmistakably determines that it was not a monster that attacked them, and Henry irritably asks him what it could have been. The nameless warrior emerges from the darkness, apologizes, and says that he mistook them for locals who... He looks closely at Henry and says that he received an order from the TV Heart to save him. Vincent remarks indifferently that now he understands why such a big brute is walking around the abyss. He also states that he should have known that the marks near the entrance to the dungeon were made by his sword, and then praises him for being able to break through alone. The nameless warrior says that the mercenary works here for double pay, and also admits that he killed his teammates for money. Vincent reflects on having seen mercenaries like this before and realizes that the rules are that they can get their full pay if they are the only ones left alive. After a few moments, Vincent stops Henry, saying that this warrior's sword has an extremely deadly aura. He immediately turns to the nameless warrior, stating that he has no intention of interfering with his orders, but there is one catch. He immediately adds that this man told him that he could show him the way to the sister he was so desperately looking for. The nameless warrior says that he saw a girl here who fits the description just given by Vincent. Vincent asks him where she was, and Henry understands that now he is definitely finished if this young man finds her. Instead of answering, the nameless warrior throws into the protagonist's hands a small teddy bear, which he gave her a long time ago. Vincent asks his interlocutor where he got this teddy bear. The nameless warrior says that this girl was very sweet, but he is very sorry that she could not get out of this dungeon. Vincent looks up in surprise and asks his interlocutor what he is talking about, not believing what he just heard. Henry is mentally glad that the test subject died, which means there will be no one to tell about what happened here. The nameless warrior says that he met this girl, but he didn't care whether she survived or not, but he promised to convey her last words. After this, he says that Valerie expressed the hope of meeting him here, at the entrance to the hospital, and that he would see that she was fine, and therefore there was no reason to take risks again. Vincent understands that his interlocutor allowed the innocent girl to die, only because he was too lazy to lift even a finger. He immediately rushes into the attack and asks if he just stood and watched. The nameless warrior calmly replies that a mercenary's duty is to strictly carry out orders for a reward, and the rest does not bother him. He also says that because of the curse that lies upon him, the people around him always die, so he walks alone. He adds that even after these words, she decided to go with him, which means that the girl is to some extent to blame for her fate. Vincent demands that his opponent immediately tell him where his dear sister is. The nameless warrior says that if Henry stays with him, he will immediately tell where the girl is. Vincent asks what will happen if he refuses, while Henry states that he agrees to this option. The nameless warrior says that he has no sympathy whatsoever for those who stand in his way, and is willing to kill even his own teammates. Vincent continues to dodge attacks from the giant greatsword and knocks the weapon out of his opponent's hands. Immediately after this, he rushes forward, saying that the nameless warrior is now unarmed, and therefore will not be able to resist his onslaught. The nameless warrior looks at his opponent with indifference and intercepts his blow with incredible ease. Vincent realizes he needs to act more decisively and prepares to stab him with a dagger. This blow also proves ineffective, as the nameless warrior's agility suddenly proves to be greater than expected. Immediately after this, he decides to use the disarm skill to deprive the enemy of his weapon for 8 seconds. Vincent doesn't have time to react to the enemy's next maneuver, which hits him with his rock-hard head. Vincent says that he thought that the sword was the nameless warrior's main weapon, but it turned out that he was also good at hand-to-hand combat. The nameless warrior notes that if a mercenary has little information, he must rely not only on his weapon, but also on his body. He also states that this is far from the only power he has, adding that he is now impossible to defeat. With these words, he decides to use the Rockbreaker skill, maintaining his previous sad expression. Vincent realizes that the sword is quite powerful, but its weight makes it difficult to swing, so he has the opportunity to strike earlier. He first tries to use a weak spell to defeat the enemy, but it turns out to be useless. Vincent notes that his opponent is too powerful, so he urgently needs to come up with a more effective option. Jumping into the air, he decides to use the summon card, Web of Familiar Heads. A few seconds later, 4 spiders break free and prepare to fight their next enemy. The nameless warrior looks at these creatures with indifference and wonders if Vincent can also summon. The spiders target their opponent and release several streams of sticky webbing to immobilize them. This seems to be effective for a time, as the nameless warrior freezes in place. However, his powers prove too great, so he quickly breaks free from this web-like grip. Taking off into the air, he asks Vincent if he was going to defeat him with a bunch of monsters, stating that it was just ridiculous. A moment later, he decides to use the Rockbreaker skill to wipe Vincent off the face of the earth. Vincent teleports behind his opponent, saying that such tricks will not work on him. The nameless warrior turns around in surprise, realizing that he had never expected such a drastic change in the course of the battle. The nameless warrior states that if his sword had not been charged with hundreds of points of power, this blow could have easily killed him. He also notes that Vincent is clearly not one of those incompetent scavengers whose damage output is 0. The nameless warrior praises Vincent's talents, saying that his strength is much greater, but Vincent replies that he is not inferior to him. Vincent also says that this is the last time he asks where his little sister is. Valerie said some time ago that the nameless warrior is so strong that she doesn't even know if her brother is superior to him in this. The nameless warrior asks what the girl said about having the best brother in the world who works hard every day. She also said that she dreamed of becoming as strong as him, to which the nameless warrior responded that all scavengers are weaklings. Valerie said she knew much better, adding that she only had to look into his eyes once to understand how strong he was. The nameless warrior then said that he would like to look this boy in the face, and now he says that only a seasoned warrior can have such a look. Meanwhile, Vincent quickly takes out a bottle of mana potion and instantly drains it in just a few sips. He muses that the last potion should only be used at a critical moment, and that he needs to find out more information first. Vincent decides to focus on critical hits on weak points to defeat him within 3 health levels. He also notes that this man seems to be different from all the opponents he has fought before, as he has nothing but a sword. The nameless warrior charges forward, and Vincent wonders what kind of crazy fighting style this is that has absolutely no regard for defense. Vincent jumps into the air to dodge this powerful blow that cuts through everything in its path. A moment later, he draws his dagger to appear behind his target. The nameless warrior quickly turns towards his enemy to prevent him from carrying out another series of attacks. Relying on his incredible brute strength, he swings his sword forward to cut Vincent apart. Vincent has such a quick reaction that he knows he still has something to counter such a blow with. After a moment, he decides to use the Soul Rush skill to dodge. Along the way, he uses a critical strike, successfully boosting it to poison his opponent and immobilize them. This blow was aimed directly at the opponent's neck, and any other opponent who received such damage would have died instantly. Vincent also notes that his opponent didn't even think about dodging, but only took the blows, which is very strange. The nameless warrior lands on his feet and doesn't even think about falling to the ground, despite the life momentarily fading from his eyes. A few moments pass and Vincent notices a smile on his face, realizing that instead of blood, this man has sand. The nameless warrior lets out a loud cry as his powers begin to rapidly regenerate and charges forward. Vincent successfully dodges this attack again, but realizes that the situation is becoming increasingly dangerous. To make sure that the person in front of him is actually alive, he decides to turn to his deity. Moments later, countless hands belonging to the scavenger deity appear out of nowhere and grab the warrior. The nameless warrior falls into a stupor for a moment, after which he again lets out a loud war cry. He grabs the hands of the deity and throws them away with the help of his incredible strength, which he received in exchange for the curse. He then delivers a quick strike to cause a chain reaction between his sword and the void energy. There is a powerful explosion, and the nameless warrior ultimately emerges victorious from this difficult battle. Vincent lands on the ground and tries to analyze what just happened, because it defies any explanation. The nameless warrior sadly states that he cannot be killed with normal attacks, then looks at his hand, which is beginning to crack. Vincent asks his opponent if he is immortal, wanting to gain at least some knowledge. The nameless warrior states that the void can grant things that modern technology cannot even comprehend, be it professions or equipment. He also claims that he has something more special, namely a curse, which is a divine punishment accepted for the sake of unprecedented power. The nameless warrior declares that he has sworn to take everything for himself, to laugh at him, and the fate he has chosen for himself. The nameless warrior says that he has received the power he so craved, for which he underwent unimaginable trials. The man also states that God did not say that the price of this power would be so great that anyone would refuse it if they knew in advance. Vincent looks at his opponent and asks him if he has turned into a monster. Henry muses that the rumors that ordinary people in the abyss can become monsters are true, adding that the undead have an extra powerful ability. He states that due to their nature, as long as their energy is not depleted, they will be endlessly resurrected. The nameless warrior rises from the dead, saying that in the moment before his death he reached out and touched eternity. All the people who looked at him before said that this guy is a loner, which means he will kill all his allies. The nameless warrior declares that he has finally learned the value of eternal life. He also claims that he died that day, but is still alive as some kind of twist of fate. Immediately after this, he looks at his opponent with incredible determination, preparing to rush into battle again. He decides to use the Death Wish skill to increase his damage output. Vincent realizes that combining this skill with the Curse of Immortality is pure cheating. To deal with his opponent, he once again decides to resort to the help of the Bloody Nightmare. The nameless warrior deals a powerful attack on the protagonist's body. However, since it is instantly absorbed by the nightmare, he survives. The nameless warrior sees a strange creature that is completely immune to physical attacks, while Vincent manages to dodge it. At that very moment, he again turns to the energy of the abyss, but the nameless warrior does not want to give him a single chance. Vincent takes out a powerful shield and wonders if immortality really means the nameless warrior is unkillable. The nameless warrior declares that he has absolutely no doubt that he will be the one to win this battle. Vincent continues to dodge his opponent's attacks and throws forward the Soul Priest artifact. A moment later, a spirit materializes in the air, armed with a sharpened scythe, personifying death itself. The nameless warrior looks closely at the creature that has appeared and wonders if Vincent really has such artifacts. A moment later, he lunges to attack the spirit, but does not realize that it is immune to physical damage. In response, the otherworldly creature delivers a powerful attack with its scythe, seriously wounding the immortal warrior. Vincent's opponent says it was not a physical weapon, but a purely technical effect. Vincent states that if someone dies from this skill, the recovery effect will be triggered, and their HP and MP will be restored. He also says that the nameless warrior's body is dead, so the skill will trigger after every hit. The nameless warrior says that he did not expect such amazing analytical skills from Vincent, adding that it is rare. Vincent says that for every seemingly unsolvable problem there must be a solution. He also states that everyone has their weaknesses. However, his opponent wears no armor and prefers to charge in, sacrificing himself to mislead his enemies. The nameless warrior says that everyone does have weak points, and that means Vincent is no exception. He also says that among the 6 main characteristics, there is always one that gets less attention. But Vincent states that he is not like everyone else. Immediately after this, he rushes back into battle, reflecting on the fact that his speed and reaction power are much higher than those of other professionals. He also understands that here all means will be good, be it tricks, powerful forces, or even underrated trash talents. Vincent continues to say that physical attacks cannot kill his opponent, but continued mana consumption can. With these words, he continues to dance around his opponent, delivering powerful and deadly attacks with his dagger. Immediately after this, he states that this will be enough to slow down his regeneration for some time. Vincent states that his opponent's mana will soon be completely depleted, and then he will truly and irrevocably die. Jumping to the side once again, he decides to use the priest's skill to restore his stats. This time the blow becomes even more powerful, and completely cuts off the Nameless Warrior's hand. The Nameless Warrior says that his advantage is to wage a war of attrition and always emerge victorious. Vincent responds by stating that every seemingly insoluble puzzle has a solution. In response, the warrior says that Vincent's weakness is not in the fight, but somewhere outside of the fight. After a moment, he turns his attention to the teddy bear and wonders who left this thing there. Vincent looks over in surprise, suspecting that something is wrong here, but the Nameless Warrior immediately decides to take advantage of this. He lunges forward and grabs him by the head, immediately throwing him to the ground so that he has no chance to resist. The Nameless Warrior says he has no sympathy for those who stand in his way, be they teammates or anyone else. He also says that Vincent is different because he has the character of a living person. The Nameless Warrior asks him who he would choose if he had to choose between the life of the child or Henry. Vincent asks him what this all means, trying to find out if his sister is still alive. The Nameless Warrior removes his hand, saying that he never claimed that Vincent's sister was dead, noting that the bear is proof that he knows where she is. He smiles and says that after all, this girl is not so easy to kill, unlike him. Vincent doesn't understand and looks after his opponent, asking what the hell he's even talking about. To understand this strange behavior on the part of the Nameless Warrior, we will go back a few hours. More monsters decided to attack the 2 heroes who were following without stopping in search of an exit. One of the orcs grabbed the unfortunate girl to finally finish her off. Valerie remembers the words of her comrade, who said that he would not protect her because he did not care whether she survived or not. She also remembers the words of her dear brother, who said that he had found a job and could now cure her legs. Valerie finds herself consumed with thoughts about not wanting to always be a hindrance and a burden to her brother. Turning to the abyss, she asks for a blessing to become stronger for a moment and escape from the captivity of these monsters. The monster, who holds her by the neck with his strong hands, is surprised by the sudden transformation in the girl's body. For a moment it seems to him as if the girl is quickly beginning to turn into something very cruel and vile. Valerie receives a system notification that she has awakened her transformer profession and is turning into a giant teddy bear. The strength of this bear is so incredible that a fairly high-level orc is gutted to pieces in an instant. Meanwhile, the Nameless Warrior continues to fight his opponents, killing them one by one. A moment later, he discovers an orc's head lying next to him, clad in a hard helmet. He turns back and notices a strange glow, looking up to see the creature Valerie has transformed into. He states that ordinary people who successfully undergo abyssal cell induction are more likely to awaken their professions. Looking at this girl, he wonders if she could be one of the victims that poor father was talking about. The Nameless Warrior prepares for battle, because he does not know how adequately the girl behaves. He states that rumors say that the changes caused by the abyss cells cause the host to lose consciousness and become like a mindless monster. Valerie immediately destroys this theory by starting to whine and wondering if she has really grown taller or if she is imagining it. The Nameless Warrior does not hide his surprise and asks her if she is still conscious, asking her to state her name. Valerie kneels down and states her name, after which the Nameless Warrior realizes that his fears were not confirmed. Valerie finds a mirror and sadly says that she is now turned into a teddy bear, to which the warrior replies that he does not know whether to congratulate her on this. Valerie begins to panic and wonders how she can possibly show herself to her brother like this. The Nameless Warrior says that if she doesn't want to go with him, then it's okay, and he will simply continue his mission. Valerie hands him a teddy bear, sincerely asking him to give it to his brother and retell her last words. The Nameless Warrior takes the bear and says that if he meets this man, he will definitely tell everything. He also states that he will personally hand over the bear and explain everything. The Nameless Warrior states that if they continue to fight, his position will be at a disadvantage, adding that they have no reason to fight. Henry asks the warrior if this girl really survived despite what she went through. The Nameless Warrior says that, in fact, the doctor who is behind Vincent is to blame for everything that happened here. He also claims that the appearance of this abyss is, to a greater or lesser extent, his merit. To understand what the nameless warrior means, we'll go back a few hours. The girl's grief-stricken father turns out to be the nameless warrior's employer and says he simply has no other choice. He states that if this key is used to open any door, the energy of the abyss will begin to permeate the entire area, turning it into an abyss. Father said that Henry is a very high-ranking person, so a rescue team will definitely come for him and they must be stopped. The nameless warrior asked the grief-stricken father if he knew what price he would have to pay for such a request, to which he replied that he did not care about the money. Henry says that if it is one of the statues, then he offered compensation to his father and has already sent it to Daddy. Vincent listens attentively to these excuses and asks the doctor what he can say about his sister. Henry states that this girl just happened to be here by accident, and he couldn't help her in any way. Even if she was an experiment subject, it was her personal desire. He also says that if any problems arise, he will be able to easily compensate for everything. Vincent realizes that words are unnecessary in this matter, and he slaps the scoundrel hard on the cheek to teach him a lesson. The blow is powerful enough to cause Henry to lose consciousness for a while, but he quickly comes to his senses. He also wonders who would need a disabled person who can't even walk properly. He adds that if he had used it, it would have brought much more benefit to society, since she made sacrifices for the sake of research. Vincent calls upon his deity to capture Henry, who states that his sister should feel grateful. Vincent claims that his sister has been through so much that some pathetic human being will never understand such suffering. Henry says that's not what he meant at all, and he didn't mean to offend his sister. A moment later, the garbage god's hands slam the obnoxious scientist into the ground to finally shut him up. This blow does not prove fatal, as Vincent has another plan in mind for the fate of this scoundrel. Grabbing him by the clothes, he says that even in hell such people are not needed, after which he calls him useless trash. Finally, he glances towards the nameless warrior and decides to give him this prey. Seeing a portal that should lead him in the right direction, he throws Henry towards it so that he can finally deal with him. The nameless warrior's hand, which had just been severed, flies into the air and grabs Henry by the head. The nameless warrior asks his opponent if this means they have reached an agreement between themselves. Vincent states that he just wants to make sure his sister is safe as soon as possible. He doesn't care about anything else. The nameless warrior states that a mercenary's duty is to carry out orders, and that the girl's father wished for Henry to die here. Henry tries to buy his way out of his fate by offering to pay twice what he was promised, but the nameless warrior remains adamant. Looking back at Vincent, he says that next time they will have a grand battle. Vincent no longer hears these words and rushes into the portal to the sounds of the breaking bones of the vile scientist who deserved his fate. As soon as Vincent passes through the portal and finds himself in a strange place, he almost immediately finds his beloved sister with his eyes. Valerie is still in bear form and asks him if it is Vincent. Vincent apologizes to her for coming so late, saying that she will definitely be safe now. Valerie begins to tremble a little and says that she should be the one apologizing, since he always risks his life for her. Vincent says that it's all nonsense and there are no more monsters here, so she is completely safe. Valerie apologizes to him and says that it's all a lie, since there's still one monster left here. Sitting on her hind legs, she begins to cry, and says that she has now become a monster and does not know how to turn back. She states that she relied on him for everything, and wanted to become like him and stop being a burden to him. At the same time, she apologizes to him for the fact that she is still an obstacle to normal life and has turned into an incomprehensible monster. Vincent exhales tensely, saying that many people don't look like monsters, but they look worse on the inside. But she turned into a monster, but she's still sweet on the inside. Valerie says that she is very flattered by such a compliment, but she still looks like an incomprehensible, ugly person. Vincent says that his job is to fight monsters, and he can easily tell them apart by their appearance. After this, he decides to look around, and his attention is drawn to one very interesting detail, which he decides to focus his attention on. Looking closely at the destroyed orcs that remained here, he asks her if she has become much stronger. Continuing to inspect the scene of the real massacre, he asks her if this is all her doing, to which Valerie shyly states that she has nothing to do with it. She also says that she had no control over it since she had transformed only recently, and Vincent realizes that his little sister has a higher level. A few more moments pass, and Valerie's paws begin to glow mysteriously. After a few more moments, she completely loses her monster appearance and returns to her original human form. As she lands on the ground, she wonders what happened, and then begins to happily talk about being back. Vincent states that the transformation requires a constant consumption of magical power, and when the mana is depleted, the person transforms back. He also tells her that she can now transform into a bear and back, and congratulates her on gaining amazing powers. Valerie asks him if she has become as strong as he is, to which he states that he will not let her be in danger anymore. Valerie asks him if she has met a strange guy here who is always gloomy and a bit like him. Valerie also says that this man stated that he would like to meet her in person, and that they would have something to talk about. Vincent takes his dear sister into the portal, saying that he has not met this person, and there would hardly be anything to talk about. Returning home, Vincent first goes to bed to get a good night's sleep, and does not rise until the first rays of the sun. The hard day in the abyss, as well as the intense fighting, had left him very tired, so it took him longer to recover. He gets a phone call and one of his bosses asks him about the last time he was at work. The boss also says that he hasn't seen him since the mission at the People's Trade Center, after which he heard rumors that Vincent had become a hunter. Vincent says that there is not enough money at all, so he began to look for a more profitable job. The boss asks the protagonist if he is still collecting trash, but Vincent replies that this is exactly how it is. An understanding boss calls him a young, reckless fool, telling him to think about his own safety and the safety of his sister. Vincent thanks his friend, and then hangs up, discovering that he still has a few notifications left. One of the notifications immediately catches his attention, and he freezes for a moment, trying to figure out if he was imagining things. The thing is, the banking app told him that Emily had transferred 2,400,000 yuan to him. He opens an additional text message sent by this girl, which says that he should thank her when he sells the rest of the junk. Vincent smiles as he says he has never seen so many zeros in his life. He also claims that he has put up for sale some of the resources and equipment he obtained during his recent visit in her name since she is a celebrity. He decided to do this last night to ensure a comfortable existence for himself, since no one would question where these things came from. Emily's good name and her indisputable authority will provide our hero with almost unlimited, seemingly risk-free supply of this junk. Emily met him and asked him what he had done to pick so many good things. Vincent says that he was just collecting a huge amount of garbage in the song and found all this. He also states that it is true that he cannot use these rare items now, so he asks her to sell all this junk. Emily is very impressed by this dynamic, and says that she didn't expect anything like this from a first-level garbage man. She also says that his body has gotten a lot stronger since they last saw each other, to which someone replies that he's been through a lot and gotten into shape. Emily says that all this time she thought that scavenger was just a profession that was not yet included in the list of main ones, because you can't level up with it. Vincent says it makes sense that even a garbage collector could become stronger. Emily asks him if he has thought about going to the World Guild to get a hunter's license, since treasures need to be identified. Vincent replies that in that case he will be able to move on, but only as a hunter. Emily states that he used to play without a license, but if anyone finds out about it, he will be imprisoned. She also says the test will involve convincing the examiner of your competence to be a hunter. Emily says that a recommendation is needed for the annual hunter evaluation, and she immediately takes responsibility for it to make sure everything goes smoothly. Emily also turns to her subordinate and asks him to report that she received all these items from him. She also tells her interlocutor that he helped her, so she pays for this service. Vincent gets out of bed and admits to himself that he now feels incredibly indebted to this girl. Looking down, he sees a strange package lying right at his feet and wonders who delivered it. Valerie says his apartment doesn't even have a kitchen, so she had to order food to stay hydrated. Vincent says that his little sister got up unusually early today, to which the girl replies that this is her first day not in the hospital. Vincent sits down at the table and asks her how she feels, to which the girl replies that she can now walk a little. A moment later she makes an effort and rises to her feet, demonstrating that she can hold on like this for some time. Vincent realizes that this is no easy task, and asks her how she was able to achieve this in just one night. Valerie sits down in a chair and says that she was afraid that if she turned into a bear again, she would cause destruction, so she concentrated her magic in her legs. Vincent advises to be careful with something like this, to which Valerie replies that she will gradually practice, and will soon be able to walk fully. Vincent says that he will only be glad if his sister can regain her motor skills and heads for the exit. Valerie asks him if he is leaving already, to which the protagonist replies that it is time for him to go. Valerie asks him how he spends his weekends, to which he replies that he doesn't have weekends, he always works. With these words, he loudly slams the door behind him to make sure it is closed. Valerie begins to suspect that something is wrong, wondering if her own brother is cheating on her and if he has a girlfriend. In reality, Vincent goes to a place where all the other players take an exam to get the required license. Looking around, he sees a huge number of other players who came here for the same thing as him. Vincent wonders why they all look so strange and extraordinary. A few moments later, he hears a familiar voice behind him asking him which hunting guild he has his eye on. Turning around, he sees Chester, who greets him politely, saying that he didn't expect to see him here. He asks him what he forgot at the testing site, suggesting that he didn't have his ID with him the whole time. Vincent states that the hunter exam costs a lot of money, and he recently made a good profit and now decided to qualify. He also asks him how he feels, to which Chester states that he took his advice and began practicing a lot of close combat. Chester also says that for now he only has a license for the support position, but from his point of view, Vincent should only aim for the main position. Suddenly, a rather expensive car pulls up to the exam venue, and several security guards get out of it and push aside the rest of the people. After some time, a guy gets out of the car and wonders whether he really needs to stand in line any longer. The thugs push other people aside, saying that if the boss's exam is delayed because of them, then they will all be in trouble. Vincent reflects on how he has never seen a person with a profession chosen by God before, except Emily. However, his enthusiasm does not diminish in the least, and he says that he will take the seat directly behind this man. An impudent young man approaches the examiner and demands to be allowed to take the exam immediately so that he can get this over with. The officer asks him what license he wants to apply for, carefully trying to understand what his client wants. The self-confident young man says that this question seems extremely stupid to him, since he will, of course, pursue only the best. With these words, he declares that he will apply for an all-powerful license, which causes surprise among all the people who are watching him. This man's subordinates immediately begin to insult the crowd, saying that everyone else here is nothing compared to the boss. Quite quickly, a brave girl is found who, judging by her tone, does not agree with the statements of the pathetic nobodies. The impudent young man notices this girl and says that he didn't expect to see one of the incredible beauties here. He immediately invites her to join his team, to which the girl replies that she will never in her life communicate with people like him. One of his subordinates approaches her and says that it is better not to show teeth with him, since he is God's chosen one, and also very good in bed. Such advances irritate a very angry girl, who decides to deal with this impudent fellow. With a snap of her fingers, she summons a powerful ball of fire that immediately throws the insolent man back. When seriously injured, he lets out a loud scream, instantly disgracing himself in front of everyone else. This guy's assistants immediately try to put it down, saying that this girl doesn't yet know how vindictive her boss is. Vincent carefully analyzes the behavior of this girl, realizing that if she has the technique of explosive flame, then she is definitely not a newbie. People nearby begin to laugh at the arrogant youth, saying that his divine status is greatly exaggerated. This young man named Liam starts to get angry and calls them pathetic bastards who will pay for their insolence. He also says that this damn girl made a fool of him in front of everyone, which means she needs to be taught a lesson immediately. A few moments later, someone puts a hand on his shoulder to stop him from doing something rash. Liam turns around and wonders if someone was tired of living enough to stop him. Vincent looks menacingly at the troublemaker, trying to at least somehow calm him down. He claims that there are cameras everywhere and he could get into trouble for being reckless. Liam is frightened by his interlocutor's murderous aura, while the examiner says that the use of abilities is prohibited. Vincent tries to take control of the situation by saying that it's just hot and stuffy in here, which is why everyone else is languishing. The girl apologizes to the examiner, saying that this guy crossed the line, to which he declares that if he sees this again, he will dissolve her. He also asks her what license she is applying for, to which the girl replies that she is a mental fire mage and is asking for a license to use spells. The examiner says that given her uncontrollable behavior, they will be forced to conduct an examination. The girl calmly puts her hand to the strange crystal, and it immediately begins to sparkle with a strange fire. The examiner finds abnormal strength readings and says that something is wrong. He immediately states that there have been recent cases where unregistered hunters have left traces of destruction, after which he asks to go with him. The girl understands that she's in a rather difficult situation and is trying to figure out what to do next. Pretending to be a naive bunny, she says that it must have been a mistake and asks for another chance. When the examiner carefully observes the repeated procedure, he notes that the readings are now normal. The girl starts laughing and says that finally everything worked and she passed this test. Vincent watches this closely and tries to understand why this girl has changed so abruptly in her character, demonstrating individual manifestations of strength. Chester tries to figure out what these people are trying to track down, but Vincent puts his finger to his mouth to make his interlocutor be quiet. The examiner asks who will be next, and Vincent says that he should go next. The examiner asks him what license he is applying for, to which he replies that he wants to get an all-powerful license. The examiner asks him what his profession is, adding that this license is not suitable for everyone. Vincent states that he is a level 1 scavenger, looking confidently at his interlocutor. The people behind him start laughing out loud, saying that this is some kind of joke. The examiner says there is nothing wrong with the application, but the test to obtain such a license will be too difficult. Vincent asks him if there is an exam for this profession, which surprises everyone else. The examiner says that with a normal license, participants form a team to explore the abyss, but Vincent will have to do everything alone. The examiner also says that even on easy difficulty, the only thing that awaits loners is death, nothing else. Vincent wonders if he can get his license if he clears the entire location by himself, to which the examiner replies that it is technically possible. He also throws him a crystal, saying that if he is so confident, then he must not be a weak player. Vincent holds the crystal for a long time, and the examiner notes that there is no reaction. The people behind him wonder if Vincent came here just to embarrass Chester, but he shuts them up. Vincent receives the keys and asks the examiner if there is anything else he should know about this exam. The examiner says they won't be responsible for his life. They have the details that will unlock the emergency exit portal. Vincent walks away towards the portal and someone says he won't need it as Chester rushes after him. Filled with confidence, he says that he will definitely return safe and sound. Liam catches up with him and wonders why these kinds of scum can challenge without limits, and no one stops them. Immediately after this, he demands from the examiner that he be given a key of the same level, since he will also go there. The examiner states that there is currently only one hard-level key that can strengthen the gate, and Liam can try his luck another time. Liam decides not to give up and says that he can go there with him, but not as a team. The guard states that there is no permission for this in the rules, but there is no prohibition on such tactics either. Realizing that they are entering the territory of legal red tape, the examiner decides to simply get rid of the two people. He states that by competitor he means only one of them who is allowed to receive a token for defeating the boss, and only one will be able to pass the assessment. The examiner also says that they should not think that the difficulty will remain the same, as the number of people makes a significant difference to what happens. He adds that this is why they decide to only allow one person to enter the abyss of a difficult level. The examiner once again warns the heroes that the consequences of increasing the difficulty will be extremely unpredictable. He states that even if their actions compete with the interests of the World Guild, updating the rules could lead to the emergence of controllable factors. After this, he asks them if they are ready to go there together. Despite everything they just heard, Vincent speculates that so-called buffs can greatly increase the difficulty level and stats of monsters. Liam says he has the best equipment, and such a garbage duty will not be a problem for him. Vincent looks at the cards Liam has been carrying around with him all this time, and realizes that they are indeed interesting equipment. After that, he says that none of this matters to him. He just needs a hunting license. He also believes that if the level increase leads to the appearance of rare monsters, then he will be able to get more interesting rewards. Chester tries to stop him, saying that if the boss appears at a random moment, it could lead to serious consequences. Liam says that if anything happens, he will not help him, since they are competitors, to which Vincent states that he will give him the right to go first. He also says that he is confident that his chosen one will be able to get excellent conditions, and Liam mistakes sarcasm for politeness. Immediately after this, he rushes forward, saying that his divine hand will lead them to an incredibly easy test. A few moments later, they find themselves on the other side of the portal, and the system notifies them of the serious complications that have arisen due to the increase in the difficulty level. Liam discovers that all health regeneration is now reduced by 75%, and monsters are tripled in power. Liam states that he had specially prepared the potions and planned to drink them, but now they are of little use. Vincent muses that the effect of heavy blood loss imposed on this abyss may be more burdensome, so one must be careful. Liam continues to lament, stating that he bought the biggest backpack he could to fit all of his potions, but now he will have to travel light. And without thinking twice, he puts on some pretty advanced gear, and says that he can still crush the monsters with his gear. Immediately after this, he sets off forward, saying that it would cost him nothing to destroy any attack in his path. The system also notifies all players that a second participant has joined the challenge, and the difficulty has increased to hellish. For those who remain on the other side of the portal, the system sends a notification that a legendary monster will appear in the abyss, for which a reward is due. The examiner says that even with luck of hundreds of points, the probability of such a monster appearing is equal to an insignificant fraction of a percent. He requests that his subordinates immediately report this to their superiors, while the remaining participants prepare to conquer their abyss. Chester encourages his men while in the abyss area of the easy level, stating that they must kill and succeed. Looking at the ominously glowing gates of the abyss through which Vincent had gone, he expresses hope that his comrade should return safe and sound. Meanwhile, the portal continues to flicker and shimmer ominously, not boding well for those who enter it. Vincent and Liam immediately find themselves in a rather spacious room, and the rich man boasts that it looks like he has such a room in his mansion. He also says that all this is a stupid ruin, and there is nothing here at all that could compare with the atmosphere of his front garden. Vincent quickly looks around and says that they have entered the boss's chambers, which causes confusion in Liam. Liam asks him if they really did run into a rather complicated room right away, and looks back at the two statues in front of them. The system informs them that immortal opponents have appeared in front of them, who attack extremely quickly and cause bleeding. Vincent realizes that they will have a hard time with these opponents, and decides to summon a spider to distract them. He muses that the Knights of Purity have a lot of armor, and their weak points are behind them. Despite this, his very creative and clever plan is interrupted by a rather stupid Liam, who rushes forward and orders the creatures to die immediately. Taking out his weapon, he says that today they will see its invincible power in action. Immediately after this, he jumps forward, saying that now the King of the Crusher will show everyone, even beginners, how to fight monsters. Vincent realizes that his opponent has gone completely crazy and has decided to rush forward at a very dangerous monster. Vincent looks at the actions of his so-called partner, who is more like a moth to a flame, and realizes that he is screwed. The Knight of Purity waits for a good window to deal damage and quickly swings. Realizing that his opponent will no longer be able to dodge, he delivers a quick and sweeping attack with his sword. Liam, of course, turns out to be too stupid and clumsy to parry such a thing. As a result, he is bounced around like a tennis ball and crashes at full speed into the hardened stone floor. Barely getting to his feet, he says that he has never seen the boss hit with such powerful attacks from the very beginning. Vincent analyzes what is happening and is surprised that his partner's armor was able to withstand at least one blow from the Knights of Purity. However, the second opponent, clearly targeting him, rushes forward to not give him any chance to escape. Vincent continues to dodge, and realizes that his plan is over, and now he urgently needs to come up with a new one. To do this, he floats into the air to properly assess the situation, while the Knight of Purity looks at him. Another attack follows, which our hero easily dodges. This is followed by another series of powerful swings of the blade, but it also turns out to be unsuccessful. Vincent reflects that the attacks of these knights result in constant blood loss, and even the slightest damage can lead to death. Liam starts to get upset that he's also taking damage despite not being focused. Vincent states that the Knights of Purity don't care about this, and if he is in pain, he can hide in a corner and wait for a safe moment. Liam asks Vincent how he dares to imply that he is dead weight when he only slipped. The system informs Vincent that his opponent has gone into a defensive stance to cover himself with armor. Vincent realizes he needs to be more creative with this enemy and turns to his inventory. Quite quickly, he decides to use the Spirit Rush skill to dodge the subsequent attacks. Liam returns to the fight, saying that Vincent is too useless to do any damage. Vincent muses that this kid takes the edge off the battle, meaning he's not complete trash. However, the knights do not see him as a serious threat and quickly push him back with the slightest blows. Vincent muses that the broken defense will be useless, and notes that the monster has now become stronger. Looking at his wayward partner, he realizes that this man was truly born to be beaten. Meanwhile, the giant statue begins to cast a strange spell, creating a greenish vortex of energy. The system notifies Vincent that now only he can damage this knight. Vincent says that now they can't shoot based on just one monster and must try to defeat another knight who is even bigger. At this time, the Knight of Revelation, who uses the taunt skill, rushes forward to crush his target. Along the way, this creature decides to use a skill that reduces all damage received by 95%. Vincent realizes that such daggers are completely insufficient against these targets due to their defense. Liam, meanwhile, wonders why these creatures are different from those he fought before, since the monsters without special features die in 2 hits. Meanwhile, the Knight of Revelation once again turns to his American ball to cut his opponent. Vincent realizes that the second Knight of Revelation could make this fight much more difficult if he were to enter the fray. Vincent turns around again and asks Liam if he spent all his points on defense, since he doesn't do any damage. Liam replies that this is not the case, and claims that he has improved his speaking skills through exceptional strength. Vincent calls him an idiot, and recommends not to get distracted in the middle of a fight to avoid taking unnecessary damage. Liam decides to follow this advice and immediately begins to retreat to regroup in an advantageous position. Moments later, the shockwave prevents him from completing his evasive maneuver, and he falls to the ground. Vincent states that his agile fighting style is at odds with the heavy armor, causing his movement to be limited. A moment later, one of the guards decides to use another technique that destroys everything in its path, and our heroes barely have time to dodge. Vincent also begins to scold his partner, saying that this is no place for fun and that money must be earned through sweat and blood. He also states that since his usual methods are not working, he will have to resort to the most primitive method. At this moment, he breaks away from his place in order to reach the enemy and hit him with brute force. He states that even one increase in the strength stat is enough to deal real damage. Vincent shouts that fistfighting is a favorite tactic of poor people who don't have the money to buy weapons. Liam wonders how this pathetic boy was able to throw back a heavily armored monster with just his bare hands. The Stone Knight continues his fight, but Vincent still dodges all attacks without much difficulty. He jumps from one enemy to another to take advantage of his mobility. The system notifies him that he has dealt a critical hit and stunned the enemy with a powerful attack. Vincent muses that it only took one hit to stun his opponent, and perhaps luck played a role in that. Meanwhile, another enemy rushes into battle to prevent Vincent from catching his breath and regaining his potential. A moment later, the monster's most powerful blow hits the main character and cuts him in half. Liam is very surprised by this state of affairs and says that he has never seen a person torn apart so quickly. Luckily, this turns out to be another trick from the protagonist, who pretends to be a bloody nightmare. Liam stares in surprise as Vincent reverts to his true form. He muses that his partner's damage output is too low to keep the monster aggressive. With these words, he asks his comrade to step aside and not interfere with his fight so that he can concentrate. After waiting for a certain moment, he rises into the air to deliver two powerful attacks at once. He carefully assesses the situation and prepares several skills to hit his opponents. To do this, he decides to use a multiple attack, dealing 3 critical hits at once to the enemy's weak point. One of the monsters completely loses its combat readiness, which plays into the hands of the main character. Vincent continues to float in the air to dodge the giant stone axe's attacks. The remaining stone knights do not think of weakening the onslaught, but this does not bother Vincent. The youth lunges forward, striking at the knight's weakened legs to throw him off balance. Liam is amazed at how accurate his ally's technique is, surpassing even the experts he hired. He asks him if he should be a beginner, trying to understand how he was able to use such complex techniques. Vincent says that as a new class fighter, he is considered a rookie, but years of fighting monsters as a scavenger have honed his skills. Liam comments that he finds this a little odd, pointing out that people usually get stronger based on items. Vincent talks about gear being just something that changes as you level up. Looking at the approaching enemies, he decides to use the Berserker skill to increase his attack speed. Vincent concludes his thought by saying that his main equipment is his body, which continues to get stronger. Enemies resort to an interesting tactic, using spiked armor to deflect damage. Liam states that it's time to shine and asks his ally not to think that he's limited to just balls because of his tank class. At the same time, he claims that he is capable of creating such an amazing spell as Lightning Arrow. For individual approaching stone monsters, he asks them to respond to the taste of his incredible lightning and takes careful aim. Vincent gets ahead of his talkative comrade and rushes forward, using the fire explosion skill. Liam watches what is happening in surprise, trying to understand when this boy managed to learn how to do magic. Vincent muses that when the spikes are activated, enemies' resistance to all elements is reduced, making it easy to land critical hits. He also decides to use the Great Flame Burst skill to hit the next enemy. Thus, he easily manages to cut off the head of one of the knights to finally destroy him. Liam wonders how Vincent was able to use the instant Great Flame Explosion skill even without casting time. He also states that melee fighters usually cannot learn elemental magic, no matter how much they want to. Vincent leaves these agitated comments unanswered and decides to destroy the next enemy. Rushing forward, he dodges an attack from a giant axe and prepares to finish what he started. This attack hits the lead rock monster, which has a damage-reflecting spike skill. The spikes immediately work. The stone knights inflict damage on themselves thanks to the tricks used by Vincent. Liam says he never expected these monsters to be so easily fooled. Vincent lands on his feet, realizing that his opponent is still standing and needs to be finished off. He realizes with irritation that Spiritual Dash is still on cooldown, so he needs to defend himself somehow. As a desperate measure of defense, he decides to summon a fairly good shield and simply take the blow. This attack is incredibly powerful, and instantly deals damage that would be incompatible with the normal existence of this shield. The shockwave throws the protagonist back, and he crashes into the floor, creating a large cloud of dust. Vincent muses that the knight's attacks are unpredictable, even taking into account the player's weaknesses. Their strength surpasses any elite monster. He also understands that the attack speed of these creatures will continue to increase, and will only slow down after a successful hit. Vincent guesses that it is useless to dodge this knight's attacks for long, since he will infinitely accelerate until he strikes. Understanding the reason for the high difficulty of these monsters, Vincent decides to go all in and summons his weapon. Liam calls him an idiot and wonders if he really wanted to take a direct hit from the creature. Vincent continues to follow his hastily concocted plan and puts his hand forward to cast the England spell. At the last moment, he shoots a fireball to disrupt the enemy's attack. This fireball hits the enraged monster right in the face as he tries to figure out why his opponent is still alive. In a fit of rage, it slams a giant axe down on the spot where Vincent had just stood, but he manages to jump away. Vincent states that he did not plan to take direct damage from such creatures, as it would kill him instantly. From his point of view, the tactics for winning here are to gain superiority in speed at any cost. At that very moment, he points his finger at his target to address his deity and call upon his hands. Liam is amazed by the huge amount of skills his ally has and wonders when they will run out. The hands of the scavenger god grab the stone statue, but it is still considered alive and cannot be recycled. The Stone Knight is enraged by this insult and prepares to free himself from captivity. He lets out a menacing roar, and powerful energy discharges begin to emanate from his body. However, it is too late as Vincent is already rushing forward to put his plan into action. To do this, he activates Berserker mode to become even more unstoppable and increase physical damage. Grabbing his knife, he shouts at his opponent to take the blow with full force. Having reached the weak spot of the stone guard, he plunges the dagger straight into its eye, inflicting powerful critical damage. The system notifies him that he has delivered an armor-destroying blow aimed at a weak point. A red liquid, vaguely reminiscent of blood, immediately begins to pour out of the stone statue's eye. Vincent realizes that his plan was not perfect, as he will not have time to destroy the creature before it bleeds out completely. The Stone Knight begins to frantically wave away the main character, knocking him down with his stone hands. At that very moment, he decides to use the instant regeneration skill to fully heal himself. Vincent realizes that this boss's buffs continue to stack, meaning that his attacks weren't doing enough damage. He quickly gets to his feet, knowing full well that if he continues to fight, he will die, and if he surrenders, the same fate awaits him. So he decides to use the reactivation of the Berserker skill to put all his health on the line. The system informs him that the double Berserker activation effect has reduced his lifespan to 7 seconds. Vincent charges forward, declaring that he will end this in one blow, and easily dodges the stone enemy's final attack. Despite his powerful clap, he manages to avoid any damage thanks to his sharp dagger, which crushes his fingers. The stone creature tries to understand how this is possible, because no other contender has ever been able to hold out for so long. Vincent continues his onslaught, rushes forward and instantly crushes the boss's head. Liam can't believe what's happening and wonders how this boy was able to surpass the boss in strength. We understand that he is making a big mistake when he thinks about competing with this person, because he doesn't have a single chance. The system notifies Vincent that he has defeated the Guardian Knight and passed the gate trial, after which the Abyss difficulty debuffs are removed. Vincent decides not to waste a single second and immediately drinks several potions that increase his health and mana. After draining several glasses at once, he realizes that it was a very risky battle and he almost died during it. Sometimes looking around, he thinks that it has been quite a long time since he got any good prey. However, a smile appears on his face, and he says that the time has come for the long-awaited recycling of garbage. The giant hands of the Abyss grab the remains of defeated bosses and drag them away to an unknown location for recycling. Liam looks at this in surprise and cannot believe that a giant knight could be pulled into some hands and simply destroyed. He continues to watch it and says that it is some strange class skill that he has never seen before. As he watches what is happening, he mentally admits to himself that this kid will be much scarier than any boss he has ever seen. The system notifies him that the processing of the defeated creatures has been successfully completed and offers him several rewards. Both of these cards represent the Stone Knight's core skills, allowing them to deal multiple sword strikes at once, or focus enemies on themselves. The second skill requires a score ratio, and Vincent says it's still a strong skill so it can be kept. Liam still can't believe what's happening as the two big guys were swallowed up in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace of their existence. After a few moments, he looks up and sees a strange funnel appearing above them. Realizing that it is better not to stand in this place, he quickly jumps to the side, only miraculously remaining alive after the chest falls. Vincent guesses that this is a low-drop legendary reward that has a chance to drop a random rare piece of equipment. Vincent comes closer and says that he remembers the foreman mentioning this legendary altar of the forger's master. Liam notes that it is one of the rarest rewards one can receive, and wonders how lucky they were to stumble upon it. Vincent says that the increase in difficulty modifiers, as well as his increased luck stats, may have something to do with it. Vincent also states that the more you take on everything, the more surprises you get beyond your expectations. Vincent decides to place his dagger in the altar, but Liam recommends placing only the best equipment there. Vincent states that his maximum level is 1, so he can't use other items, which shocks Liam even more. Without thinking twice, Vincent says that he has no other choice and will have to use only this item that he has. The system states that the upgrade process can fail, but with the current level of luck, this is almost impossible. Vincent goes into detail and learns that the success rate is 200%, which seems rather suspicious to him. The system tells him that when upgraded, this dagger will turn into a longsword, and Vincent says he agrees to this. A few moments pass. The system says that the upgrade was successfully completed, and the suggested weapon has become an upgraded legendary. Vincent takes a close look at what he received and says that this weapon really looks legendary. The description of the first item says that it is a flashy but rather impractical sword, which is somewhat disappointing but unique. The second weapon has a similar description, stating that it is merely a replica and has no particular value. Vincent grips the hilts of his swords tightly and says that he actually likes them a lot. Liam chuckles and says that the characteristics of these swords seem extremely tragic, suggesting that luck has taken a day off today. Vincent claims that this weapon only seems like trash to other people, but to him it is the perfect tool. Liam says that there are divine-level weapons that are of much greater value. Vincent decides to test out a few of the skills he now possesses and throws his dagger aside. At a certain point, he raises his hand to cast a small spell, and suddenly the sword disappears into the space of the unknown abyss, to Liam's surprise. A few seconds later, the sword materializes in Vincent's hand, and he says that this divine weapon is meant for him alone. Liam continues to watch his comrade and wonders if he has just met the god of trash. Vincent reasons that the used Forgemaster altar is now considered trash, meaning it can be recycled. After a few moments, he calls upon his deity to recycle the altar and take all its properties. The system states that the restoration of the legendary reward was extremely successful. Vincent receives a card that allows him to call upon this altar at any time he wishes. Vincent smiles and says that now incredible power is concentrated in his hands, and he will be able to upgrade his weapon infinitely. He also states that he is tired of daggers, so it's time to try something new, like these long swords. Liam states that using 2 different weapons will incur penalties. His attack speed, accuracy, and damage will be reduced. Vincent decides to test this out and calls up a system notification that tells him his attack speed has been reduced by 50%. Vincent also sees an offer to spend 10 points to increase his proficiency with different types of weapons. He pauses for a few moments to make the right calculations. How best to spend points on upgrading his weapon. Having made some clever calculations, he says with delight that at this rate he will be able to pump up his level of weapon proficiency to the maximum. Liam continues to watch what is happening, and cannot believe what he just saw. He asks Vincent what the hell he's doing while the protagonist is leveling up his 2 weapon types to the maximum. In a rather casual tone, he states that his path as a beginner in dual wielding begins right at S level. Having dealt with all the rewards, they rush on, looking around for possible traps. Vincent says that they have completed all the tasks and wonders when the new gate will appear. Liam, meanwhile, says that he has made his decision and is giving up so as not to participate in this competition. Walking away, he says that if he had known how difficult it would be, he would never have come here. He also states that he has a huge amount of money to spend outside, so he doesn't want to risk his life in vain. The system notifies players in this room of extreme danger and an emergency transition to combat mode. Vincent looks closely at the bloody energy mists and realizes that something is definitely wrong here. After a few seconds, he says that serious danger is approaching and asks his comrade to dodge it immediately. Liam reacts too slowly and receives serious damage that cuts off his arm cleanly. The fighter begins to scream loudly in incredible pain, and Vincent asks him why he is so slow. He also notes that the man's defense, which even the knights could not penetrate, was shattered into pieces in the blink of an eye. Vincent guesses that the real test was not fighting the knights at all, but what they so desperately guarded. The bloody fog transforms into a very strange portal that begins to pulse aggressively. Vincent tries to understand what awaits him in this abyss, and backs away so as not to become its victim. Several energy clots fly towards him. He tries to defend himself with his blades. After a while, the abyss calms down for a moment, and he realizes that there is something creepy there. After a few seconds, the portal begins to waver, and Vincent notices someone coming out of it. The system notifies the protagonist that the Dark Elf King Damast, who has very strong skills, stands before him. Vincent says this is the first time he has seen a legendary monster with a specific name. He realizes that things are getting too serious to be taken lightly. Liam tries to escape and wonders why he has to suffer for it, adding that he wanted to get an ID or have fun. Damast instantly reacts to any attempt to escape, notifying everyone that if anyone shows fear or disgust towards him, they will instantly become his target. Vincent reads this description carefully and understands that his friend got the most complete idiot. Damast completely ignores the protagonist's existence and rushes forward to punish the deserter. Vincent tries to warn his wayward partner, saying that while he is running away, he will become the boss's first target. Liam ignores his comrade and tries to save his life, despite the fact that his back is exposed. The Dark Elf King prepares to exact his twisted justice while Vincent tries to save Liam. To catch up with him, he tries to use the Ghost Dash skill. Vincent muses that he has leveled up his proficiency with 2 types of weapons, and is now better off using swords rather than daggers. Arriving behind his comrade in time, he blocks the attack of the demonic Elf King. Immediately after this, he continues to deliver a flurry of blows in order to turn the enemy's attention to himself. The system notifies him that the damage was extremely ineffective, as Damast only takes damage from the player he is focused on. Using his unstoppability and Hyperborean armor, the Dark Elf King lunges forward, knocking Vincent aside. Vincent tries to figure out what he should do to at least somehow break through the effect of this absolute protection. Finally, he makes a very difficult decision, fully realizing that he has no other choice. Liam continues to try to save his miserable life by running, while the Dark Elf King quickly catches up with him. The very next second, his life is tragically cut short, since his defenses are too weak to survive. The energy draining from the demonic gate immediately begins to change, and the staff on duty at the entrance notice the changes. One of them states that it appears that one of the participants has died, as they are only tracking one signal. His colleague suggests that the deceased is most likely the scavenger, since this abyss is only accessible to players of level 30 and above. They claim that once the cleanup team gets here, they can demand money from the rich guy who survived. They also say that once the boss drops a relic, the real carnage will begin, because these relics are too valuable. The system notifies Vincent that Damast has committed a murder, and has now become even stronger. Immediately after this, the demonic Dark Elf turns his gaze to the next victim and prepares to rush forward. Vincent receives a notification that attention has once again shifted to him, and he is a priority target. Vincent says that now he doesn't know whether this is good or bad, because flying towards this enemy will be much more difficult. Vincent steps forward and says that he desperately needs to obtain the corpse of the legendary creature, so he has no choice. At that very moment, he takes Liam's corpse for recycling in order to gain some useful skills. The system bombards him with notifications that he has now learned to use several new techniques, as well as wield a longsword. Vincent also states that he is forced to skip training because his sword skills are already at a good level. Looking at his opponent, he orders him to attack, and Damastus pauses for a moment, assessing his opponent. Not even a split second passes before he is next to the main character, and is preparing to hit him. Vincent realizes that everything that happened lasted no more than a split second, which means his opponent is too fast. Luckily, his speed doesn't let him down, and he manages to block the attack with his two swords. The swords pierce Vincent's defenses, forcing him to rely solely on the Blood Nightmare's protection to survive. Using his secret transformation, he suddenly appears above his opponent. Once he's at some distance, he thrusts his swords forward to use the Meteor Strike skill. Vincent is immediately notified that Damastus is immune to sneak attacks and cannot take damage from them. Vincent decides not to give up, and immediately delivers a double-curved punch to finish off his opponent. Damastus charges forward, easily taking a small amount of damage without stopping him from continuing to fight. Vincent turns once again, countering, and tries to figure out what to do with an opponent who is not falling for his tricks. Damastus continues to keep a close eye on his enemy, preparing to finish him off. Given the right moment, he launches his attack to break through his opponent's block. Vincent understands that the slow recovery affects all his stats, and escaping death will be difficult. Damast decides to further slow down his opponent by using the Gravity Vortex skill, which reduces the speed of all targets. Vincent wonders what the hell is going on here and feels his body begin to fail him. Thanks to his incredible gravity manipulation skills, Damastu manages to pull the protagonist closer to him. Once in a good position, Damast immediately strikes with his charged hand to crush his opponent. Vincent flies back several meters and creates a powerful explosion with his body. However, he quickly gets to his feet and realizes that his opponent is too strong and that he needs to come up with something urgently. Vincent, irritated, says that even if the treatment's effectiveness only drops by 10%, he should buy some time to restore his health. Damast suddenly dissolves into thin air, and it turns out that all this time he was just some kind of illusion. Vincent is trying to figure out what the hell just happened when suddenly it materializes right behind him. Vincent somehow manages to avoid this monstrous attack, which would otherwise have severed his head. Damastus continues his combo of powerful blows, but everything turns out to be in vain. Vincent does a final dash and dodge to avoid the final attack in this combo. Damast decides to follow a proven tactic and uses the Gravity Vortex skill again. Vincent fails to react in time to the repeated use of this ability, and his body begins to be pulled in again. With every split second, he gets closer to the terrible monster that can finish him off with one blow. Damast suddenly decides to use another skill that interrupts spellcasting in exchange for a powerful blow. A moment later, a strange blade rushes into the place where the main character had just been, smearing him across the floor. Damast looks around carefully, seeing only death and destruction around him. Vincent survives such damage, despite the fact that the use of super regeneration is interrupted. Vincent realizes that he cannot heal. He only has one health point left, which means he will die from any touch. He also says that he now understands the unpredictability of the abyss, and thanks Damast for such a valuable experience. In order to continue fighting, he decides to use his recovery skills since he has lost his swords. Damastus turns to the side and finds that the daggers lying near him suddenly begin to glow. A split second later, they are in the hands of their rightful owner. Having regained his fighting ability, Vincent rushes forward recklessly. When he uses another skill combo, he receives a notification that his skill level has been increased. Damastus continues to fight with the legendary skill that is inherent to monsters of his class. Vincent decides to use his emergency dodge skill and upgrades it again, making himself even more effective. The main character understands that he will learn everything during the battle, and he has no right to make a mistake. As he continues to use his skills one after another, he increases their leveling up as he goes. He also admits that he only trusts his body and not any equipment that other players rely on. With every move he makes, he becomes stronger, and his chances of winning this fight are rapidly increasing. At a certain point, he reaches such a level of skill that he even manages to inflict minor damage on this monster. Damastus watches with some surprise as one of his horns has been cut clean off by a swift blow. To avenge such an insult, he attacks with his weapon, but Vincent jumps into the air. As a counterattack, he immediately rushes forward to use his dual sword parry skill to deflect the incoming attack. This skill also activates successfully, dealing minor damage to the Dark Elf King. Realizing that he doesn't have much of a chance left to snatch victory from this impudent kid, he rushes forward. Vincent crosses swords with this representative of the highest kind of demons, and tries to figure out how to win. However, the quality of the weapon still remains on the side of the legendary demon. Vincent decides to retreat in time at the moment when his weapon is about to crumble into small pieces. He makes a few jumps to the side to gain some room to maneuver. Looking at his destroyed swords, he realizes that they are not particularly durable, and that it was naive to rely on them. However, he states that it doesn't matter as he can restore this garbage at any time. By calling upon his own abyss, he sends the weapon there so that it can quickly restore its durability. Not even a few seconds pass before brand new blades appear in his hands. He waves them to make sure they are fully restored and is pleased with the result. After this, he turns his agitated and extremely aggressive gaze towards his opponent. Damast also pauses for a moment to understand what his hated enemy is planning. This delay proves fatal for this monster, as it does not have time to react to the quick attack, which hits it right in the eye. Damast falls to the ground, but his health bar is reduced by barely a quarter. Vincent smiles and says that he was finally able to see the health indicators of this damned enemy. Feeling incredibly beaten, he claims that he has nothing to fear anyway, and now has a chance to win. Damastus glares at his opponent, and the system notifies Vincent that the boss's rage has been multiplied. At that very moment, another explosion is heard, signaling that the battle is entering its final phase. Meanwhile, the group that went to the easier version of the dungeon is already successfully completing its task. Chester receives thanks from his comrades, after which he states that their ally, who dealt 90% of the damage, is to blame for the success. The pink-haired girl says with a bored look that her partners were absolutely useless. She had to do everything herself. Meanwhile, the examiner approaches his agents and asks them how things are going at this gate. One of them replies that the signal of the last survivor was lost, and, apparently, they all died. The examiner states that there is absolutely nothing special about this, given the difficulty of the dungeon. He also adds that if they can clear the area before it gets dark and the boss appears, there won't be any problems. Chester comes closer, wondering if there is anyone left alive, and the guard advises him to move away. Chester asks the staff why they didn't try to save anyone there. The organizer smiles haughtily and says that there is no reason to save trash people who are of no use to them. He also claims that if the knight remaining there gives a signal, they will rescue him for a fee, as his equipment looked quite expensive. Chester continues to try to get to the block, but the examiners say they will send out a search party to bury the remains of the dead where they are found. Immediately after this, he addresses a number of liquidators, stating that they must be ready to move forward. Before the search and cleanup team can enter the portals, a familiar voice is heard from within, stating that this is not required. A few moments later, Vincent himself emerges from it, having won the battle. He turns to the examiner and asks if receiving the item counts as passing the test. Chester happily says that he remained hopeful and confident that his comrade would cope with the challenge. Vincent takes a few more steps to definitely exit the abyss and get into the fresh air. He holds a very strange award in his hands and claims that he has received the necessary equipment, which means the test must be passed. The examiner remains confused, wondering how this is even possible, and reminds him that he is a level 1 garbage man. After a few moments, he looks closely at the award Vincent is holding in his hand, and freezes for a moment. He says that Vincent is holding the golden fleece stone in his hands, and asks him how he was able to get it. Vincent hands him the stone, stating that he has successfully completed the task, and therefore passed the test. The examiner states that such stones can only drop from legendary monsters, and asks how he was able to deal with them. Vincent claims that he actually destroyed everything and cleared the abyss from top to bottom, emphasizing that all the monsters in it died. The examiner thinks that this simply cannot be true, and assures that it is just a bluff. His face becomes more and more serious, and he says that even a low-ranking legendary monster could not be defeated by a trashy newbie who changed his profession. He continues to build conspiracy theories, suggesting that Vincent most likely killed Liam and took all the rewards for himself. He doesn't stop and continues to accuse Vincent of the crime, saying that there is every reason to believe that he killed the team. Chester continues to fume and states that this is too baseless an accusation and they have no evidence to charge his boss. The examiner claims that the garbage man cannot have high strength, and suggests that he lasted until the end and then finished off Liam, since there are no other explanations. Chester tells the staff that they can figure it out themselves if they find the body of the chosen god. They won't find any traces of weapons there. Vincent sternly addresses the Dominators and declares that they will not find any more corpses in this abyss. One of the employees returns from the abyss and confirms that the man's words are the absolute truth, since there are no remains in the abyss. The examiners wonder how this is possible and suggest that perhaps some mistake has occurred. Vincent says that since there is nothing left, it means they have no evidence that can prove anything, and the fate of the other players is not his concern. The examiner realizes that he has fewer and fewer aces up his sleeve, since he really cannot make unfounded accusations against other people. Vincent asks his interlocutor if he can finally say whether he passed the test or not. The examiner pauses for a moment, then says that he is very sorry to admit it, but he cannot deny the obvious. Gritting his teeth, he congratulates Vincent on passing the World Guild's evaluation test as a hunter. Emily suddenly appears in the room and notes that Vincent should be pleased, as he is now eligible to join regular hunting groups. The girl also adds that this is not all, and looks closely at the examiners, trying to understand why they are behaving so badly. The representatives of the official organization present here immediately become more polite upon seeing a representative of the richest family. The examiner immediately runs up to her like a submissive puppy and asks what she is doing here, adding that such an important person should not be here. Emily states that with the rune received, the player can apply to create a separate group, and now he does not need to join anywhere. Emily also asks if he said that he came here on her recommendation, to which he honestly admits that he didn't mention anything like that. Emily asks why he ignored such an opportunity, to which Vincent replies that he simply forgot about it. Emily glares at the examiner and says that in essence, the registration of a hunting party is a matter where the owner of the golden rune can apply to create a team. She also suggests that the examiner kept silent about this on purpose, but he claims that he had no such intentions. Chester realizes that the examiner wanted to give the golden fleece to someone else, and tries to protest in order to defend the honor of his friend. Other players point out that if the examiners created the rules and now want to cheat, then that is a rather sad and brutal attitude towards people. The examiner tries to shut everyone up by saying that even if he gives away the gold award, people will think he stole it, since Vincent is a level 1. The examiner also reminds everyone that this man's power, when in contact with the crystal, fluctuated within barely noticeable values. His colleague says that energy crystals are now recording huge jumps in attributes. They point the measurement sensor closer to Vincent, and he literally explodes from excess energy. The examiner tries to understand what the hell happened, and turns his naive gaze to the main character standing next to him. Vincent takes a few steps towards him, and the examiner timidly asks him not to come so close. Other employees note that they do not understand what is happening, since the device did not initially record such gigantic jumps. Vincent becomes angry and states that he is tired of them wondering whether he is trash or not, adding that he does not want to cause any more trouble. The organizer tries to bluff, saying that no one dares to attack official employees without consequences. Vincent declares that he wants to take back what is rightfully his and uses his attraction ability. After a few moments, a small gravitational singularity appears in his hand, which interacts with the golden rune. The organizer, in fear, throws out a mysterious object, which immediately hangs in the air and heads towards Vincent. A moment later, it is in his hand, and Vincent proudly looks at his ill-wishers. The organizers, in turn, claim that the device was probably malfunctioning when it showed these results, and propose using a new energy crystal. Pointing it at the protagonist, they say that the crystal for the measurement is unstable, as if it is about to explode. Vincent says that if they still have doubts about his worthiness, he can show them a few tricks. With these words, he begins to emit a strange energy, and the energy-reading crystal quickly explodes, after first showing the mastery level of S. Vincent turns around in annoyance and says that they should find a better way to measure, so as not to end up in an even bigger mess. The organizer admits that he finds it hard to believe that this man hid his strength all this time, because there was no reason for this. Emily immediately begins to encourage him, saying that she knew perfectly well that such tests would be a piece of cake for him. She also says that he should dress up, as if he had better gear. The organizers would have treated him with more respect. Vincent says he couldn't use her name because convincing them that they knew each other would be even more difficult than solving the problem by brute force. Emily agrees that there is some truth to his words, just as Chester approaches her and greets her politely. Emily asks if she has seen him before, to which he states that he attended her birthday party. Emily asks if he's referring to the disaster banquet that turned into a complete fiasco due to a terrible rap performance, destroying the singer's pride. Immediately after this, she turns to Vincent, stating that they need to celebrate their success in passing the hunter's test, and suggests throwing a party at his place. Vincent reacts extremely emotionally and asks if she really wants to go to his house. Immediately after this, he sits down next to a broken Chester and reflects on the fact that he rents an apartment on the first floor, and everyone will laugh at him if they see it. Emily tries to understand what's going on, and says that they can reschedule the party, to which he replies that everything will be fine. However, he immediately becomes determined that this girl should under no circumstances find out where he lives. Quickly getting to his feet, he says that they are sure to have a great performance, then asks Chester if he wants to join in. Emily tries to understand why they are so tense, and then says that they can see each other tomorrow evening. Vincent agrees to such plans, after which the trio of heroes say goodbye to each other and head out. After a while, Emily gets into an expensive car and drives away, and Vincent and Chester watch her go. A sincere smile appears on the protagonist's face, out of pride in himself, and in the fact that he was able to pass a serious test. Immediately after this, he realizes that he needs to find an incredibly fast way to change his appearance and habitat. Quickly accelerating, he heads home to wash himself properly and at least freshen up a little. Valerie meets her dear brother and asks him if he went on a date with a girl. Vincent smiles and says that in some world his adventures could be called a date, and Valerie guesses that he was in the abyss. Valerie begins to grumble, saying that her brother deceived her again, to which he replies that he is safe and sound and has all his limbs in place. Valerie says that her brother is injured and needs to go to the hospital urgently, but he claims that he only has a couple of scratches. He runs to the shower as quickly as possible so that his sister doesn't have time to notice his health indicators. Once in the shower, he immediately opens the tap to let soothing hot water wash over his body. This water, in addition to worries and doubts, also washes away the blood that has accumulated in large quantities on his body. Today was a pretty tough day, and our hero's body was left with quite a few wounds and abrasions. Vincent reflects on the fact that it was only by pure luck that his sister did not notice that there was not a single healthy spot on him. His entire body was covered in scars. He reflects on how the old and new injuries he received in the abyss have gradually become his health, which can no longer be healed. After some time, he notices a new button that allows him to reincarnate. He realizes that he got this opportunity the moment he defeated Damastus in a private one-on-one fight. The system notified Vincent of the victory over the King of the Dark Elves, and this brought a sincere smile to the protagonist's face. Vincent realized that not only were the rewards for killing the boss amazing, but it was also an opportunity to rework the legendary creature. As a reward for refining such a great demon, he received the Gravity Vortex skill. Vincent smiles sincerely and says that this is Damast's signature ability, and he hit the jackpot. Having also received a gigantic amount of attribute points, he decides to distribute everything equally. Immediately after this, he opens his stats and discovers that each of them has stopped growing after the 512 mark. The system immediately notifies him that the attributes have reached the limit, and he cannot add more points. The system simultaneously informs him that all the conditions for reincarnation have been achieved, which will reset his level to 0, but will allow him to level up to the 5th. Vincent speculates that level 1 scavengers, who have a maximum of 512 attribute points, need to reset their level to 0 to cross the growth threshold. Vincent says that given the risks of level resetting in the abyss, it's best to ignore it, but now he can take advantage of the opportunity. He also remembers the words of the arrogant examiner, who said that if he showed this rune to someone high-ranking, everyone would think that he stole it. Vincent says that he has spent so much sweat and blood to become stronger and live a more dignified life, but he is still far from his goal. Gritting his teeth, he realizes that he cannot afford to be limited in growth just yet, and this obstacle must be overcome urgently. Emotions take complete control of his behavior for a while, and he screams at the system, saying that he cannot afford to be weak. Valerie is very surprised to hear loud and pompous speeches from the bathroom, which belong to her brother. The system notifies him that the reincarnation was successful, his level was reset, and the maximum level was increased to 5. Vincent is amazed that all his wounds and scars have disappeared, and now he doesn't have to start from scratch, while Valerie bursts into his room. She tries to ask him why he lied, since there are bloodstains on his clothes, but she comes across a sight she would rather not see. Seeing something that is not intended for people under 18 or for relatives, the girl starts screaming loudly and shrilly. Emotions also get the better of her, causing a powerful explosion in the apartment. Valerie sadly says that she was able to transform again and turned into a giant monster. Vincent understands that now he urgently needs to find a new home for himself, so that he will not be ashamed to invite people there. He goes to the auction house, thinking that there are all sorts of items there, and they need careful identification before they can be sold or bought. And then, right there, he meets a security guard who asks him what he is doing here and adds that entry is closed to unknown persons. Vincent says that he is collecting the equipment and brought it in to be properly assessed. The employee asks him what level he is if he behaves so brazenly and allows himself to approach such a house. Vincent muses that even if he reached max level, he would hardly impress anyone, since he is still called level 1. The guard asks him if he understands what this place is, trying to get him out as quickly as possible. Vincent pulls out some interesting gear and offers the employee to evaluate it, saying that after that they can properly discuss everything. The guard wonders if he should evaluate all the trash, and then says that if it makes him leave, he will fulfill his request. At the same moment, he takes out a small calculator to do some calculations. A moment later, he says that this trinket is worth absolutely nothing, so it should be thrown into the trash can on the way out. Vincent drops the dagger, and the employee discovers that the dagger is incredibly sharp, indicating that something is wrong. Immediately after this, he takes out a special magnifying glass to evaluate this object, and says that he should take a closer look. It only takes a few moments for him to realize that he is looking at a unique item that is worth a fortune. The system notifies him that he is looking at a blade that is as black as the abyss and requires level 31. The guard says that he made a mistake by not seeing this, which means that all his previous words should be cancelled. He also quite happily states that he almost missed out on some incredible gear that was worthy of everyone's attention. A few hours ago, Vincent was patrolling the warehouse to conduct an inventory of his belongings. He says that his dear little sister will have to live in a hotel for a couple of days, and he will have to sit in the basement of the owner of the house. Sitting up in bed, he notes that these tiny savings will not be enough to cover the next incident that the system causes in their home. Looking at all the things he has collected, he realizes that he needs to somehow sell this equipment, since he desperately needs money. He also realizes that there is a lot of quality gear on the market that isn't the best, and most players will buy something better. From his point of view, in the eyes of the rich, such objects are no different from miserable junk. After a few moments, his inquisitive gaze finds an interesting icon that seems promising to him. He discovers that he can now access the reforging altar literally from his built-in menu. Vincent wonders if such stations from the abyss could be used directly in the outside world, and presses the button. He hears a strange noise, looks up and realizes that he needs to dodge it immediately. Jumping to the side, he saves himself from a rather stupid death. The smoke clears and Vincent smiles, seeing before him a veritable altar of reforging. He takes a few steps towards it, raises his hand and summons a special demonic portal. Looking at the different swords, he wonders if it is worth upgrading the quality of the equipment to increase its value. He decides to start with fairly low-quality swords to make sure he has materials to practice with. The system notifies him that the reforging has failed and he has received a fragment of a longsword, which is garbage. Vincent suggests that it all went so badly because the equipment level was low and something more valuable needed to be spent. This time, luck also turns against him, and he only receives a fragment of the equipment he lost. Vincent struggles to hide his tears of despair, realizing that he has just wasted a huge amount of money. Looking around, he wonders if the problem might lie in the altar itself, or in some strange mechanism that makes it work. Vincent also wonders why this altar has an abyssal prefix. While the system notes that there is an unspecified object in front of it, Vincent uses Locke's insight skill to determine what kind of altar stands before him. The system states that the altar has been identified, and Vincent is happy that the true nature of this artifact will now be revealed to him. The altar is transformed, and the truth is revealed. This is an altar of reforging garbage, into which it is profitable to throw only the lowest quality things. Vincent smiles and says that apparently this is a special station for recycling pathetic junk. A strange creature, whose spirit was imprisoned in this altar, hands him a hammer. Vincent remarks that if this altar is only for trash, then it is probably the best fit. He smiles and says that this is a strange workbench that only successfully improves junk, and tries to throw his knife in there. Another dagger is sent as the first test subject, which does not have any particular value. At that very moment, Vincent grabs a special hammer to improve it and swings it hard. The hammer blow breaks the sword into several pieces, but the system notifies him that the remelting was successful. As a reward, he receives the Eclipse, a unique longsword whose blade resembles the night sky. Vincent is surprised to receive unique equipment, which is a very expensive collectible. He realizes that given the amount of junk in his inventory, it's literally a money machine. Not wanting to waste another second on empty chatter, he decides to get down to business. The system notifies him of numerous successful reforges and rewards him with legendary items that are worth a fortune. He, however, decides not to stop and reforge as many items as possible to earn unreal money. As rewards, he receives unique staves that only the highest ranking and highest level players can wield. Vincent realizes that he must make the most of this moment so that he never needs money again. The next reward is a unique hammer, which only level 41 players can wield. The next few hours are spent in painstaking work, during which he creates a real treasure. After finishing his work, he realizes that he has reforged all of his junk equipment and poured the rest into upgrade points. He also receives a notification that he has leveled up, and is surprised that it turns out that you can level up without killing monsters. This news comes in very handy for him, as now all he has to do is figure out how to turn his equipment into money with his new license. Thus, we find ourselves in the current moment, when Vincent has decided to sell off the things he no longer needs. An auction employee asks him how such treasures came into the hands of a common man. Vincent says that his low level does not stop him from going into the abyss to collect quality equipment. The employee, smelling fresh money, notes that this is, of course, quite possible, not wanting to ask unnecessary questions. Vincent opens his inventory and says that he has a lot of things, so if they are happy with the price, he can sell anything. With these words, he opens a veritable abyss of equipment, and a bunch of unique items rain down on the auction employee. The employee forgets for a while who he is and what his name is, seeing such a quantity of equipment. Not believing his eyes, the man says that he will buy everything he has. Without thinking twice, he runs out to his colleagues and announces that someone needs to prepare a room for the VIP and give him a platinum guest card. Vincent receives the appropriate privileges and rushes forward, strolling through the luxurious corridors. He wonders and then asks if platinum members are only entitled to this card and nothing else. Lost in his thoughts, he doesn't notice a man walking past and accidentally bumping into his shoulder. This man turns out to be an extremely arrogant rich man who asks him why he doesn't look around. Vincent apologizes to his interlocutor, saying that he simply got carried away reading, while the latter is already beginning to analyze him. The angry rich man orders Vincent to state his name and hunting party, to which he honestly replies that he is a loner. Immediately after this, he decides to reveal his name and regalia, saying that he is a member of the Tattoos Guild named Raphael. Vincent muses that all members of this group are war-obsessed, and almost all of the participants are feeble-minded berserkers. Vincent does not want to continue the conflict and apologizes to Raphael, saying that he did not want to block his way. Raphael does not calm down and takes out his sword, saying that no one can calmly say sorry and leave as if nothing happened. Vincent calmly states that this house is run by a world guild, so Raphael will regret it if he uses force. Raphael asks his interlocutor why he thinks he has the right to walk the same road with him, despite the empty space around. Immediately after this, he calls the guards and says that as a future member of the Tattoos Guild, he demands that Vincent be kicked out and find out who he is. The guards, unaware of the protagonist's situation, approach him to find out what is going on. The employee who had just been talking to him notices the misunderstanding and immediately runs closer, asking why Vincent went through the common room. Raphael asks the employee if he is not mistaken, but he replies that such behavior is unacceptable. Immediately after this, he apologizes to the protagonist and says that he feels terribly embarrassed, to which Vincent replies that nothing terrible happened. Raphael addresses the guards, saying that he is a high-ranking player, but they do not listen to his words. The employee also addresses Vincent, saying that if he decides to drop by the auction, he can enter here as well, expressing concern about the quality of the items. Vincent says that his view of things is a little different from other people, and he sees treasures where others see trash. The auction employee agrees with his opinion, saying that he is absolutely right, and then escorts him through the VIP room. Chester and the people in this expensive establishment are talking to each other, discussing the latest news. One of them says that small fish like them can only pick up scraps after the pro, hoping for something worthwhile. Vincent receives notification that his equipment has been sold for a total of several hundred million yuan. Vincent realizes that he will no longer have any need for money, while the host begins to announce the start of the auction. The eccentric host says they are starting a blind auction right here and now. The first item up for sale is a magical ring, which costs 500,000 yuan, but the price is still uncertain. Vincent reflects that this ring is quite curious and tries to use the Eye of Insight to identify it. He reflects on the fact that the first items to be put up are usually warm-up lots, and they are not anything interesting. Watching closely what is happening, he decides to rock the party a little and take part in this interesting event. Looking at this ring, he already knows what it is and places 1 million as the initial bet. Raphael watches this obnoxious man closely and assumes that this broken ring is clearly not worth a penny. The participants conclude that only scoundrels with big wallets sit at the top, which means that this item can be very valuable. Once they decide to get into the game, they gradually increase their bets by small amounts to test the waters. More and more rich people are joining this game that our main character has started. He understands that there is still room to maneuver and says that he is ready to bet 2.5 million. Raphael assumes that his opponent is just showing off to make himself more important, but decides to take the bait and take the bait. In response, he says that he is betting 3 million, noting that this price cannot be beaten, and the ring will obviously go to him. Vincent calmly states that he is ready to put up 4 million as payment for this ring, realizing that he has 79 million on his balance. Raphael is offended by such a prank and assumes that they are wiping their feet on him, but they try to stop him. However, he says he cannot allow anyone to behave so disrespectfully towards him. Without giving any account of his actions, he loudly shouts that he is ready to bet 5 million for this ring. Some employees say that usually the value for unique equipment starts at 5 million. Raphael shouts loudly at Vincent, saying that he has an entire guild behind him and can beat any bid. Vincent listens attentively to all this empty chatter, and understands that it seems that today is going to be a good evening for him. In response to this right, yes, he says that he will raise the price to 10 million for this ring. Raphael states that no single person can shell out 10 million for a ring, since that amount could be enough to outfit a group. He turns to the host and demands that someone check the bastard's bank account to make sure everything is according to the rules. The host says that this bet has been checked and they don't see any problems, which surprises everyone else. Raphael can't help but feel hurt, and knows he can't let this pompous bastard drag him through the mud. Growing irritated, he looks at his opponent, trying to understand what his plan is. Believing Vincent to be a lone hunter, he prepares to take revenge on him with a powerful bet. In response, he says he is raising the price to 10,500,000. Vincent proudly rises to his feet and says he's willing to bet 100 million for the ring. The cruelest bet of 100 million knocks down even such a pompous rich man as Raphael. Vincent understands that even if no one bids more, he can make unique equipment for the same amount tomorrow. The presenter can't believe his eyes, after which he says that he's waiting for the next bets to be accepted for a few more seconds. Vincent provokes Raphael a little and wonders if this ring could be of great value. He also recalls the words of the protagonist, who stated that he would find blood where others only see garbage. Among other things, Raphael remembers well the attitude of the employees towards him, who say that he knows something that the others do not. Meanwhile, the host says that in a few more seconds he will stop accepting bets on this ring. Raphael decides to make his move, and says he is willing to put up 200 million as payment for the ring. The people here are surprised by such extravagance, noting that any hunting party would go broke if they spent that amount. Raphael continues to provoke the protagonist, asking him if he is ready to raise the bet even more, since he has so much money. Vincent smiles, and says he has been outbid and relinquishes the bid, saying he will not be participating in the auction again. Raphael laughs at the protagonist, saying that he clearly doesn't deserve this ring. His comrade asks him why he spent 200 million on some ring if they came here to equip their brothers in arms. Raphael reassures his comrade, saying that his analysis is too accurate. This ring clearly has divine value. Vincent smiles and says that at the altar of reforging, any equipment could have a chance to become legendary, but the chances of this are extremely small. Vincent's analytics, thanks to his innate abilities, turn out to be more accurate, and he knows perfectly well that this ring is worthless. Near Insight and in advance told him the cost of this item, so he did it only out of boredom. Raphael happily holds up the item card and tries to identify it, hoping that everyone will now open their mouths in surprise. The appraisal process begins, and everyone holds their breath in anticipation of how valuable this artifact really is. A few seconds pass, and everyone knows that such a sum was just spent on an ordinary-looking iron ring. Raphael looks at the ring for a moment, not believing what just happened. However, after a few moments, his jaw drops almost completely, realizing that he has just been deceived. Raphael curses the scoundrel named Vincent who deceived him and demands a refund for what he just bought. He also claims that he was talking nonsense when he bet those fabulous sums, and suggests that what happened was a mistake. The host says that according to the rules, Raphael was acting on behalf of his group, and within 24 hours they would notify him and demand payment. He also says that since the stake was extremely high, they will find someone to take them to the association and get all the money. Raphael leaves the auction, sending Vincent's curse as a final blow. The other people here are chuckling, saying that this guy just razed an entire guild to the ground without shedding a drop of blood. The host says that they are continuing with the next lot and are getting ready to announce the next item. He states that he will now sell a wild transformation necklace that has interesting skills. Vincent muses that this necklace is perfect for his little sister, and it makes sense to haggle over it. As an interesting teaser, he bets just 1 yen to check his email. The people here understand that if such a rich, experienced person is willing to bet just 1 yuan for this necklace, then it is not worth fighting for. They make a choice that they definitely cannot raise his rate, and anyone who tries to do so will be a fool. The host tries to figure out if all the people who came here can be fooled so easily, but no one continues to place bets. People who think they are smarter than everyone else think that these are too banal scams. Only the brainless accumulate for this. Vincent chuckles at this question. Then no one dares to offer more because he has already confirmed that he can bet a lot. The hosts stutter, saying that the item was sold to a mysterious contestant who takes it for just 1 yuan. Once others find out that the necklace was a unique collectible, they start to beat themselves up for their lack of confidence. Vincent smiles and takes out his phone to check his bank account. He receives a notification that he earned about 180 million on this auction. A smile appears on his face, and he realizes that he can finally afford a really nice place to live. He goes to a fairly expensive area and contacts a special realtor who shows him affordable housing. Looking at the house that the main character has chosen, the realtor says that this level of real estate is designed for the richest people in the city. He states that it makes sense to choose something cheaper, but Vincent states that he will take this house for himself. The realtor says that with the current credit rating, this will not be possible. Vincent replies that he does not intend to take out loans and will pay the full amount in cash up front. He also states that he has a small request, according to which everything must be ready before noon, since he wants to move there today. A few hours pass and Vincent transports his dear sister and his friends to this expensive penthouse that he just bought. He states that it's quite spacious here, so even if Valerie transforms, she won't break anything. He also tells his dear sister that from this day on, he will never let her suffer again. Some time passes and the party comes to its logical conclusion. Vincent goes out onto the balcony to get some fresh air, and Emily finds him there. She says that Vincent seems strange today, like he's not himself, to which he says he needed some fresh air. He also notes that even in the most luxurious apartments, the city noise does not go away. Emily congratulates him on his achievements and asks if he is happy with what he has achieved. The girl hands him special crystals and says that this is a gift that she has prepared in honor of the celebration. Vincent asks her if these are the same crystals they talked about earlier. Emily smiles and says that she decided to give him the crystal back as a gift because she kept it for several years and wore it every time. She also notes that this crystal always reminded her that there are people in the world who do not want to accept their fate. She states that this is precisely why she believed that with him, she would get out of any trouble safe and sound. From her point of view, since she met him, she realized that luck is rarely the main factor in a good life. Vincent says that in this world everything depends on luck and what people do themselves. Emily insists that this is what she likes about him, because when she showed herself to be a hunter, her success was attributed to her family background. She adds that this crystal is not worth a lot of money, but its value, like Vincent's, cannot be expressed in numbers. Inspired, the girl declares that this is precisely why she likes him at home, in the apartment, in the expensive car, and in someone else's life. Vincent says that his requests are not that great, but he will need a lot of money for the business she spoke of. Looking at his friend, he asks if she remembers his words about how he could assemble his own hunting party. Emily says he's right, noting that it takes a lot of investment to outfit your group. Vincent states that he would like to create his own hunting party to go to the most difficult areas of the abyss, because one man is no match for another. With these words, he turns to his inventory and takes out the golden relic that he has been keeping all this time. He adds that if he cannot adapt to the rules of this game of the world, he will have to become a law himself. After a while, the party is completely over and all the guests go home, and Vincent is left alone with his sister. After completing his bedtime routine, he goes downstairs to take out the trash that has accumulated over all this time. He notes with disappointment that the apartment is luxurious, but taking out the trash is inconvenient, since it takes a long walk to the city dump. Suddenly, an unknown man appears behind him and asks what kind of servant he is here. He adds that the garbage in this expensive building is removed by the building's maintenance service, and there is no need to bring your own dirt here. Vincent introduces himself and says that he is not a servant but owns an apartment nearby. Immediately after this, he extends his hand to introduce himself according to the rules of politeness. Unfortunately, this man turns out to be quite uncultured and puts a banana peel in Vincent's hand. He explains that rich people live here, and none of the co-owners are likely to take out the trash themselves. Immediately after this, he turns around and declares that the place needed to be cleaned up and hopes to never see Vincent again. The protagonist understands that such an insult cannot be left unanswered and decides to use his enhanced abilities. Using the gravity prison skill, he lifts the villain into the air to teach him a lesson. Looking at his opponent, he says that he has defiled his trash and orders him to lower it down, demanding that he pick up the banana peel. The arrogant scoundrel hits his head hard on the asphalt, but does not receive any serious injuries. He tries to get up and asks how a simple servant dared to do this to him. Vincent looks closely at his opponent, and is notified that his victim is in a depressed state and cannot use combat skills. Vincent understands that it is necessary to carry out educational work on such scoundrels, so that they behave more respectfully. He adds that he won't do it again and orders him to pick up the banana peel he threw away. Vincent's opponent declares that as soon as he gets up, he will smear him against the wall, since no one dares to treat him like that. This villain tries to use the skill to remove control, but Vincent is too strong. The villain falls face down in the dirt and asks where such a servant got the legendary control skill that cannot be removed. Vincent states that the gravity vortex was given to him by a legendary monster, and is essentially stronger than what is taught at the academy. The scoundrel tries to justify himself and says that the pathetic servant attacked him from behind, so he had no opportunity to use force. Vincent gradually loses patience and asks if he is so stupid that he does not understand his own words. A moment later he shouts at him to pick up the trash and increases the effect of the gravity vortex. Finally, his opponent gives in and promises to pick up the banana peel if Vincent lets him go. Vincent turns around and orders a relaxing vector, giving his opponent a chance to get up. Immediately after this, he throws him into the trash so that he knows his place and does not behave like a loser in the future. He claims that even in the rich areas, trouble will await him at every step. A few moments later, he receives a call from his sister, saying that he was delayed because he needed to pick up something. After this, he returns to the house and gets a good night's sleep until morning. The next day, he puts on his inexpensive suit and makes his bed. He happily says that the older the house, the more comfortable it is to be in. After some time, the owner of the house comes to visit him and says that he can no longer rent this house because someone bought it. Vincent smiles and says that it was him. And now the land adjacent to this house also belongs to him. Instead, the action is temporarily transferred to the headquarters of the World Guild in the Parliament building. One of the workers is talking to his friend and says that some buyer at the auction paid 200 million. There is disappointment in his voice, as they have invested in this guild, and their problems are now extremely disadvantageous. His interlocutor states that this guilty person showed up once at the evaluation of hunters, and received a full license there. The informant also states that they have older evidence that he was involved with a group called Blood Oath, which no longer exists. Immediately after this, he notes that the crystal has recorded fluctuations in his energy at high levels. Information states that traces of this man were found at the site where Caesar died and in the testing room. The World Guild employee makes the assumption that this person has some special profession that is unknown to anyone. The informant claims that this is probably a special profession that is not listed and could easily destroy the current hierarchy. A World Guild employee says that there is nothing to worry about, since they can force anyone to obey the rules. They also talk about how in this era they are gods, and according to God's rules, everyone must play their role. Meanwhile, Vincent heads to the World Guild building to finally register his group. He hands his award to the employee and says that he would like to start a small squad. The employee asks him if he knows the requirement for creating a hunting group. Vincent states the initial requirements, to which the employee replies that it is also necessary to obtain qualifications. Vincent states that he can pay the initial fee with incredible ease, to which the girl replies that the necessary license can be obtained at the hunting hall. Vincent passes through a special room, and the name of his squad appears on the screen. The hunters there look at it carefully and say that the name looks rather stupid. The employees claim that because of his low level, the system assigned his group to extremely low-skilled jobs. Vincent wonders if he will be assigned to collect trash after the tests he went through. Suddenly, yesterday's opponent appears behind him, who says that in their last meeting he took out the trash, and now he will collect it. He also states that today the miserable wretch will learn how much that spit in the face will cost for the sake of a fleeting pleasure. People nearby recognize this man as the legendary Farhad, who is a high-ranking hunter. They also claim that everyone who got in his way ended up badly, and they are given inferior work with no opportunity to recruit participants. Vincent smiles and says that he came here only to look for new people, and personal grievances have no meaning here. Farhad says that he can't let this insult go. But if Vincent apologizes now and then becomes his garbage man, he'll think about it. Vincent chuckles and says that Farhad himself is not even worth overtime, which makes him angry. Farhad's subordinates take him away to avoid further conflicts, but he continues to send curses. After some time, other people begin to flock to Vincent, impressed by his courage, saying that they want to join him. Among these people is a well-known Chester, whom the other players do not value at all and try not to take with them. Vincent asks him why, even after passing the exam, he can't find a group for himself, to which he replies that his reputation speaks for itself. He also says that if Vincent takes him with him, he is ready to follow him through fire and water. Vincent wonders if no one really wanted to take him, to which he replies that he wasn't really looking. Vincent chuckles and says that the rank of the task won't matter since the job of collecting trash will do anyway. He also states that those who are directly called the main forces should fight the monsters. Still keeping a smile on his face, he says that even with money, not all problems can be solved. Farhad, meanwhile, continues to assert his rights, saying that he is the leader of the Heart of the Hunt, and today, he will take only 10 people. A huge number of elite fighters approach him and say that they really want to join his group. Chester claims that these old farts want to suck up to his father in order to gain the opportunity to open new connections. Farhad praises these people for their numbers, saying that they have a head on their shoulders, unlike all the trash. After some time, they discover that a girl of amazing beauty has come here. One of them says that this girl's name is Eleanor, and she has appeared in the hunting community recently, but has already gained fame. Chester says that this is the same stunning witch who passed the hunter's assessment. He also states that he managed to work with her a little, and then in battle, she took the most damage and brought them an easy victory. Chester and Vincent decide to recruit this girl to their cause because she can be of great help. Unfortunately, they don't manage to get to her in time, and Farhad gets ahead of them, addressing this girl in a very familiar manner. He says that he is very sorry that there are only 2 groups to choose from today, but he invites her to the Hunter's Heart group. He also states that the garbage man's house is total crap, which angers Chester. Eleanor continues to look extremely unimpressed, and says that she has already chosen her group. Immediately after this, she heads towards the protagonist, and Farhad asks her if she really wants to waste her talent. Eleanor extends her hand to Vincent and says that he has come up with a pretty good name for the band. Immediately after this, she introduces herself and says that she is a fire-type mage and asks to be taken into the party. Vincent and Chester identify themselves by name and say that they will always welcome her into their group. For a few moments they freeze, realizing that such touching between a man and a girl looks a little strange. Vincent tries to smooth things over and says that they can have a little snack, but the girl immediately replies that she is not hungry. Vincent understands that this is just a woman's deception and asks the employee if he can order food here. Eleanor decides not to pretend and takes the menu, saying that she will order absolutely everything that is there. Farhad continues to be angry about what is happening, asking why this girl refused to participate in his group. Suddenly, an ominous figure appears behind them, asking everyone to disperse so he can pass. Farhad and other people immediately understand that this man is not to be trifled with, and immediately give him a pass. Even Chester and Eleanor look up and realize that the man has arrived. This man is none other than the Nameless Warrior, who looks around, maintaining the same sad expression on his face. People around him say that he killed all the members of his group with whom he managed to work. Vincent also heard voices that this man brought bad luck to any ally he associated with. The Nameless Warrior approaches the main character and says that he felt his presence somehow came here. Vincent smiles and says that his hunting party is recruiting members. If he came here, it means he wants to join it. The Nameless Warrior sits down on a chair and takes a piece of cake right from Eleanor. He states that he would really like to join his group and asks if he has the courage to accept him. The Nameless Warrior says that not only does this make it easier to fail checks and take damage, but it also makes it easier to get worse items. Farhad's allies say that everyone knows that the Nameless Warrior hasn't worn gear in years because he's so unlucky. Vincent listens carefully to his ally and asks him if his lowered luck is really causing him to receive poor equipment. The Nameless Warrior says that he earns his bread by carrying out orders for clients if the pay is good, but he does not look at the rewards of the posts. He also states that others have a different opinion, but Vincent says that this is exactly what he was looking for. Immediately after this, he says that the Nameless Warrior is obliged to join them, since they were just waiting for such a special talent. Farhad assumes that Vincent is completely crazy, allowing such an unlucky person to be invited to join his squad. The Nameless Warrior warns him that the void will consume his team and scatter them like dust in the wind. However, he states that he still accepts the invitation, and Vincent confidently states that he will not give any of his team to the abyss. Farhad's allies note that the man appears to be very strong, but they quickly remind him that he always returns alone. Farhad assumes that this young man hires idiots and some kind of personifications of failure, so his fate is doomed. Vincent states that his band has now accepted 3 members, and so he only needs 1 person to get the minimum lineup and approval. Quite a lot of time passes, but no one expresses a desire to join his group. Gradually, the enthusiasm of our heroes fades away due to the fact that no one tries to join them. Chester speaks tensely about how, for some reason, they are not popular. Eleanor states that the answer to this is simple, since the Nameless Warrior and Chester are ruining their reputation. Farhad also says that the clock is ticking, and if they don't get the right team together, his application will simply be cancelled. He also mockingly says that from now on, not only will he not be able to be the leader of the group, but even if he uses the license, he will have problems. He also asks him if he still doesn't regret what he did, to which he confidently replies that he already has enough participants. Farhad laughs and says that this is some kind of joke. In his squad there is a person like Chicken Chester. Immediately after this, he states that this man is not a serious warrior, and even support from him is so-so. Immediately after this, he turns his attention to Eleanor, saying that she is a rather stupid woman to have joined this team. He also states that his team has a bad luck star who is a fool. Vincent says that there is one more person who is ready to join their team, but he just hasn't arrived yet. After a while, Emily's voice is heard in the air, saying that she was stuck in the abyss and almost died, which is why she was late. Smiling, she says that nothing else matters since she will support any movement. Farhad and the other members of his group watch the movements of this graceful warrior in amazement. One of his allies says that this girl is the youngest in the company, which in turn is the sponsor of the World Guild. Farhad wonders how these two can be close, to which she replies that this girl is known for her rebelliousness and fighting spirit. Farhad's allies also say that this still shows that Vincent has outstanding qualities that could interest such a girl. An employee congratulates the Garbage Man's house group, saying that it was successfully founded since the required number of people were enrolled. Vincent smiles and wonders if they can follow the Heart of the Hunt group in order to collect all the trophies. Farhad says that such a low-ranking group cannot venture into the high-level abyss, but Vincent points out that this is not the case. Immediately after, he receives approval for his application to collect trash in the Class A abyss. A genuine smile spreads across his face, and he suggests that we throw all warnings aside and just work together. Farhad slaps his hand away and says that if he has decided to pick up their trash, he can take advantage of it. He also states that he will make sure that they get nothing but slop. Vincent smiles and says that he will follow him to the very end to take all the trophies. Chester asks his boss if he really volunteered to become a slave to this obnoxious man, to which he states that it is just a trick. He says that only with the status of a garbage collector the restriction on hiking is lifted, which means it will be beneficial. He states that on the mission to the Black Tower, the key is a special stone. Vincent informs his comrades that according to the guild's reports, the key is located on one of the missions in the abyss, and they were given such a job for a reason. The nameless warrior states that the key to the Black Tower is a ticket to its trial, where rewards depend on the number of floors completed. Eleanor notes that there one can obtain the removal of curses, cures for incurable diseases, or even the return to life of those who died in the abyss. Emily states that if anyone can make it to these trials, they are among the strongest alive. Chester asks if this all-powerful key can instantly make him a superstar, to which the answer is that such things are beyond the power of the gods. Chester says, disappointed, that in that case he will choose something more substantial, even though it is not what he wanted. Vincent smiles and states that they have a chance to get the key, and if they are lucky, they will find it first. Emily shares his enthusiasm and asks how he planned it. Vincent honestly admits that he initially thought that everything would go much more smoothly, and people would come to his group themselves because of his rating. He also states that the final result is not bad, but he expected a little more. The day of the mission arrives and the action moves to the gates of the abyss. The hunting parties arrive one after another, looking around for possible traps. Chester goes inside and says he's surprised you can see the sky in the abyss. He immediately starts walking around, saying that he didn't expect the abyss to be anything more than a closed dungeon. Vincent notes that the abyss is sometimes described as an open world with no rooms, but it is particularly dangerous. Looking back at his allies, he asks why they are dressed so strangely, to which they reply that the sun is bad for women's skin. Quite quickly, they set off ahead and begin to wait in the endless wasteland where many interesting things are hidden. Farhad says he can't stand such open spaces because they have to walk a long time to find anything. At the same time, a squad of scavengers silently trudges behind the main group without saying a word. One of the sorcerers says that according to rumors, there is an oasis in the center of the abyss, and in it, a fortress. Farhad irritably states that they have been walking for quite some time and still have not seen a single patch of greenery. Other fighters note that the place has a strange feeling, with a huge flock of birds circling overhead, ready to attack at any moment. The hunter asks if these are really birds and looks closely. After a while, he realizes that these are not birds at all, which usually do not pose a threat. A moment later, he orders everyone to take up arms, as these are not birds, but real harpies. He also notes that when they are open, as if in the palm of your hand, monsters have an advantage in attacking from the air. One of the fighters asks the garbage men why they haven't hidden yet, suggesting that they are simply tired of living. Vincent says there is nothing to be afraid of, since harpies can only pick up people and throw them from a height, and are otherwise harmless. Emily notes that if the harpies manage to catch anyone from the main group, it will only indicate poor positioning. The warrior says that the scavengers are just there to help and don't dare risk the lives of the main fighters. Meanwhile, the harpies ignore the chatter and attack the careless fighters. The creatures attack in huge numbers, taking advantage of the enemy's disorganization. The archer manages to make several accurate shots and neutralize several harpies, but this is not enough. In doing so, he attracts the attention of several monsters at once, and one of them grabs him by the shoulders. Waving his legs and arms, he calls his comrades to come faster. One of the fighters rushes forward, trying to pull his friend out of the air. However, he is too slow and does not manage to save his comrade in time. Eleanor watches the harpy's trajectory closely and realizes that she must act decisively. A moment later, she causes a powerful explosion to destroy the harpy before it gets too high. The archer falls into the sand, leaving behind a small crater. Eleanor mockingly notes that all this time she thought the members of the Heart of the Hunt were the true elite. After that, she makes a beautiful gesture of blowing ashes off her finger and declares that some of the people here were just extras. The archer tries to justify himself by saying that he was simply distracted, otherwise he would have found cover. Vincent says that the fighters in this group do not hold their positions and shift responsibility to others, which does not paint them in a good light. Meanwhile, a whole squad of harpies is flying in their direction, ready to lift them into the air. The warrior tries to warn his comrades, but the archer stops him, saying that these people need to be taught a lesson. Vincent watches the monsters as they rapidly approach him, preparing to strike. Meanwhile, the greedy harpies begin to click their beaks, anticipating easy prey. They quickly surround the main character, who, having decided to quickly draw his twin daggers, prepares to attack. Not a few seconds pass before the head of one of the harpies falls to the ground. The archer wonders how such a lucky weakling was able to hit the weak spot with the first blow. Another harpy, defeated by the main character, begins to croak loudly, which frightens this archer, and makes him shut up. Frightened, he takes a few steps back, and asks the others to help him further disgrace the harpies. Vincent walks up to the harpy and steps on it to crush its head and render it harmless forever. Vincent calmly states that the harpy has excellent hearing, so if no one wants to fall into the trap, they need to be quiet. Farhad, meanwhile, easily destroys the feathered creatures that come too close to him. Other members of his squad, to the best of their abilities, also deal with the feathered pests that try to grab them. Despite their apparent danger, these harpies are not actually a threat, as they are too easy to destroy. After some time, these creatures realize the hopelessness of their situation and decide to retreat. When fleeing, harpies make distinctive loud roars that signal to everyone that they are deciding to flee in panic. Farhad wonders who hired these useless trackers and warriors, since they have not shown themselves in any way. Chester wonders if the danger has passed, or if he can wait a little longer. Emily says that these monsters are not that strong, but they will choose those who have changed their profession. You can hear them clearly from the air. She also says that it is easy for them to break through the lines of tanks on defense and attack the back rows, so it is better to be quiet. One of the sorcerers says that they scared the harpies so much that they no longer dare to come near. However, after a few moments, he begins to hear the ground tremble, which signals the approach of something dangerous. They wonder what the hell is going on and why the ground is shaking so much. Emily suggests that the harpies were not afraid of them at all, but of a more dangerous enemy. The earth actually begins to shake more and more violently as the fearsome warriors approach. These warriors are humanoid creatures that pose a threat to any living thing they come across. These creatures are a whole army of orcs, which have a fairly high level. Farhad warns his comrades not to come any closer, because a huge army is approaching that must be defeated. He orders the medics to immediately take up the back rows and the tanks to send the vanguard to cover them. He also claims that he is a commander, and can give orders to more than 20 fighters at once. Looking at the people watching them, he says that they will show the garbage collectors the power of their fighting group in all its glory. Without thinking twice, they take up a fighting position, and prepare to fight and destroy the monster hunters. Farhad waits for the right moment, then uses the tyrant's strength skill and rushes forward. His victorious attack sows death and destruction, and also cuts off the heads of anyone who comes close to him. His arrogance also never leaves him, and he calls all his opponents pathetic weaklings. After this, he gives the command to his comrades to attack as a united front in order to destroy these opponents. Vincent continues to watch what is happening, waiting for the moment when he can collect a suitable trophy. Vincent states that the ogres are not too strong and their squad should be able to hold them off without much trouble. Eleanor asks him if they're thinking about joining this fight to level up a bit. Vincent says that if the main battle group wants to put on a show, they will do what they want, and they will pick up the spoils. A few moments later, an orc lands next to them, which someone had deliberately thrown there. Having quickly recovered, this creature makes a strange cry in some language unknown to other people. Moments later, his head explodes in a fiery blast, sending him to the next world forever. Vincent guesses that this throw was made specifically to cause them trouble. Farhad chuckles as he looks at the group of scavengers, wondering if they are still alive. Vincent takes a closer look at the loot that the orc dropped and realizes that it was nothing more than pathetic trash. After this, they turn their gaze to their comrade, who has an incredibly low luck attribute. Chester continues to collect junk and says that their group will most likely just throw away such things, since they are not interested in rarity below purple. Vincent, however, states that they collect gray items because they are extremely valuable to him. Farhad and his group continue to destroy the orcs one after another, and notes that not a single item, even of blue rarity, dropped. He angrily declares that there is nothing to see here since these objects are too useless. The sorcerer states that it is as if they have entered an anomaly, since none of them can deal critical damage. Farhad begins to curse fate for sending them the unluckiest day of their lives. Vincent watches what is happening and says that the main forces of the monsters, apparently, are in no hurry to attack with all their might, and this is somehow unusual. Emily notes that this is odd, since monsters should be mindless and attack in droves like hunters. Vincent says that after he met the Dark Elf at the assessment, he feels like things aren't that simple. He points and says that most likely the monsters are simply communicating in their own language. Indeed, as they zoomed in further, it became obvious that the orcs were talking about something. Farhad continues to give commands, saying that the tanks must hold on and the healer must restore their health. A few moments later, he launches another attack, and the warriors prepare to stop them. The archers continue to shoot with all their might, rejoicing because they have finished off another crayfish. The most arrogant archers get too carried away with this in their work, not noticing the sabotage in their backs. A few moments later, the earth opens up and a large number of orcs appear behind him. In this situation, a whole squad of dangerous opponents manage to sneak up unnoticed and set up an ambush. These particular orcs have special equipment for ambush attacks and throw special nets. The sorcerer addresses his commander, saying that the back lines are in danger, so he needs to move in to save them. Farhad states that this is a stupid idea, as they need to push forward, and suggests continuing the offensive. He also recommends showing the monsters where the cursed garbage collectors are in order to direct aggression towards them. People caught in an ambush realize that it is time to use the special means they have. With these words, they take out small containers containing strange things. A very bizarre operation takes place, resulting in several smoke bombs exploding in the air. The system notifies all nearby players that the monster's aggression has been reset. The games freeze in place for a while, looking at each other stupidly. However, after a while, a brilliant idea comes to them, and they begin to chatter to each other in their own language. Noticing a garbage collection group nearby, they immediately rush towards them. The unnamed warrior at this point says that they have guests, to which Chester anxiously replies that they are monsters that have infiltrated the front lines. Eleanor rightly points out that these monsters were lured here on purpose, and Emily agrees. The group tries to figure out what needs to be done, but they are all stopped by Vincent, who suggests waiting a little. Eleanor looks at him in surprise and asks why they still can't use magic. Vincent speculates that the orc hordes are apparently luring them into a trap, so that the group can first try to scout out the situation. He also grabs his weapon and says that he himself can hold the flanks to avoid an ambush. At that moment, he rushes forward to take the fight and prevent his opponents from overrunning him. The orcs look in surprise at the man rapidly approaching them, trying to understand what he was planning. As he approaches, the greenskins direct several trap nets towards him. But all this proves futile. It quickly becomes clear that he is too fast to be caught. The orcs don't have time to understand what happened when suddenly Vincent appears behind one of them. The sound of a sharp blade is heard, and the orcs turn to the side. They find Vincent using a powerful kick to knock one of his opponents over. At that very moment, several individuals, aggressive, rush forward to cut him up. Vincent once again uses the evasive maneuver to playfully outmaneuver his opponents. Immediately after this, he prepares to carry out a small attack. Before carrying out his plan, he lands on the ground, gathering as many opponents as possible around him. Emily continues to watch her comrade, wondering if he has become even stronger in these few days. And he also says that now he is so fast that it is difficult to discern even the movement of his swords. All that outside observers manage to notice is a huge number of limbs flying into the air. Along with the limbs, the heads also fly into the air due to the incredible force of the main character's blow. Thus, it turns into a real whirlwind of death that does not spare any monster in its path. The orcs realize that they must use tactical retreat if they are to survive. Vincent makes no attempt to pursue them, giving them the opportunity to quickly escape and regroup. He looks at them carefully and wonders if they really decided to run away so quickly. The unsuspecting fighters of the main group assume that those garbage men must have given it their all and are most likely already dead. However, after a while, their smug chatter is interrupted by the loud clatter of orcish feet. Looking back, they realize that they cannot believe what is happening, because they have never seen the orcs retreat with such force. It quickly becomes clear that there has been a little ping-pong between the monster hordes, and this time the sword is on the side of the main group. The smug villains begin to call for help, but Vincent is in no hurry to help the people who are trying to kill him. Vincent reflects that his guess has been confirmed, and the orcs are smart enough to attack the weak and retreat when faced with a stronger enemy. He also realizes that these creatures clearly have some kind of intelligence, while the main group is faced with a problem. A giant cloud of dust rises, from which, nevertheless, a giant mace quickly becomes visible. An incredibly large creature deals a powerful blow to the team's main tank, knocking it into the ground. One of the other fighters wonders if their tank was taken out with just one hit. Farhad turns to his healers and asks why they did not monitor this man's health indicators. The healer says that he didn't even have time to keep up with what was happening, since there was only one blow that decided the fate of the tank. Meanwhile, the smoke cloud continues to swirl, gradually dissipating. Let the additional rumble continue for a few moments as the giant creature approaches. This creature is a giant org with an accompanying leader sitting on its head. Farhad realizes that they are facing extremely serious enemy concentrations. He understands that this high-level group is much stronger than ordinary hunters, and they came as if from a completely different difficulty. Turning towards his comrades, he orders them to reorganize their formation and hold the line. However, what he sees immediately forces him to change his plans, as the situation quickly deviates from his plan. The retreating damage dealers say that the orc warriors have cut off the back rows and are now surrounded by monsters. Vincent, watching what is happening, says that the first orcs were just bait. There is a powerful explosion that raises a smoke screen, blocking the vision of outside observers. Several beams of energy hit the orcs' heads, instantly stunning them and causing them to fall to the ground. Farhad enters a battle rage and rushes forward to cut down as many opponents as possible. He destroys one orc after another, and no one can do anything against him because of his determination. Finally, he stops near the main orc, preparing to give him a worthy fight. He smugly says that only fools would be afraid of some weak-willed monsters, since everything is powerless against his titan power. However, the giant orc, on whose head sits the chieftain responsible for his mind, is not afraid of such a test. Farhad rushes forward and orders the leader to simply die to clear the passage for further testing. However, the orc decides to charge his hand with some mysterious magic to launch an attack. Farhad attacks straight at the orc's arm, but it doesn't stop, instead continuing to press on him. Farhad tries to understand how this is possible and why some pathetic monster can stop him. After a few moments, a flash appears in the orc's hand, which throws him quite far away. He lands on his feet but feels damaged, which makes him proud, and makes him wonder where such power could have come from. Immediately after this, a powerful and rapid transformation is observed in the body of his opponent. The empowered orc charges forward, ready to continue the fight with his opponent. Farhad doesn't have time to react to the rapid movements of the real giant and gets punched right in the face. The next attack in this combination of moves also hits Farhad, and he flies to the side several dozen meters. And this time he feels incredible damage and tries to cough up blood to restore his strength. The warriors of the main battle group look at their leader being defeated and try to figure out what to do now. They rush forward, realizing that they must help their elder by any means necessary. They once again form a defensive formation to save their leader and ensure his evacuation. Farhad rises to his feet at that moment, while the sorcerers and archers shoot at the approaching orcs. The smug archer continues to fire one arrow after another, commanding all the other creatures to die. The shaman, who is on the head of a giant ogre, decides to intervene in this course of events in order to change it a little. Red lightning strikes the bodies of orcs who were recently pierced by an arrow, bringing them back to life. Most orcs go into a blood frenzy to last a little longer and deal more damage. One of them lunges forward, grabbing the archer with its giant hands. The rest of the fire team is trying to figure out what's going on here, and why the dead orcs are suddenly starting to move again. The most perceptive of them realizes that necromantic magic is involved here, and orders everyone to move away. Within a few moments, the bodies of these orcs produce a powerful explosion that causes quite serious damage. Applicants located near Farhad say they can't treat anyone at this rate. The group leader says that it is necessary to throw smoke bombs to reduce the aggression of the monsters and retreat. Vincent, carefully observing what is happening, guesses that the necromantic spells that turn bodies into bombs are to blame for everything. Finally, he turns to his comrades and advises them to stay away from the corpses left by the paws. He also looks at the unfortunate monster that is trying to get to him so it can explode. Vincent takes a more sophisticated solution, calling upon his deity to recycle this near corpse. A moment later, the hands of the trash god appear out of nowhere and drag the dying orc into the abyss. The countless number of orcs that he had just slaughtered, and to whom the curse of necromancy had not yet reached, were also sent there. After some time, the battlefield gradually calms down, but Vincent realizes that the situation is not getting any better. Eleanor notes that all the enemy bodies have disappeared, and Chester compliments his boss, saying that he is incredibly cool. The nameless warrior wonders what this strange ability is, to which Vincent replies that he will tell him about it later. For now, all the corpses need to be removed. Vincent reflects that at another time he would calmly look at this garbage and recycle it. But now everything will have to be done quickly and indiscriminately. Meanwhile, Farhad and the remnants of his group rush towards the main character. When they arrive, he says that he will make them a very generous offer. Vincent says he listens to him very carefully, trying to understand what this man is up to. Farhad says that the group of scavengers seem to be itching to show off, so he can put it in the mission report that they accomplished an incredible feat. Vincent says that collecting trash is just right for him, and he doesn't want to hear complaints about that competence if he tries something else. Farhad's expression immediately changes, and he says that this time he wholeheartedly invites them to cooperate with the main combat group. Vincent and his team are trying to figure out what this man is up to and why he is so desperate to cooperate.